Chapter 400, Guerrilla Warfare, 1. Where did these monsters jump out from? A woman frowned as she received a report from a ship. But she wasn't actually frowning at the monsters but rather at the ones that went to war the moment a chance sprang up. Pompian, that crazy bastard. Inside a decorative office, surrounded by 20 dragon god soldiers guarding her, a woman sat in a chair as she gritted her teeth. ALLA. A title that only one person in a family can hold. The woman with the K title, held only by 3 people within the entire Narapa Union, frowned as she read through the endless reports that were being sent her way. The 7 monsters that popped out from the land where the defeated had gathered at. They were the spark that caused the sea of flames that was raging through the lands right now. A hologram in front of ALLA spoke with an amused expression. Yucatan Pael. The patriarch of the Pael family that ruled over the giant territory in the west. ALLA frowned at his words. Of course, he didn't care so much since he didn't need to defend from his side. The monsters hadn't gone towards Yucatan City but rather the Pompeian empires. His fleet was probably planning to demolish the Pompeian city that was currently being crushed under the monsters' feet. Another hologram next to Yucatan Pael chuckled as he spoke. Yucatan Pael shrugged his shoulders at the negative tone that was coming out from the mouth of Camaro Nell, the patriarch of the Nell family. Camaro Nell continued to frown but soon sighed. It was not a wrong decision. They needed to destroy at least one city to have some breathing room against Pompeian. ALLA then said. That's not the main issue, we need to deal with the most basic problem first. QO. ALLA thought as she looked towards the mythical creatures. Where in the world? Of course, the monsters weren't the only things on the screen. Around the monsters themselves. Boom. Boom. A fleet of warships was attacking the giant creature in front of it. Sadly, their efforts seemed futile. QO. It looked like the attacks had damaged the monster but the rate it was healing it was much faster than the rate of damage. Healing with the energy from the great furnace. No, it wasn't just healing. It's even getting bigger. Yucatan Pael looked at ALLA who was staring at the monster that was becoming larger and larger, saying. ALLA felt a headache. Catastrophes were flying over in bulk quantities. The Narapa Union, who should have only had a bright future of expanding their territory, was suddenly faced with countless dangers. But ALLA knew that all these incidents were linked. The alien that took over a relic. The giant monsters that appeared out of thin air and were now shaking the entire planet. The Pompeian Empire's invasion. These were all caused by those aliens. And the person who caused all of this was this man. Tirik. ALLA looked at the changed image in the screen before her. A couple who was standing right in the center of their highly advanced satellite camera. ALLA saw the blue armored man holding a hammer, and the woman who was standing very close to him. Of course, the issue with these two was minuscule when compared to what was going to happen in a bit. But she didn't feel comfortable leaving these two alone. ALLA smiled as she said. Well, we know who'll be able to deal with them. Family matters should stay within the family, right? ALLA switched off the communication panel. She didn't know where that man was heading to. But it didn't matter. Maybe if they were hiding inside the trash dump where the power of the flame was sealed, they would be safe, but the moment they came out, they won't be able to escape her eyes. Do you think you'll be able to escape? ALLA chuckled as she looked at the face of Hansu on the screen. Rumble. In the land where the monsters have stomped through. Thousands of people had gathered. Ha. We have to move. Arunheim, who had gathered all the remaining survivors, looked towards Hansu in the distance. The relic wasn't here and the fence that was protecting them had disappeared as well. Although they could use the power of the flame. She could feel her confidence shredding apart as she looked at the battle between the Pompeian Empire and the Narapa Union. The sky was collapsing as the earth was flipped upside down. The ship that they were on seemed nothing more than a small cargo ship in comparison to the ships in the distance. She was in disbelief. No way. Their technology has advanced this far already. She was at a loss. It had only been 2 years. The level of technology between them hadn't been that different back then. They were just much weaker in terms of the number of resources they had. But those ships in the distance. They were at least a whole generation ahead of them. And it had only been 2 years. What happened? Weird. Arunheim gritted her teeth as she looked towards the ships in the distance. A whole generation of differences meant that at least 90% of their weapons were nothing more than scrap metal. Their opponent would be able to attack normally but their own gear wouldn't allow them to attack their enemies as freely. It would be a massacre. And as she thought up to this point, Arunheim stood up and walked towards Hansu who was talking in the distance. He might know something. He was acting so confidently while everyone else was crying in despair. This was more than enough to stand out in this crowd. Do you have a plan? Or anything we can do to help? John Stone spoke out from nearby. Damn. What can we do? Our amazing Kong Hansu will solve everything. Killing monsters. Crushing ships. John Stone lay down on the floor while yelling sarcastically. F it. F everything. I'm just going to go up. His original plan of trying to go against monsters like Hansu was flawed from the get-go. He should have just gone up to work under somebody right from the beginning. Hansu, who had been looking up into the sky, turned towards John Stone and smiled coldly. No, there is a lot you can do. A lot. John Stone felt shivers run down his back as he saw both Hansu's cold smile and Kiriel's look of pity. We've caught them. Good. Arironyanel, who had been assigned to the rats, smiled. He had long felt pissed off due to the fact that he was assigned to dealing with rats instead of fighting the Pompeian Empire. Even more so since he, in our level, was being watched over like the rats he was trying to catch. Damn. If he could deal with them himself then at least he wouldn't be this pissed. Arironyanel decided to hurry and finish this mission, and he asked the techno-rats. Where is it? One of the techno-rats scanning the entire planet with the satellites replied. The 14th city. Itorim. Chiang. A scene appeared on the panel before them that displayed an area near the factories on the outskirts of Iturim, showing the alien pair who were covered in a dark cloth. Amazing. How did they activate the quantum transmission with just their bodies? Arironianel shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the pair who were walking out from a cloud of white smoke. He didn't have to deal with them anyway. Not a bad choice, but, still. Arironianel chuckled. Although this was the original territory of the Kakata tribe who eventually ran off to the trash dump, it was still one of the 4 cities that was protecting a great furnace. If they took that city down, then it would be a huge blow as well. They had expected those two to do something great, but for them to be aiming for such a small goal. Arironianel scoffed at the Nell family's leader who had ordered him to watch over these two. Well, it's good for me since my job is done. Send the report, tell them to activate the quantum transmission towards Iturim as well. But then, countless voices started to speak out. 12th city outskirts, 3 aliens have been located. The capital, Neorim. Aliens have appeared in 7 locations all at the same time. A total of 181 aliens are heading towards the nearby 54 cities within the Reunion territory. Damn. This location. Second city. 3 aliens are heading towards this location. Hurry and prepare the Dragon God soldiers. Dozens of panels started to appear before them. Hundreds of aliens covered in dark clothes and powerful auras appeared. No, they hadn't just appeared. Boom. Boom. As he watched them begin their attack, Arironianel felt something snap inside his head. These rats. Wait. What about that guy? The guy with the blue armor. He cannot be scanned. Due to the countless auras exploding out. As he heard the flustered Technoids report. Ah. Boom. Arironianel stood up and slammed his fists on the panels and roared towards the countless aliens on the screens. Chapter 401, Guerrilla Warfare, 2. Boom. It's a bit noisy outside. Adaliron flinched at the sudden noise but soon refocused her attention. There were much more important tasks to consider. What is his goal? The aliens. They had come as visitors and didn't have that much of an effect in the beginning, but the moment a strange elevator descended from the sky, they started to grow stronger at an extreme pace. And now they had grown to the point of fighting on the same level as the Dragon God soldiers and their ships. Some had even grown to the point that they couldn't be ignored anymore. Existences that can rip apart ships with their bare bodies. If those beings didn't exist, then they would have long wiped out the rest of the other aliens. Although this newly appeared man wasn't as strong as those freaks. But from what he has done so far, he was far worse than the rest of them. For a single man to be able to cause an entire war. Although they had pushed it aside, some high-ranking members within the family actually believed that the problem they had with the Nelkipa was somehow related to these guys as well. That's not what's important. They didn't need to care about the Nelkipa anymore anyway. They had to deal with the 2 problems they had at hand first. Adaliron pondered for a moment and then spoke to the other family leaders. The task of defending against the Pompeian Empire will be spread out around the 3 families. The Nell family will watch over zones 114 to 272. The Pael family and Ron family should watch over their own respective areas. The other 2 leaders nodded. Although it was sudden, they all had the same goal. After all, those stupid monsters couldn't seem to discern between the sides. This might actually be a good chance. Dealing with the giant opponent they'd been fighting against all this time and acquiring the chance to take over this entire planet. Well, we 3 will probably fight amongst ourselves after that, but... Yucatan Pael nodded and asked. Adaliron looked at the screen Yucatan Pael had pointed to, observing the monsters devouring the energy from the great furnace. She then replied. You 2 just need to agree. Using the relic during a most dangerous time. Do you 2 agree? Yucatan Pael's and Cameronel's expression stiffened up at this talk of the relic, but they soon loosened up. They nodded. They both knew that the current situation was really dire. Even they themselves might need to head to the front lines to aid them. Although they disliked the thought of having to act, but that bastard Pompeian might come as well. They needed to prepare themselves in order to defend against him at all times. Preparation against Pompeian directly entering the battle and destroying the ships on his own. That monster. As if all 3 had thought of Pompeian at the same time, all their expressions had stiffened up. Adaliron quickly erased Pompeian from her mind and spoke towards the 2 other leaders before her. Good, then it's settled. Let's focus on our own territory. At that moment. Tiriririk. Adaliron received a message. I told them that I was in a meeting and that they shouldn't send any reports up. Adaliron frowned and started to open up the message. But then. Tiriririk. Tiriririk. The other 2 leaders received messages as well. Adaliron was shocked at this scene. And Cameronel, who had an impatient personality and had read the message first, frowned as he spoke out. Adaliron frowned as she quickly opened up the message she received. She felt like the 3 messages they'd received separately had similar contents. Although they were thousands of kilometers away and it was unlikely that they would simultaneously receive a similar message, her intuition was telling her something else. And soon. Those bastards. Adaliron's expression turned into that of rage. Boom. Boom. Cities blew apart alongside the sounds of explosions. Why what the hell? Where's the army? The citizens of the 14th city, Iturim, ran away while roaring in rage. For N levels like them to receive such a lack of protection. And Zahiron cursed as he continued to flee. How dare they allow these trashy aliens to come all the way up here and cause a scene? Damn it. At that moment, a man walked out from a nearby street with a frown. Trash. As soon as those words ended. Paeaok. Quaeaok. And Zahiron, who had been kicked in the abdomen, felt as if his stomach had been ripped off as he started to roll on the ground. John Stone, the man who had walked out from the nearby street, spat at Zahiron and mumbled. You bastard. I'm really not in a good mood. But as he was about to crush the man's head with his feet, a woman who had followed John Stone from behind, stopped him and said. Hurry and continue. If you want to kill each and every single person like him, then all 423 days of the year wouldn't be enough. F. Johnstone swung the axe in his hand as if to vent out his anger. Boom. He looked in satisfaction at the building that had been cut into two as the woman continued to talk to him. We have no time. Damn. Let's go. The woman who was wearing the dragon god armor started to dash away as Johnstone quickly followed after her. Whoosh. While dashing through the air at a very quick pace, Johnstone continued to curse inwardly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He should have quickly run away and headed up. For him to have been forced into this war. Rumble. He could feel the ships aiming towards his location. If the city's worth was much lower than their own expectations, then those ships would have long blown this place to pieces. Since those things were originally designed to cruise through space and destroy stars. Although he could deal with one or two ships, any more than that and even he'd be forced to run. But it was too late. Damn bastard. Damn bastard. Damn bastard. As Johnstone frowned at the red energy that was squirming around inside his body, the woman who was running alongside him pointed towards a structure. We need to break that. God damn it. Hurry. Johnstone exhaled deeply and then tightly gripped his axe. Kaka. Boom. The reinforcement placed around the blade of his axe exploded out and slammed into the building the woman had pointed at. Whoosh. As if it was an important building, a few bright pillars appeared and covered the building with a bright shield, but it didn't last long. Clank. Johnstone's attack smashed right through the shield with ease and started to cut the entire building into two. Ah. What the hell? Run. A building that was easily hundreds of meters tall had been cut into two and had started to crumble as the people beneath it began to freak out and run away. Although they had set up defensive structures so that even a dragon god soldier could not get through this place, Johnstone, who could even destroy entire ships, could easily break this place apart. Since this building had been designed to defend against dragon god soldiers who were similar to level 2 star transcendents, it could not defend against Johnstone who was at the 3-star transcendent level. As Johnstone looked at the crumbling building in satisfaction. Let's hurry and continue. Since we destroyed the communications tower, there should be a huge delay in their communications. We need to destroy as many important structures as we can while they fix it. Chanel, a woman from the Kakata tribe, pointed towards the other building as Johnstone frowned. But he soon sighed and nodded. Ha. Fine. Fine. He just wanted to watch his handiwork for a moment, but for her to speak out right away. But her words weren't wrong at all. The faster they disarmed the city and left, the higher the chances of their survival. Johnstone started to run with Chanel as a question appeared inside his mind. Anyway, you know the city very well. Do you have a map or something similar? The city was extremely large and the buildings were all very similar to each other, so it was basically a maze. But for her to be able to find the important structures this easily. Chanel replied to Johnstone. It was originally the city of my tribe. This was your land. Chanel nodded. That's why Kiriel moved us here. How could she forget? Her homeland, which she had lived in for decades and had been driven away from. She had never forgotten it and had always thought about it. But now. We have to break it. It wasn't theirs anymore, so there was no need to hold back either. At that moment. Boom. Boom. A few beings appeared before Johnstone and Chanel. Cheek. Dragon god soldiers clad in their armor. The person who had been standing at the very front spoke out in a cold voice. I don't know what you're trying to do, Chanel. At that moment. Chanel's eyelids shook. Karis. You filthy traitor. Karis welcomed Chanel's disgusted expression as he tapped the dragon god armor surrounding his body and said. I've been able to wear this because of that betrayal, and I've even been promoted. But for you to run away to that trash dump and now to join hands with the aliens. I don't know how far you can fall. Let me finish you off here today. Ha. Johnstone yawned while watching the two converse, thinking. It's good to have a rest, but, why are they acting so confident? For them to be so confident in their dragon god armor. It was something he'd fought against when he was a 2-star transcendent. It was nothing more than scrap metal to him now. He could easily cut apart those beings with a single slash of his axe, and for them to act this confident. Karis made a strange smile at Johnstone's expression. Rumble. It seems like everyone is doing well. Hansu, who had been looking at Neorim from the top of a skyscraper, turned to look behind him. And he saw 7 people who were conversing behind him with excitement. I wish they choose us. Well, we'll know soon enough when they take off their capes. The 7 dragon god soldiers who had arrived beside them. Kiriel frowned at their conversation. There's no way that they're this stupid. There was no way they didn't know their level of strength since they'd observed Hansu and her from the sky all this time. They should know that the dragon god armor wasn't nearly enough to deal with the 2 of them. But then. Boom. A tremendous aura exploded out from around the dragon god soldiers. And the dragon god soldier who had been standing at the very front spoke excitedly. This is your first time seeing the flames blessing, right? Wait, I've heard this line before. As Kiriel mumbled at the words of the dragon god soldiers. Hansu looked at the red marks on their necks. There's someone helping them out in using the relic. There was no time to be lazy anymore. Hansu thought of the Nirpa and then felt the newly found seed near his heart. Chapter 402, the 5th seed, 1. Hansu frowned as he looked at the people exuding a powerful aura before his eyes. They successfully used the technology of the relic. Relic, controller, or external flame divine tool. It had various names but its role was all the same. It allowed one to use the power of the flame. A dragon god soldier who had been standing on the top of a building pointed towards Hansu, Kiriel, and Arunheim. It's my first time using it as well, but, it'll be amazing. I think. At the same time. Kiyeing. A terrifying amount of energy started to gather on his fingertip. A pure white light. And the moment the white light on his fingertip exploded. Boom. A white wave of light swept past the location Hansu and Kiriel had been standing at. Rumble. Everything between Hansu's position to the citizens building behind him. Whatever the white light passed by all had turned into ashes. Ha, ha 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 ha. The dragon god soldier who had caused this, Arcalcadian Ron, laughed out loud. I'm sorry. I've had my doubts about it all this time. He'd heard that the upper echelons of the Ron family were working on a new weapon. Their goal was one thing. How to allow the dragon god soldiers to become stronger than the aliens. When the aliens weren't here in the past, the dragon god soldiers were more than enough. Since the armor allowed them to achieve a strength that normal humans couldn't even imagine achieving. And things that a dragon god soldier couldn't deal with could just be dealt with their ships. But with the appearance of the aliens, everything had changed. Not all of them, but instead the rare few that had the strength to rival their ships. Although they and the ships had similar strengths, the difference in their effectiveness was dimensions apart. If such beings secretly invaded their territory with the goal of assassination, then it would be a nightmare. But he had been doubtful even while hearing about the research. Although he knew that they needed a change, he believed that there was a limit to how far technology could take them. Although these aliens existed, they only looked similar. They were a different race after all. Amazing. Arcalcadian looked at his hands in shock. The tremendous power that was flooding out from inside him. It felt like the ship's engine had replaced his heart, and he had the ship's proud Bardian cannons in lieu of his hands. The power to turn an entire city into dust, enough to massacre hundreds of thousands of people. This power wiggled inside him. But Arcalcadian soon frowned. Through the dispersing smoke, he could see the couple that didn't have a single scratch on their bodies. Chiajijik. Arcalcadian Ron smiled as he looked at Hansu, who was clad in the blue armor. It seems we hit the jackpot. Ha. Good. The entire Narapa Union was raking their entire territory to find these two people, and for them to appear before his eyes. He would have been trembling in fear if he was still at his former state. Since the power that he'd seen through the video was nothing close to what a dragon god soldier could handle. But not anymore. They now had a new skill, a new strength. Danger is an opportunity. If he could deal with these two with his own hands, his position within the family would skyrocket. And Hansu looked at the greed-filled eyes of these people and thought, weaker than the Nerpa, but there's quite a lot of them. They seemed much weaker than the Nerpa, but there were 7 of them. They weren't a force that he could ignore. And it didn't seem like it would stop at 7 people. And behind Hansu and Kiriel. Ah. Please help us. We're stuck under the rubble. They could hear the countless screams of the citizens resounding from the destruction of their city. Kiriel frowned at the citizens screaming beneath her and then asked the dragon god soldiers. Aren't those your citizens? They had chosen the city as their stage for the battle to limit the attacks of their opponents, but it seemed like they didn't care about them at all. One of the dragon god soldiers who had been drunk with power chuckled. They're our citizens, so we can do whatever we want with them, right? If you guys hadn't barged in, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Boom. Boom. Arcalcadian Ron made a content expression as he listened to the explosions around him. A power that allowed him to do anything was overflowing inside him. Kiriel frowned at this. This is more annoying. Although their individual strength was far weaker than the Nerpa, their resistance to damage was much higher. And there was a lot of them too. And these guys. They look like they're mass-produced. It seems like there's a ruckus going on all around. This plan had started out with the idea that there wasn't much that could threaten them outside the ships. Since if the Narapa Union's fleet was busy dealing with the Pompeian Empire, they wouldn't be able to defend them with just the remaining dragon god soldiers. But what was this? Kiriel frowned as she looked at the dragon god soldiers approaching her and Hansu with confidence. Boom. 14th city, Itorim. The city that Machanel and John Stone had gone to had been turned into a sea of flames. Ha ha ha. Why did you come here, Machanel? Rumble. As a red mark shone from Kara's neck. A tremendous amount of energy sprang up from beneath and started convening towards the dragon god armor's core. It then flowed towards the subatomic cannon on his right arm. The Nerpa was strong enough to control this power with his own strength, but Karis wasn't. Instead, he had a powerful body and the dragon god armor. Soon. Boom. The subatomic cannon, which was on par with the ship's cannons, split through the air and flew past the melted buildings within the city. Eek. Machanel clenched her teeth as she watched this scene. She was also a high-ranking member of the tribe. Although she was wearing the dragon god armor that could use the power of the flame, it wasn't strong enough to defend against an attack on the scale of a warship. And as Machanel fell into despair. Whoosh. It'll become annoying to navigate if you die, stand behind me. Huh. Someone grabbed her by her neck, flung her backward and stood where she had been standing at. Boom. As the bright red axe slammed down, it split the attack in half. This barbarian. You can split that as well. As Karis flinched at the scene. Quay up. John Stone shouted and started to charge ahead. Earthquakes occurred around his feet and shook the surrounding area. As Karis hurriedly activated his defensive mechanism. Boom. The bloody axe slammed onto the force field around Karis's body. Crack. Although the force field ended up slightly cracked, it was still intact. The blood-colored axe had failed at penetrating the shield that continued to regenerate. This, you bastard. Boom. And as if he was venting his anger with his newly found strength. The tremendous energy from the flame started converging around him. And not only Karis but the 2 other dragon god soldiers as well. No. As Machanel let out a shout from behind. SSSSSS. 3 beams of white light shot forward and swept past John Stone, who had been standing in front of Karis. Ha 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 ha. Did you barge in here by trusting in this weak alien? At least bring a ship, Machanel. Karis laughed out loud. Thinking that the betrayal of his tribe in the past was the right choice after all. What use was there in trying to hold onto the flag of a damned tribe? Preparing for revenge after falling far, far down was something only found within a story. Always strive for survival, for profit. Winners only grew stronger and losers only fell weaker and weaker. While they were crawling around the ground in search of revenge. He and the Narapa Union he had chosen were rising into the sky. K. The person who had given him, an outsider, a set of dragon god armor and even the flame's blessing. As long as one had the ability, they were treated well. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have been able to unite thousands of tribes, clans, and families under her feet. Since she would have had to kill them all. But as Karis was smirking at Machanel. Bastard. Who are you calling weak? A voice full of rage rang out from the dust. Then. Boom. Something cut through the dust and flew towards Karis. Huck. Karis barely managed to dodge it with luck. He'd never thought that John Stone would be able to survive the strike. Since the attack from before was an ambush. Sadly, the two dragon god soldiers behind him weren't as lucky. Pakakaka. Crunch. Quayak. Kahook. The bloody axe flew through the air and cut through the necks of the two people standing behind him. The attack was so swift that they couldn't react on time to activate their defense mechanisms. What in the world? Karis clenched his teeth at the man who walked out from the dust. But his calculations hadn't been wrong. The man had been destroyed to the point of being unable to fight. Except, he was much more tenacious than he'd expected. Some damned bastard inserted some things inside me. Although it's a bit annoying, it's still very helpful. Thud. John Stone muttered, grabbing the axe that flew back towards him. Whoosh. The red aura leaking out from his destroyed body was somehow maintaining his body. It was forcibly suppressing the nerves that relayed the feeling of pain to his body, forcibly moving his destroyed muscles. Karis looked at John Stone, who was standing tall like a zombie, and he couldn't help freaking out. Although he was about to fall. It felt like his own neck would fly off if he approached him. Monsters. But Karis then realized he didn't need to worry so much. Ha ha ha. There will be reinforcements. Dumbass. Countless dragon god soldiers are receiving the flame's blessing even now. Karis touched the communication device by his ear. Just one. If just one dragon god soldier came, then he could easily deal with the two before his eyes. But the moment he touched it. Support, denied. Why? There should be more than enough dragon god soldiers. Did something bad happen somewhere else? Something that prevented them from sending a single dragon god soldier this way? No. We should have already calculated their strengths with total accuracy. Then Karis heard a cold voice that caused chills to run down his entire back. Geek. It seems things aren't turning out the way you want. Listen, let's have a fight. Man to man. The expression on Karis's face turned gruesome. Originally. I didn't want to cause a ruckus here. Hansu muttered, swinging his hammer. It wasn't good to cause too much damage to one side. Only when the Narapa Union and the Pompeian Empire had similar strengths and gnawed away at each other would he take over the Pompeian Empire with much more ease in the future. But if these guys wanted to act out like this, he didn't have the time to hold back either. Come. Kahook. Kwaye. The 7 dragon god soldiers rolled around the floor, their entire bodies utterly destroyed. And as for the countless extra dragon god soldiers rushing towards him from afar. Rumble. A black aura started to flow out from Hansu. Chapter 403, The Fifth Seed, 2. What is that? I've never seen that before. Arironianel, who had been looking at the alien man from her office, stared into the screen in a daze. Darkness covered the man's body. And his battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. So strong that even the 7 dragon god soldiers, who had received the flame's blessing, had been reduced to a pulp in an instant. The Technord nearby was also watching the screen, and in confusion, Magaroan voiced her opinion. It's a brand new form he has never shown before. If you give me enough time I can analyze. But even before she could finish her words. Boom. Arironianel slammed her fists onto the table and screamed. More time. He's about to breach through our defenses. The defensive line of the capital city, Neorim. Every ship had gone out to the battlefield against Pompeian while many of the dragon god soldiers had been spread around the continent. The capital was very close to that man. If he got through that line of defense, he was basically at the capital already. Damn. Dispatch everyone who received the flame's blessing into that place. But, the side effects. You dumbie. Thud. AHH. Magaroan collapsed onto the floor after receiving Arironianel's enraged kick. Arironianel then picked Magaroan up, brought her face close to her own and whispered. I order you. Make as many blessed ones as you can and dump them there. No matter what you do. He cannot come into the capital. The fairytale stories of the prince who came to save the princess or the hero saving his comrades. If that man's goal was that valiant, then it would be good for both sides, but it was clear how far his true goals were from such fantasies. The relic. An object that they and the Pompeian Empire had each taken. The treasure of all treasures that allowed their technology to soar so much. He wasn't a man in love or a warrior who had lost his friends. He'd come here to steal their treasure. You bandit. This is as far as you go. The family leaders shouldn't bother themselves with such a job as this. Their true opponent was far away in the distance, the Emperor Pompeian. Not these bugs crawling around on the ground. Thief. I will bury you here. At this moment, Arironianel thought of the ones receiving the flame's blessings and smiled coldly. Rumble. Kiriel looked at the dragon god soldiers continuing to fly their way and asked Hansu. Aren't we going to use that relic? Although the power of that skill Hansu had just used was powerful, the power of the relic that their opponents were using was tempting as well. Even more so since they had a relic as well. We're terribly outnumbered. As Kiriel made a bitter expression at the sheer number of people swarming towards them. Rumble. Hansu, who had rid himself of the dark light, shook his head and spoke. We might end up luring those things. Kyo. Hansu looked towards the giant monsters in the far distance. The giant moving mountains that were ignoring the countless attacks from the ships and were searching for more great furnaces. He knew how to use this relic and had the physical power to withstand it as well. But the moment he used this, all those mountains would converge onto him. The strength hidden inside this thing was far greater and purer than the great furnace. It was the origin of those giant mountain-sized monsters after all. If he used it now, then unlike the Narupa Union's current indirect method, there would be a huge shockwave that would only serve to attract their attention. Those mountains were hard to deal with even for beings who had already reached the 4th star. Since even the warship fleets couldn't handle that thing. Too strong. And it's getting more and more annoying. Hansu thought, looking at the Hadera in the distance. As it passed by a city, the Hadera seemed like it needed a snack and was now eating up the great furnace within. Crunch. Crackle. But strangely, the giant mountain was slowly decreasing in size as it ate the furnace. It was an extremely minute change, so most people hadn't noticed it yet. But this wasn't the right time to agitate it yet. If all 7 of those monsters came here, then they would easily crush apart the defensive line, causing the Pompeian Empire to rush over instantly. Hansu did not want that to happen yet. Those things and the fleets needed to stay where they were, while he dealt with the issue here. Rumble. Whoosh. Hansu laughed as he looked at the mass of dragon god soldiers coming his way. It seems they scrounged up every last bit they could. Hansu felt the squirming seed of the 9 dragons strike inside him and refocused his attention onto another seed. The skill he obtained after beating Melchizedek in the 5th zone. Although it hadn't been long since he planted it inside him, the seed that was glowing in a natural multicolored light was letting out an aura that didn't lose out to the 9 dragons strike. Hansu took a glance at the soldiers before his eyes and then probed the seed in the center of his chest. And at that moment, rumble. A giant shockwave rang out inside his head. Boom. His vision quickly darkened. Darkness covered the entire sky and not a single ray of light pierced through, causing the land to fall into shadow. Lightning strikes struck down from the dark clouds and his surroundings could no longer be seen. But Hansu knew that this was only occurring inside his mind. A phenomenon caused after he activated the skill and entered the other dimension. Rumble. The land around Hansu broke down and a giant hole appeared. Thud. A giant hand rose up, grabbed Hansu and dragged him down. A tremendous strength that no existence could resist. But Hansu did not resist as he let it drag him down. And soon, Hansu arrived at a dark space. Like an underground cave but with a spacious area. It was clear that this wasn't Ankara's underground area. No creature like this had lived under Ankara. Rumble. Behind the giant hand that dragged Hansu down, the existence belonging to that hand could be seen. An existence so large that it treated those giant Haderas as nothing more than bugs. A spider-like body with 8 arms and 8 legs. The thousands of eyes on its head glowed with a red light as it watched Hansu in the darkness. And it wasn't just one spider next to Hansu. Whoosh. It was dark, but because there were flames emitting a little bit of light, it told Hansu that there were many more of them. 13 existences that had completely different auras. Of course, they all had different appearances as well. Some were even larger than the spider and some were only as big as Hansu. One glowing with a white light and one had a horn embedded in its forehead. But they all had some similarities as well. One had a terrifying amount of rage surrounding its body, while another was unfathomably powerful. As Hansu descended from the spider's hand, the 13 existences started to argue with each other. The one who started it was the spider that had dragged Hansu down. I'll go out again this time as well. He would also like someone who has gone out once already. But even before the spider finished its words, countless angry voices filled the area. F off. You went out early. Dumbass. There's 13 of us, stop trying to be so greedy. Hansu frowned at the arguments of the 13 existences but then pointed towards one of them. 2 horns and 13 pairs of wings. Although its size was similar to Hansu's, its aura didn't lose out to the giant creatures at all. Shut up. You're coming with me. The existence that was covered from head to toe in darkness and was laying around in a lazy manner. It was the most useful one in this situation. The moment his words rang out, the loud area suddenly turned deathly quiet. The one who broke it was the man who Hansu had chosen. Well, I don't mind, but, did you choose me because of the ability I have? You should choose carefully, you know. There were 13 in all. All of them had the strength to rip the world apart, but this kid before their eyes could not withstand such a strength. It only made sense for him to choose someone who was the most suitable for the situation outside. As Hansu stayed silent, the man shrugged his shoulders and said, well, if you don't want to say it then it doesn't matter. It's only your loss if you use it without any knowledge. But you know, right? Borrowing our strength isn't free. At the man's words, Hansu replied, I know too well. Don't worry. He knew way too well. As to what these things were. How much strength they had. What kind of ability and personality as well. How could he not? These were beings he had shed countless drops of tears and blood to defeat in his previous life. Allowing me to experience my old memories, that damned fairy. A skill that entrapped the most powerful 13 demons within the abyss. In his previous life, he had to put his life on the line multiple times to defeat these things despite being countless times stronger than he was right now. The difference between his strength and theirs was no joke. Although there were side effects. That meant the strength he received was just that great. Thud. The demon who grabbed Hansu's hand, Barmamont, quickly shot up into the sky with Hansu. Rumble. What the hell is that? It's making me feel uneasy. As the dragon god soldiers looked at the darkness-covered Hansu. Crunch. Kahat. Hansu's eyes, which had turned completely black including his whites, looked around with a cold gaze. And at that moment. What the F? What? The dragon god soldiers flinched as they backed up. Those weren't the eyes that looked at an enemy. He was looking at them with joy, with love. And as they looked at those eyes, chills ran down the backs of every single dragon god soldier watching him. Chapter 404, The Fifth Seed, 3. What the hell is going on? Arironianel clenched her teeth as she looked at the hesitating dragon god soldiers. The dragon god soldiers had received the flame's blessing. They should be wiping away every single bug before their eyes, but they were hesitating, unable to take another step forward. You bastards. What are you doing? Did you run over there to say hello? Kill him. Do you know how many cities are being destroyed while you wait? Reincarnator couldn't hold back anymore as she roared into the communications device. The aliens and the members of Reunion were continuously destroying countless cities all around. At a tremendous speed. Multiple cities worth of damages was occurring by the second, so of course she was feeling annoyed at the Dragon God soldiers' hesitation. But despite Reincarnator's enraged shouts, the Dragon God soldiers continued to waver. Damn it. What is that thing? Reincarnator clenched her fists as she looked at the alien covered in darkness on the screen. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Barmamont, who had borrowed Hansu's body, laughed out loud. How long had it been since he tasted fresh air? He usually enjoyed ripping apart and devouring weaklings. Rise up to the top, then stomp and trample all over those before him. But what kind of world was the Abyss? He was not omnipotent. There were actually other powerful races such as the dragons. And there were some other special unknown creatures that even they felt danger from. So despite being so powerful, he had to continuously strive to become stronger and stronger. But what about this place? He could run around without any restraints and just rip things apart. How lucky. Good. Good. Barmamont checked the body he was controlling. Because of the sheer amount of strength they had, most creatures could not withstand their power and blew apart. But this body was different. It had more than enough strength to sustain his own and had an infinite room for growth. And he liked this person's goals as well. He's going to be fighting a lot more. He hadn't called him out here to escape this danger. There were countless enemies he had to fight and too many battles he had to go through. This man was too perfect. Although there was a limit to how much strength he could use due to the current strength of the host's body, but since the gate had already been opened, he could wreak havoc onto this world whenever he wanted. Although there were countless beings that had never tasted their strength. There weren't any beings that had tasted their strength once and didn't seek for more. And since this man was a person who toiled in chaos, having gone through countless battles, that made this was even better. I guess. I should give him some good service. I'll show you something that's dimensions apart from that stupid brute spider. Barmamont chuckled coldly at the bugs around him. Sadly, there were 13 of them. And the final decision fell to the owner of this body. This meant that if he wanted to taste this fresh atmosphere as often as possible, he needed to stand out the most among the 13 and treat him the best. He was going to prevent that strength-obsessed spider and the other 11 from even seeing the outside world a single time. I will turn this place into something beautiful. Black smoke started to surround Barmamont. Then. Kaka. As Barmamont started to swing his right arm, he felt a sense of suppression from inside him. And he heard a small voice echo out from within. Barmamont's expression turned gruesome. You should know that I'll have to control this body to use the amount of strength you want. The same power could be the difference between the heavens and earth depending on how efficiently one used it. The amount of strength he was asking for was not possible with Hansu's level. Since this strength wasn't Hansu's but rather his own. He had taken over the body thinking that Hansu was going to entrust his body with him, but what was this? Barmamont felt the fresh air as he continued his attempts at persuading Hansu. If you want to control such a large amount of power, then you'll have to pay a much higher price. Do you really want that? Hansu chuckled from inside. Barmamont frowned at Hansu's words. This was one thing he didn't like about this host. He wasn't easy. And another thing. He wasn't stupid either. Barmamont pouted as he said. Let's talk about it afterward. Barmamont smiled as he gathered energy to attack again. This body was already in his hands. If Hansu tried his best then Barmamont would be affected, but if he really went berserk then the soul inside the body could only watch while being swept around in the currents. And that meant that he could stay out here even longer. Just rest inside, I'll deal with everything and treat you well. Barmamont gathered hellfire into his hands. And a cold voice echoed out from inside his mind. Flinch. What the hell? You bastard. But even before he could finish his words. Whoosh. The terrifying dark aura that stormed around the body started to disappear. What a troublesome fellow. A different voice came out from Hansu's mouth. Rumble. You damned bastard. How do you know my true name? Hansu thought to himself as he listened to Barmamont's words. Because you told me in the past when you begged me to let you live as my slave. Hansu thought back to the past when Barmamont offered his true name while shivering in fear, and he walked forwards, slowly getting drunk from his newfound strength. All these fellows were untrustworthy. It wasn't good to use them for a prolonged period of time. I'll finish it up fast. Hansu's speed quickened. Damn. Reincarnator, a dragon god soldier who had confidently run over, slowly backed up. A tremendous amount of strength was overflowing from inside his body, but this strength did not get rid of the most primal fear born from their instincts. And Reincarnator's enraged voice continued to pierce into Reincarnator's ears. You cowards! If your family leaders saw this then they would be so proud of you. Fine. Go ahead and continue to waste your time. B. You should come and check him out yourself. Reincarnator clenched his teeth at Reincarnator's words, but he started to move forward. It was annoying, but her words were correct. He had gained a new, unfathomable amount of strength but was still shivering in fear. The strength he had received was because he had fought more valiantly than anyone else, and so he would continue to do so in the future. A soldier who refused to fight was useless, and there were countless others who would gladly take his spot. If he continued to act in this way, then even if he survived this battle, he would lose everything he had gained and fall straight down the social ladder. The mark on his neck started to shine brightly. Ka. The metal alloys around him started to bend away while making breaking sounds. His aura alone had caused this. And as the metal alloys bent to the point of snapping apart. Boom. Reincarnator's body shot off an attack, accompanied by a huge sound. A tiny sun that melted everything it passed rang through the darkness. And he wasn't the only one who attacked. Boom. Boom. Multiple other dragon god soldiers who heard Reincarnator's orders started to fire as well. Reincarnator smiled coldly as he looked at the multiple attacks that could melt away a couple cities in an instant. Good. This amount of firepower could rival even the fleets. A single being should not be able to withstand this. Oroitaran looked at the wave of attacks as he activated the sun visor before his eyes, and he covered the area where the attacks were converging onto with his hands. It would be bad if he were to end up blinded by the light that would soon follow. But as the attacks arrived by Hansu, whoosh! The darkness surrounding Hansu stretched apart as it spread out a thin dark veil. And as the light touched that veil, SSSSSS, the wave of light was sucked into the darkness. Like a black hole, absorbing everything away. What? Their attacks weren't supposed to end like this. And as they flinched at this strange sight, whoosh! Hansu, who hadn't received a single hint of damage, rushed towards Oroitaran standing at the very front and swung his hammer. Damn. It was too late to dodge. As Hansu's hammer flew in, Oroitaran used all the power from the flame's blessing and poured it onto the shield before his eyes. Then, boom! I blocked it. Oroitaran was full of joy at the giant shockwave that occurred right in front of him. Although the dragon god armor cracked and his arm felt like it was about to break, he had succeeded in defending. And he wasn't alone. Bastard. I'll smash you apart. It was time for a counterattack. As Oroitaran aimed for Hansu again. Kaka. Oroitaran looked down at the strange sound that came from his arm. Oroitaran screamed out in pain as he saw that his arm had been ripped off from the elbow down. Hansu's hammer had done this. Well, the dark shadow that was lingering around at the tip of Hansu's hammer to be exact. The shadow that had devoured the wave of light was showing its white teeth as it devoured Oroitaran's arm. While Oroitaran screamed, a dissatisfied voice could be heard from inside. Well, that's not my problem. Die. Demon. He's a demon. Boom. There was no time to care about Barmamont. Since the other dragon god soldiers were charging towards him. The hate-filled voice of Barmamont, who was still shocked by the fact that Hansu had dragged him down, could be heard from inside him. Listen well, you brat. I'll take the most important thing from you. That won't change even if you know my true name. That's what our contract is based on after all. The 13 demons. Barmamont of Gluttony. The great demon that devoured the world spat those words at Hansu. Chapter 405, The Price, 1. A person's mana and stamina were the two most important things in a battle. So most skills used these two as the price to work. But even if they were precious, sooner or later a person could recover what was used. What's truly priceless are the things that cannot be recovered once lost. So the demons were tempted by such things the most, and they prepared a large amount of strength to gain them. Great and attractive power. In order to snare these so-called priceless things, they wouldn't hesitate to entice all those wishing to borrow their strength. Boom. Arironyanel dazedly looked at the man who was sweeping the entire surroundings while being covered in darkness. What the? Screams continuously echoed out through the communications panel. Damn. Send us a ship with some support. Please. My arm. My arm. The darkness around the man devoured everything nearby. Everything from the flame's power to the dragon god armor that the soldiers were wearing. Everything. Any obstacles in its path were instantly devoured as the man continued on his path of destruction. If one added up everything that he had devoured up until this point, then it would have at least spanned the length of a tall building. In terms of the energy he had eaten, the total amount could erase a couple of cities in an instant. But the man's appearance hadn't changed a single bit. Arironyanel clenched her teeth at the man who was causing utter destruction to everything around him. Damn. My calculations were way off. At this rate, we'll be massacred. The flame's blessing could not be received by just anyone. Dragon god soldiers were those that had precise control over the M-waves and therefore could command the dragon god armor. Only they could receive and control the flame's blessing. And from what she could see, dumping a few more dragon god soldiers with the flame's blessing wouldn't change anything. It was like chucking hay into a huge fire. Ugh. Arironyanel made a decision. This was beyond her capabilities. Reporting this to the family head would brand her as an incapable piece of trash that couldn't even complete a simple task, and it would lower her position within the family, but that wasn't important right now. Well, failing to complete her task was an issue, but if she let this become an even larger issue, then it would spiral into an even bigger problem. If she wasted time in this place and let that man charge straight into the capital, then it would be the end for her. Arironyanel sighed and spoke to the Technord nearby. Contact, the family head. An urgent matter has come up. Understood. The Technord seemed to have similar thoughts as Arironyanel and quickly opened up the communications panel. Kiririri. Arironyanel stared at the battle scene and then added a few words. Record and send that too. So the head can understand the situation better. The head will understand. She told the Technord to add it for better understanding, but it was more like an excuse on her part. If the head saw this, it would be understandable. How in the world would she be able to handle it? Yeah. This is better. Deciding that this matter was already out of her hands, it made her feel much lighter. Arironyanel looked at the monstrous being on the panel screen, her mind at ease. The alien who was shredding apart the dragon god soldiers of the Narapa Union. Anyway. Why wasn't he using that power if he had it all along? Arironyanel thought to herself. The reason why she had underestimated him was because she'd been observing him for quite some time. She had watched him ever since he caused that ruckus inside Reunion's territory. Wouldn't it be easier for him if he'd used that power in the Flameless Lands? She had expected him to have a bit of hidden strength, but not this much. Why? At that moment. Kiriring. The communication link connected as a panel opened. Arironyanel then saw an expressionless face on the panel. Yes. Family head. There was no expression, but Arironyanel could clearly see the rage hidden within his eyes. Arironyanel gulped as she looked at the family head, Cameronel, before her eyes. Boom. Kiriel pummeled a dragon god soldier down and loosened up her joints. They were much easier to handle in comparison to the Nerpa they had fought in the past. But there was another reason why she was so laid back. There's nothing to do. Boom. Ah. Kiriel felt worried because she kept hearing screams echoing from the distance. There was no need for her to do anything. Hansu was sweeping through everything and everyone. None of the enemy's attacks worked on him, and every strike on his end ignored their defenses and devoured them. An already strong opponent had basically gotten hold of a cheating software. If someone like that was charging towards her, then it would basically be a physical manifestation of a nightmare. But this worried Kiriel. A single skill can be that strong. Every single one of Hansu's skills was overpowered, this was a fact. But there was an unbroken rule between all the skills. The higher the risk, the higher the gain. The stronger the skill's power, the higher the price they had to pay. If used correctly, the 9-Dragon Strike was an attack that pulverized all the bones within one's body, whereas the Pandemic Blade was a skill that basically devoured one's mana. Hansu could use those skills because of his disgustingly high-leveled physical ability and a never-ending supply of mana, but if somebody else, like herself, used those skills, then it would easily half-kill them just by activating the skills. The Demonic Dragon Reinforcement and the Immortal Soul's powers weren't as strong as Hansu's two skills, so despite being on the same rank, the price one had to pay was lower as well. This meant that to use the skill that Hansu was using, he had to at least pay a price that was equal to or higher than the 9-Dragon Strike or the Pandemic Blade. No, from what she could see, he had to pay a price that was several times higher than that. But he wasn't paying anything. It didn't seem like his body was being destroyed, nor did it look like he was using a tremendous amount of mana. So this made her even more worried. If he wasn't paying with mana or stamina or anything else, then what did one have to pay to gain such a ridiculous amount of strength? At that moment, Chiajijik. A sound could be heard from the visors of the soldiers. The sound was in some form of a military code, so it was hard to understand, but she could guess to a degree. The moment the soldiers heard that sound, their expressions brightened up and they acted instantly. SSSSSSS. ZZZZZTZT. Light blue particles appeared in the air and started to surround the bodies of the surviving Dragon God soldiers. Quantum transmission. Whoosh. The particles surrounding the Dragon God soldiers were so bright that they almost looked like shiny treasures. I understand, but... Kiriel thought. If she had to fight against that monster, she would also have a similar expression if she managed to receive a path to survival. As the Dragon God soldiers disappeared, she approached Hansu with a worried expression. This didn't look simple at all. Hey. Are you okay? He had only used it because they were in a bad situation. He did not want to use the Demon's Gate. The demons were unpredictable. They were strong and intelligent as well. They never did a trade that was disadvantageous to them, and they always had to fulfill their desires. The thing the demons wanted the most was his suffering. It was now time to pay the price. It would be nice if it was something like his lifespan, mana, or a part of his body, but if it was something that affected his mental state, it would be a huge problem. Hansu barely managed to speak to Kiriel. Get away from me. As far as you can. Pardon. But before she could receive a reply. Clank. Hansu fell to the ground unconscious. Hee, I've looked at your memories in detail. How cute. Barmamont, who was sitting inside Hansu's mind, smiled as he looked at Hansu in front of him. He had to know about his opponent if he wanted to steal the most precious thing he had. Reading his memories was part of the contract, one of the most basic options. And after doing so, Barmamont had to accept the fact that Hansu was very interesting. But things don't connect very well. According to his memories, he'd lived a very normal life. He had lived a normal life until he was 20 years old, experiencing nothing that related to fighting. But the moment he came over to this world, he showed a tremendous amount of potential that was beyond comprehension and charged forward. And he didn't seem like he was fighting to become stronger or just to survive. Well, he did fight for those things, but they weren't goals. Rather, they were a small procedure towards a bigger goal. His goal was to unite humankind. But there was no source for his motivation. Every human being had some form of motivation driving their actions, but he did not. And the sudden appearance of his insane skills could not be explained either. Well, to be exact, there were a few parts that could explain it that were hidden here and there. But Barmamont could not read them. It means those fairies did something. Barmamont chuckled. Well, he had all the clues he needed, he could figure it out now. Maybe it was some random scum, but he was a demon who controlled one of the 13 demonic territories. He had gathered countless amounts of information. Of course, he knew an explanation to this as well. An explanation for this guy's strange past. This also told him why Hansu knew his true name despite just being a bug. You bastard. You used the dragon race's treasure and came back from the future, didn't you? Barmamont looked at the expressionless Hansu with a cold smile. Reincarnator, Chapter 406, the price, 2. Interesting. The only thing that's making you continue is your memory of the past. Barmamont looked amused. Hansu's motivation wasn't from any enjoyment of the present, nor was it hope for the future. It was his memories of his past life. A poor fellow stuck in the hands of the Reaper. Barmamont chuckled. Despite having so much strength, he only ran forward to escape from the illusion of his past. Maybe it was because he came from the future. So it wasn't just some past memory, but rather a future that could drastically change depending on how he acted right now. But that wasn't fun. I respect contracts. I will release you from your shackles. As his words ended. Rumble. A wisp of a black flame appeared on the tip of Barmamont's finger, radiating a grim aura. Barmamont took the strange cluster of energy that somehow resembled black flames or perhaps a collection of small shadows and placed it on Hansu's forehead. Instead of the playful voice that Barmamont had been using up until now, a very serious and grim voice came out from his mouth. I, Barmamont, one of the 13 rulers of the demon world, follow the contract and collect the price for the strength that has been lent. This contract was made upon the agreement of both sides. If the requests are excessive, then this contract shall be terminated. But seeing the smirk on his face, he seemed confident that he wouldn't be denied. While keeping his flaming finger on Hansu's forehead, Barmamont spoke. The thing I want from you is your memory from the past. Then, boom! The black flame on his finger went berserk as it swirled around Hansu's head. And Barmamont shouted at Hansu. I, Barmamont of Gluttony, request your memories. The memories which you value over everything else. As his words ended. Boom! A bright light exploded out from the space between them, bathing them in light. The judge was debating if Barmamont's request had been excessive or not. The moment the light surrounded them, the black flame stopped digging into Hansu's head, lingering in place. If Barmamont's request wasn't excessive, then it meant the judge had accepted his demand. If the request had been unreasonable in relation to the strength loaned out, the request would then be slightly tweaked. Rumble. Hansu felt the black flame surrounding his head as well as the light that bathed them and thought. Memories. Why is everyone so interested in my memories? As Hansu thought of Ares and Keldian who'd sent him into the past after altering his memories. Whoosh. The light started to disperse. The judgment had been made. Rumbling. Ha 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 ha. Good. The moment the light disappeared, the black flame started digging deeper into Hansu's head. Hansu? Kiriel asked, lifting up Hansu, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He wanted to run away, but how could he? Ugh. Kiriel sighed at her incompetence, unable to do anything for Hansu. If she had received a clear explanation, then she could have worked things out on her own, but Hansu's words were mostly fragmented. At that moment, a thought appeared in her mind. Should I read him? She had never read Hansu's memories until now. But if she did, she might be able to find a hint about the current situation. As Kiriel looked at Hansu and pondered. Phew. Hansu, who had been leaning on Kiriel, woke up and breathed out roughly. He's awake. Kiriel sighed in relief after seeing Hansu regaining consciousness and starting to move his body. She had been worried that he would stay like this forever. But she could only stay calm for a short moment. Because she remembered Hansu's words before he fell unconscious. To get as far away from him as possible. If going berserk was Hansu's price for using that skill, then she would be the one in danger. As Kiriel watched Hansu and prepared to use cloudy movement. Hansu stood up and spoke with a sigh. Ha. Thank you, Kiriel. But next time, just run away as far as you can first. I can't guarantee that the next time will end this luckily as well. Kiriel flinched at Hansu's words but then sighed in relief and dropped her guard. It didn't seem like he'd gone berserk or was being controlled by someone else. Kiriel then asked Hansu worriedly. What happened? Hansu replied as he looked back at Kiriel's anxious expression. He asked for my memories as the price. For using that skill. Hansu nodded and Kiriel spoke out. Well, that's not too bad. I can tell you about the memories that you lost. Of course, those memories were very important. But it was much better than losing his life or something as valuable as that. Kiriel actually thought that he'd have to pay half his lifespan or one of his limbs as the price. Memories weren't as bad. And since he remembers me, it seems that he hasn't lost everything. She didn't know how much of his memories had been used as payment, but she knew everything about Hansu. It wouldn't be a stretch to say she knew every single thing that Hansu did since he came to the other verse. This was the correct attitude of a die-hard fan. She could easily explain the lost memories and remind him of the more important tasks. But Hansu shook his head. This wasn't an issue that Kiriel could solve. If the memories Barmamont wanted were the memories of this life, then Kiriel could indeed help him out. But they weren't the only memories he had. The memories he could not say out loud, those to prevent the hastening of the other verse fully merging with the abyss, the memories of the past and the future. How aggressive. Hansu smiled bitterly. He didn't blame Barmamont. Since he was a demon after all. The demons enjoyed watching humans stray off course. They enjoyed watching humans who used to remain steadfast suddenly falter and reach an unfavorable end. They would continue to lure them further and further away from their original goal so they could never come close to attaining them again. Barmamont had only one reason to take away Hansu's memories. He'd hoped that Hansu would deviate from his current path after losing the memories that had pushed him forward. But it was more like he'd taken away the heavy load on his shoulders. Allowing him to live the way he wanted, to be selfish and use his strength the way he wanted. The life that every human wanted. Of course, he isn't that kind. If he really lost all his memories and lived the way Barmamont wanted him to. If he lost the memories of his friends and failed to unify the human race, using his powers for the wrong things. Barmamont would then return Hansu's memories and laugh at him. Making him remember what he'd once valued. But I cannot allow that. Damned bastard. The payment wasn't a one-time thing. His memories of the future were too high a price for Hansu when he'd only borrowed Barmamont's strength once. And Barmamont seemed to know this and hadn't asked for too much. At least, he remembered everything for now. The memories of the past, the plan, and his comrades. But it would slowly fade away. Everything in his head. That's the price I want from you. You should hurry. That is, if you don't want to forget everything related to your end goal. Before he lost his memories of the past. In order to deal with the load his friends placed on his shoulders. I'll complain to them once we meet up above. Hansu thought of Ares and stood up chuckling. He didn't have the time to worry, he needed to move. I didn't lose much. Let's continue. Hansu stood up and moved towards Neorim in the distance. Thinking about an existence different to Barmamont. The fairy. Does it want me to move faster? This hadn't happened just because he used the Demon's Gate. The problem laid in its roots. The fairy had given him this skill after all. The fairy probably saw a bit of the future as it handed him this skill. The fairy knew what he'd valued the most. And how the demons wanted it. But all of this didn't matter. Since he just needed to use it once it came into his hands. Kiriel asked with a worried expression as she watched Hansu starting to walk. Are you really okay? Looking at his memories, it seemed like he'd paid quite a high price. But Hansu chuckled at her words. I'm fine. I paid the price in full right away. So whether he used that strength or not, his memories would slowly fade away. He had chosen to use this power as much as he wanted without limitations. Since he'd paid for it, the more he used, the better, right? Let's go. Before I forget what I need to do. And behind Hansu's feet. Whoosh. 13 shadows appeared and lingered. Reincarnator, Chapter 407, Wall, 1. Hansu looked towards Neorim and fell into thought. They're probably still preparing for me. They had just checked out his strength and tried to overwhelm him. And if those blessed soldiers were their trump card, they wouldn't have backed off. Especially since the relic inside Neorim was far more valuable than the Dragon God soldiers. They would have thrown away every single Dragon God soldier at hand if it could buy them one more second. By retrieving the Dragon God soldiers, it meant that the soldiers weren't part of their plans to stop Hansu. A plan to stop him without wasting the Dragon God soldiers. Since they'd done this after seeing his strength, he could narrow it down to 3 possibilities. 1. The Nerapus Union's proud fleets currently fighting in the front lines. 2. Their relic. But they couldn't use these two however they wanted. Since their true enemy wasn't him after all but rather the Emperor, Pompeian. The moment they diverted one of these two things onto him, it would tilt the balance between them and the Pompeian Empire. Which meant that there was only one possibility left. It seems that I'll be seeing everyone else again. Hansu thought as he looked towards the giant city in the distance. A giant valley that spread from east to west that stretched over 7,300 kilometers. The size of the valley was so deep and wide that in the past, many tribes thought that this valley had been created by the heavy slash of a god. A valley made by a god to separate the rich southern lands from the poor northern lands. Well, it's not really that dramatic and all, but still. Rumble. Cameronel mumbled from inside his personal ship. He had been looking at the valley and at the light that shone out from its depths. Although he didn't believe in God and all, he still liked to come here from time to time and enjoy the view. This was the only place on this planet where a person could witness the deeply hidden flame in detail. That giant sphere that was still visible despite being thousands of kilometers below the surface. An agglomeration of a vastly advanced technology that even they, who were already quite advanced, wouldn't even dare to approach. The existence of that flame was the very reason why he loved this place. This great valley was one of the few locations that could fuel his greed. A location that told him that despite reaching such heights, there were still areas he had yet to conquer. 2 in fact. Cameronel looked towards the far distance. 2 things he hadn't conquered. One was the flame under the planet. The second was the land of that Pompeian bastard. Cameronel gritted his teeth. In such an important moment. Why did such a nuisance have to appear out of nowhere? Cameronel frowned at Arironianel's report which told him that he had to deal with this himself. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the leisure to care about a fly like that. Pompeian. He was strong but so was his opponent. Against an opponent like this, he didn't have the room for leisure. He needed to work fast and efficiently while using every card he had. Always be prepared for the worst. And he had done so up until now. Although he might look like a tyrant who devoured over half of this continent. Although he owned so much to the point of not knowing what to do with anything. He didn't have a single second to rest. While maintaining a good relationship with the other 2 families, he had to push back Pompeian's forces. This meant that despite having a fly buzzing around back home, he couldn't do anything about it. Since the blade in his hand wasn't meant for the fly but for something else. Damn these annoying aliens. But he had to trust in these aliens now. Cameronel frowned as he looked behind him. Towards the couple who were sitting down in the interior of the ship. You said you could handle him, right? Family matters should be dealt from within the family. Cameronel looked at the couple. In fact, the Dragon God soldiers he had created were based on these 2 people. Monstrous beings that could rip apart fleets by themselves. Even amongst the aliens, these 2 were part of the elite few. Did they say they were 4 stars? The woman nodded. We'll deal with it. Since your goal is important to us too. I'll trust you. Please finish it quickly. But if you can't even handle this, I may need to rethink our alliance. Cameronel spoke these words as he irritably walked off. He then added a few more words as he headed towards the terrace outside the ship. I'll tell you when the quantum transmission is ready. Just enjoy the view from the terrace until then, this isn't something that just anybody gets to see. And with those words, Cameronel left the room. The couple, who had been left by themselves in the room, watched the videos they received for a while. Damn. Retreat. What is that? What is that dark thing? The scene of one man massacring the Dragon God soldiers while being covered in darkness. The man spoke. Only one of us should go, the other should stay and focus on finishing up the plan. Yes, you're right. The woman agreed to his words. They couldn't both go. They didn't have the leisure to do so. The great plan, this is it. The plan which they and the Nerapa Union had prepared for. Their goal was right before their noses and at least one of them needed to stay here for that. The man shrugged his shoulders. One is more than enough. It's better if I go, right? Stay here. Although they both knew Hansu. But unlike him, the woman had a deeper relationship with Hansu. It would be better for him to go. But the woman shook her head. No, I will go. Will you be okay? The woman, Mihi, nodded. Of course. I'll deal with it quickly. Mihi looked sadly at the screen. Hansu. Why did you come so late? Too many things had changed. Too many things had been trampled on. There were too many things on her shoulders now. To go back to the days of the tutorial. The days of her, Sangjin, and Hansu exploring the new world together. The man felt worried as he looked at her. Becoming all emotional at such an important stage. Ugh. The man spoke out while looking at her face. No, I'll go. What? Stay. We might not be able to finish this with just words. The man looked at the berserk Hansu with cold eyes. Rumble. Dozens of transcendents had rejoined Hansu as he ran. This included John Stone and the countless others who had spread out to divert the attention of the Dragon God soldiers. But it had been quite a while since they had last met up. There wasn't much point for a diversion since Hansu's position had been exposed already. And they may get killed off by the Dragon God soldiers while being away from Hansu. Tate-a-tate-talk. John Stone, who had been running while healing his body, looked confused. Why aren't they doing anything? Hansa replied. They realized that they needed a single, powerful strike. F. As John Stone frowned. Boom. Boom. Giant metal spikes abruptly shot up from the ground and into the sky, right in front of him and Hansu. Boom. Thousands of metal spikes rose into the air like a giant metal wave. Each spike seemed to contain a vicious aura. Damn it. Dodge it. It was a skill that could easily shred apart 3-star transcendence. Everyone stopped running. It looked like the enemy didn't seem to have any enmity with them since they'd stopped attacking them. But John Stone flinched. This skill. Then. I apologize for being a bit blunt, but I'm feeling a bit impatient, you see. A man walked out from between the spikes. Seeing the man, John Stone spat out one word. Samuel. Ah. You're here as well. John Stone gulped. He knew Samuel had departed the Flameless Lands, but for him to have joined the Narapa Union so quickly. Samuel made an awkward expression as he looked at the familiar faces among the Transcendents. He had never expected to see his old underlings in a place like this. You must have had a great time after leaving us all alone there, right? You've been sticking by their side. That. Samuel was about to reply to John Stone's angry words, but in the end he closed his mouth and turned his head away. He hadn't come here for this. In order to achieve his goals, he had thrown away John Stone and left. He had no time to waste right now. Especially talking about the old times. Kong Hansu. This is far as you go. Please stop. Hansu frowned. This person had come out of nowhere and had started saying a bunch of nonsense. Please stop going after the relic. That's something very dear to us. Hansu made an amused expression. It seems that I've lost my memories already. I don't remember us being this friendly. Memory. Samuel paused at hearing Hansu's strange words, but then spoke with a heavy expression. I don't know what you're saying, but you may not know me. Hansu had always looked forwards. And he had chased after him from behind. But not anymore. While Hansu was being lazy, he'd run past him and had taken the lead. And their plans were about to succeed. Samuel breathed in deeply and looked at Hansu. We're going to use the relic and create a land for ourselves in the 6th zone. They were so close. Their plan of finishing that they were creating with the Narapa Union at the Great Valley. And if they succeeded, they wouldn't need to fight anymore. They would be able to escape the cycle of fighting and live a peaceful life. John Stone roared at Samuel's words. You bastard. You're basically saying you refuse to climb up? You're throwing us away. Samuel's expression turned sad at hearing his shouts. Chapter 408, Wall, 2. In the interior space of the Boulder Mountain in the Great Ravine. The Technoid, Reincarnator Chapter, gulped as she looked at the countless machines continuously being created from inside the bunker hidden deep within the ground. Where did they find such a blueprint? As a Technoid, she had climbed all the way up to our level. She had, of course, proven her abilities, and she had familiarized herself with every important project within the family. After all, she was now in charge of directing the current top priority project, But, there were two matters that even she couldn't understand. The infinite growth of the alien strength. And the technology handed down from the family's main branch that far surpassed her imagination. Both these things existed before her eyes. Rumble. An alien in the distance lifted up a giant spire. With just her hands. A giant hunk of metal that was 700 meters long with a 100-meter radius was being lifted up by a small being not even 2 meters in height. It was hard to believe, but it was the truth. And, it's a woman. The woman lifted the spire and then covered her body with a thin barrier to prevent breaking the nearby structures. She then touched the communications device by her ear. Kaijijik. Words entered Reincarnator Chapter's ears. There aren't many left now. I need to take this to the 112th zone in the north, right? Reincarnator Chapter, who had been in a daze watching the woman single-handedly lifting up that giant metal chunk, woke up from those words and replied. Yes. That way. Take it to the coordinates N123131, H01689. The woman gave a short response and quickly flew off into the giant valley below. To go in there. Due to the powerful force field, the giant valley was a place where the flame's power could not be used. The only ones who could move around with those giant hunks of metal were the aliens. It would have taken decades for their people to move those giant metal spires. Since they would have had to disassemble it first, then move it piece by piece before reassembling it again. Simply not burning up in the heat is a relief on its own. Reincarnator Chapter shook her head at the powerful flames that seeped out from the depths of the valley and then moved to her next destination. Towards the 17 remaining metal spires that the woman had just departed from. And as she drew closer and closer, she saw the metal spires becoming larger and larger. Each one was comparable in size with their ships. So she lifted this thing, huh? Reincarnator Chapter tried pushing the metal spire in disbelief and then woke up at her futile effort. The woman was one thing, but these metal spires were strange too. A mysterious metal tower that had descended from above and were made up of many parts whose nature were unknown to them. Even the core parts built in Neorim and then sent here had implemented an extremely high level of technology. Although the spires had been reassembled here under her own jurisdiction, she still couldn't fully grasp what they were. She only knew one thing. That they would be activated by the relic that was hidden deep within the Neorim. Although the relic was still being held in the capital due to security reasons, once these remaining 17 spires were all placed in the valley, then they would transport it here. I wish we could finish this up quickly. Overseeing a project in which the technology and its progress couldn't be fully grasped wasn't a good feeling. Reincarnator Chapter thought as she looked towards the capital in the distance. You're going to stay here? Samuel shook his head at Hansu's question. No need to go up. It wasn't like a better life was waiting for them even if they did go up. No, it was the complete opposite. There was no guarantee that they'd meet anything positive above, but they were certain to encounter even stronger opponents. Why should they continue upwards? There was only one reason why the others were going up. so that they didn't lose out to the others. But this was all based off the greed of wanting to climb higher. If one let go of this feeling, the fear of being left behind would naturally disappear as well. I just figured it out too late. Samuel shook his head as he thought of this. It wasn't that he'd been too late to realize this reality. But rather, he'd realized the fact that his abilities weren't good enough to climb faster than the others. John Stone, I'm sorry. I promised that we'd climb up together, but Samuel shook his head. It was too late. The plan was almost complete. There was no point in taking risks at this point. Samuel's expression froze as he spoke to Hansu. The relic is important to us. We cannot hand it over to you. Hansu pondered as he looked at Samuel before him. My words won't get to him. It wasn't a bad choice. It wasn't a greedy choice. But this was only viable if the abyss didn't exist. There was barely 6 months left until that happened, and then this utopia that Samuel was building would turn into hell. Even if I explain about the abyss, he wouldn't believe me. Hansu shook his head as he looked at Samuel's guarded expression. Explanations and excuses were basically the same thing. The same content could be an explanation in the hands of the strong and an excuse in the hands of the weaker party. And right now, he is stronger. Hansu continued to think. He wanted to advance to the 4th star before he took action, since he would be able to suppress most things with sheer strength at that point. But he didn't have the time to do so. Well, I'll ask a bit more. Hansu spoke. So, what will you do? Samuel pondered whether to answer or not. But in the end, he decided to. I must take him with me anyways. Samuel looked at Hansu. At first he wanted to make Hansu back off because he was worried. Because in his memories, Hansu still remained as a threat. Although he tried hard to ignore it, the images from the past still remained in his head. And even after 2 years, those images were still as clear as day. So he had asked Hansu to back off. Because if Hansu really pulled out his hidden cards, it could cause an uproar. But from what he could see, Hansu was trying to back off as well. It's clear that he has no room to back off, but he is. If Hansu had the strength to go through him, then there was no reason for him to back off. But it was clear that Hansu did not. But if Hansu backed off here? He was a 3-star. But what about after that? Hansu would sooner or later become a 4th star, and at that point he would lose. Annoying. I've had a 2-year head start, and yet there's still only this small amount of difference between us. A killing intent appeared inside Samuel's mind for a moment, but he soon shook his head. He just needed to take Hansu. It was clear that Hansu could use teleportation as well, so it would be bad if he was enraged. He needed to catch Hansu before he ran away. Samuel carefully rotated mana around his body and spoke to distract Hansu. We're going to create a giant barrier. A barrier to surround the entire Narapa Union. With the power of the relic. And as Samuel nodded, John Stone shouted in rage. What the hell do you mean? Why? Samuel cut him off. Because we need time. The Narapa Union couldn't use their strength properly. To be specific, they had gained a weapon that could turn the tides but hadn't had enough time to use it properly. So they would create a barrier. Something that would buy them time. A barrier that the ships and even another relic could not overcome. Damn. How are we gaining a territory here then? John Stone asked in confusion. Even if the Narapa Union won like this, what did it matter? A used hunting dog would be shot down. They'd be lucky not to get chased by them after all this. Samuel muttered coldly. We will deal with that on our own. Kong Hansu. You will now have to come with me. Ka. A metal wave rose up from below and exerted pressure on Hansu. It was simple skill, but a skill's prowess was determined by the user after all. Does it even seal teleportation? Hansu sensed the skill suppressing him. It looked simple, but it was actually 3 skills that were combined in a unique manner, enabling the user to seal off most skills. Kaka. He tested whether he could break through it, but soon shook his head at his futile effort. I remember you saying you'd let me go if I backed off. Samuel scoffed at Hansu's words. Please understand, you're too dangerous for us to let you go just like that. At least a few questions have been answered, right? Hansu nodded. Right, it wasn't a bad conversation. I guess I'll have to meet the person backing you for more details. Huh? Hansu chuckled. Not you. I need to talk to the one who planned all of this. Do it properly if you're going to. Just by listening to Samuel's story, it was clear that Samuel was no more than a puppet. Kaka. The 13 devils. A Roella of delusion. Hansu tightly grasped the relic that was hidden within the veil. Boom. Energy exploded out from the relic and broke through the suppression around him. What the hell? I thought you couldn't use it. Well, that depends on the situation. Hansu grasped onto the crystal and raised his senses to the limits. And he locked onto something that was easily 1,000 miles away. I don't know who's drawing up what, but if I step all over your plans, then you'll pop out naturally. Whatever it was hiding, as long as one shook the container hard enough, it was bound to pop out. Roar. A tremendous roar shook the atmosphere. Hansu smiled as he heard the distant roar of the hater that had started to run towards a new source of food. Chapter 408, Wall, 2. In the interior space of the boulder mountain in the Great Ravine. The Technoid, Arkanoil Pael, gulped as she looked at the countless machines continuously being created from inside the bunker hidden deep within the ground. Where did they find such a blueprint? As a Technoid, she had climbed all the way up to our level. She had, of course, proven her abilities, and she had familiarized herself with every important project within the family. After all, she was now in charge of directing the current top priority project, But, there were 2 matters that even she couldn't understand. The infinite growth of the alien strength. And the technology handed down from the family's main branch that far surpassed her imagination. Both these things existed before her eyes. Rumble. An alien in the distance lifted up a giant spire. With just her hands. A giant hunk of metal that was 700 meters long with a 100-meter radius was being lifted up by a small being not even 2 meters in height. It was hard to believe, but it was the truth. And, it's a woman. The woman lifted the spire and then covered her body with a thin barrier to prevent breaking the nearby structures. She then touched the communications device by her ear. Kaijijik. Words entered Reincarnator's ears. There aren't many left now. I need to take this to the 112th zone in the north, right? Reincarnator, who had been in a daze watching the woman single-handedly lifting up that giant metal chunk, woke up from those words and replied. Yes. That way. Take it to the coordinates N123131, H01689. The woman gave a short response and quickly flew off into the giant valley below. To go in there. Due to the powerful force field, the giant valley was a place where the flame's power could not be used. The only ones who could move around with those giant hunks of metal were the aliens. It would have taken decades for their people to move those giant metal spires. Since they would have had to disassemble it first, then move it piece by piece before reassembling it again. Simply not burning up in the heat is a relief on its own. Reincarnator shook her head at the powerful flames that seeped out from the depths of the valley and then moved to her next destination. Towards the 17 remaining metal spires that the woman had just departed from. And as she drew closer and closer, she saw the metal spires becoming larger and larger. Each one was comparable in size with their ships. So she lifted this thing, huh? Reincarnator tried pushing the metal spire in disbelief and then woke up at her futile effort. The woman was one thing, but these metal spires were strange too. A mysterious metal tower that had descended from above and were made up of many parts whose nature were unknown to them. Even the core parts built in Neorim and then sent here had implemented an extremely high level of technology. Although the spires had been reassembled here under her own jurisdiction, she still couldn't fully grasp what they were. She only knew one thing. That they would be activated by the relic that was hidden deep within the Neorim. Although the relic was still being held in the capital due to security reasons, once these remaining 17 spires were all placed in the valley, then they would transport it here. I wish we could finish this up quickly. Overseeing a project in which the technology and its progress couldn't be fully grasped wasn't a good feeling. Reincarnator thought as she looked towards the capital in the distance. You're going to stay here? Samuel shook his head at Hansu's question. No need to go up. It wasn't like a better life was waiting for them even if they did go up. No, it was the complete opposite. There was no guarantee that they'd meet anything positive above, but they were certain to encounter even stronger opponents. Why should they continue upwards? There was only one reason why the others were going up. So that they didn't lose out to the others. But this was all based off the greed of wanting to climb higher. If one let go of this feeling, the fear of being left behind would naturally disappear as well. I just figured it out too late. Samuel shook his head as he thought of this. It wasn't that he'd been too late to realize this reality. But rather, he'd realized the fact that his abilities weren't good enough to climb faster than the others. Johnstone, I'm sorry. I promised that we'd climb up together, but Samuel shook his head. It was too late. The plan was almost complete. There was no point in taking risks at this point. Samuel's expression froze as he spoke to Hansu. The relic is important to us. We cannot hand it over to you. Hansu pondered as he looked at Samuel before him. My words won't get to him. It wasn't a bad choice. It wasn't a greedy choice. But this was only viable if the abyss didn't exist. There was barely 6 months left until that happened, and then this utopia that Samuel was building would turn into hell. Even if I explain about the abyss, he wouldn't believe me. Hansu shook his head as he looked at Samuel's guarded expression. Explanations and excuses were basically the same thing. The same content could be an explanation in the hands of the strong and an excuse in the hands of the weaker party. And right now, he is stronger. Hansu continued to think. He wanted to advance to the 4th star before he took action. Since he would be able to suppress most things with sheer strength at that point. But he didn't have the time to do so. Well, I'll ask a bit more. Hansu spoke. So, what will you do? Samuel pondered whether to answer or not. But in the end, he decided to. I must take him with me anyways. Samuel looked at Hansu. At first he wanted to make Hansu back off because he was worried. Because in his memories, Hansu still remained as a threat. Although he tried hard to ignore it, the images from the past still remained in his head. And even after 2 years, those images were still as clear as day. So he had asked Hansu to back off. Because if Hansu really pulled out his hidden cards, it could cause an uproar. But from what he could see, Hansu was trying to back off as well. It's clear that he has no room to back off, but he is. If Hansu had the strength to go through him, then there was no reason for him to back off. But it was clear that Hansu did not. But if Hansu backed off here? He was a 3-star. But what about after that? Hansu would sooner or later become a 4th star, and at that point he would lose. Annoying. I've had a 2-year head start, and yet there's still only this small amount of difference between us. A killing intent appeared inside Samuel's mind for a moment, but he soon shook his head. He just needed to take Hansu. It was clear that Hansu could use teleportation as well, so it would be bad if he was enraged. He needed to catch Hansu before he ran away. Samuel carefully rotated mana around his body and spoke to distract Hansu. We're going to create a giant barrier. A barrier to surround the entire Narapa Union. With the power of the relic. And as Samuel nodded, Johnstone shouted in rage. What the hell do you mean? Why? Samuel cut him off. Because we need time. The Narapa Union couldn't use their strength properly. To be specific, they had gained a weapon that could turn the tides but hadn't had enough time to use it properly. So they would create a barrier. Something that would buy them time. A barrier that the ships and even another relic could not overcome. Damn. How are we gaining a territory here then? Johnstone asked in confusion. Even if the Narapa Union won like this, what did it matter? A used hunting dog would be shot down. They'd be lucky not to get chased by them after all this. Samuel muttered coldly. We will deal with that on our own. Kong Hansu. You will now have to come with me. Ka. A metal wave rose up from below and exerted pressure on Hansu. It was simple skill, but a skill's prowess was determined by the user after all. Does it even seal teleportation? Hansu sensed the skill suppressing him. It looked simple, but it was actually 3 skills that were combined in a unique manner, enabling the user to seal off most skills. Ka. He tested whether he could break through it, but soon shook his head at his futile effort. I remember you saying you'd let me go if I backed off. Samuel scoffed at Hansu's words. Please understand, you're too dangerous for us to let you go just like that. At least a few questions have been answered, right? Hansu nodded. Right, it wasn't a bad conversation. I guess I'll have to meet the person backing you for more details. Huh? Hansu chuckled. Not you. I need to talk to the one who planned all of this. Do it properly if you're going to. Just by listening to Samuel's story, it was clear that Samuel was no more than a puppet. Ka. The 13 Devils. A Roella of Delusion. Hansu tightly grasped the relic that was hidden within the veil. Boom. Energy exploded out from the relic and broke through the suppression around him. What the hell? I thought you couldn't use it? Well, that depends on the situation. Hansu grasped onto the crystal and raised his senses to the limits. And he locked onto something that was easily 1,000 miles away. I don't know who's drawing up what, but, if I step all over your plans then you'll pop out naturally. Whatever it was hiding, as long as one shook the container hard enough it was bound to pop out. Roar. A tremendous roar shook the atmosphere. Hansu smiled as he heard the distant roar of the hater that had started to run towards a new source of food. Reincarnator, Chapter 409, Wall, 3. QOO. The roars of several beasts coming from 7 different directions shook the heavens and earth, shaking everything in its path, including the cities, the ships, and even the people within them. As this roar passed through the bodies of these people, they all felt their hearts clenching with fear. Archilot Ron, a captain of a ship, was at a loss as he listened to the distant cries. The emotion behind these roars wasn't from bloodthirst, nor were they from hate. Gluttony. Nothing more. The roars of hunger. But this was more than enough to make the people shake in fear. Fear of what these greedy monsters would bring to them. Damn. But after a short consideration, Archilot Ron decided to solve this fear with the same method he'd always used for such incidents. Destroying the origin of this fear. To him, who had constantly lived side by side with the hazards of war, the constant repetition of finding peace and walking back into danger had only the solution. Although he might fall into the cycle of fear again in the future, this method always brought him immediate relief. Archilot Ron made his decision and sent out orders to his ship. Set the current situation as a grade 1 threat. I hereby use my title as the ship captain to unseal the Miproski level weapon. Prepare for battle. The techno-rats in the room were at a loss. If they used that weapon then the monster would no longer be the real issue. The cities below them would be left with a bare semblance of their former structures, and the citizens would all be swept away. The Miproski level weapons were designed for battles in outer space, to be used against entire planets. One of the techno-rats bravely spoke out. Captain. Even though we want to use it, the Miproski level weapons need authorization from the clans. Miproski level weapons were of a caliber powerful enough to render all defenses useless and cause a fatal level of destruction to their targets. Which meant that if they decided to use this on the monsters below, even the slightest mistake could cause catastrophic levels of destruction. This was why even the captains couldn't use it near the capital or any important structures. It was a weapon that couldn't be easily utilized even if one wanted to. Archilot Ron responded with annoyance. I received their permission already. I'll unseal it now, so prepare for it. From this, the techno-rats finally realized what was going on. The 3 clans had already classified this as a top-level threat. It was the captain who'd refrained from using it due to his own fears. Archilot Ron shouted. Hurry and prepare. This is the only chance we have before they start retaliating. Those gluttons were solely focusing on devouring energy and weren't retaliating against them. It was the perfect chance for them to deal a fatal blow. The techno-rats clenched their teeth and quickly started tapping on the screen before them. 2 ND, 3rd and 4th engines have been released up to the 5th level. Central quantum control field activated, full controls activated. Kia. Beneath the floor of their ship they were standing in, a terrifying vibration could be felt. Like a creature squeezing out every last bit of its strength, a scream of desperation. A soundless bright white laser beam covered the screen. The ship had muted all outside noise to prevent the people's eardrums from being shredded apart. And beyond the filtered bright white screen, they witnessed the destruction of the remaining pieces of the city below. And through the screen, they could hear the sounds resonating from within it. Damn. One by one, the people in the ship closed their eyes as they listened to these screams. The countless screams of despair ringing out from dozens of kilometers in the distance. Those who were close to the city had all melted and disintegrated before they could even cry out. If not for this, then the resulting wails would have been filled with hundreds of times more anguish and despair. But Archilot Ron ignored their expressions and the distant cries and continued to shout out orders. Carry out the first stage of cooling, and then prepare to fire again. They needed to continuously attack and deal damage before it started retaliating. As Archilot Ron glared at the brightly lit screen, he realized that something was wrong. The brightness that should have long started to subside, was continuously maintaining its brilliance. No, it was becoming even brighter. What th? Boom. The bright white light ascending from the ground filled up Archilot Ron's vision. Boom. What the hell? It's never attacked like that before. The ray of destruction that descended from above. And the 7 rays of light that ascended from below in retaliation. Although both sides had received a blow, the results were extremely different. Kang. As everyone fell into despair at seeing the destruction of the ships, each costing as much as multiple years' worth of income from the cities. Hansu mumbled softly. They had to save their energy up until now, but not anymore. Evolution and survival. Maintenance and growth. What came first depended on the situation, but they were both equally important, this was true. And the most important thing to these monsters was energy. Although they continuously devoured everything above the ground and had come up to feast, it wasn't like the amount of energy they ate was enough for them. So they had to save and save. To not waste energy in case of situations like this, and to focus on devouring even a little bit more fuel. So the hater did not waste energy easily and didn't act according to their emotions, choosing to think logically instead. To ignore everything else and focus on eating. But not anymore. They'd found a source of energy that was more than enough for the 7 of them to devour. Their bodies remembered it. The existence of the relic that had raised them up to this point and could continue to raise them. There was no point in leaving these annoying flies alone when they no longer needed to focus on eating so much. What in the world? Actually, the areas where the beams were descending to were now approaching their location at a terrifying rate. Samuel was at a loss at seeing countless ships being destroyed by the beams of light. Hansu chuckled coldly. Let's see. Who will take it first? Huh. Then. Swish. Hansu and Kiriel, who had just approached him from behind, were surrounded in white smoke as they disappeared. Damn. Kaka. Samuel hurriedly used his skills again, but it was too late. Damn it. Samuel roared with rage after finding out Hansu had disappeared. Let's hurry. Hansu returned to the city of Neorim, looking at its walls as he tightly grasped his hammer. There'll be a lot of people chasing me now. Kiriel sighed. Sure. There really seems to be a lot of obstacles this time though. Then. Boom. 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 Countless artillery strikes were heading their way. This was the inner part of Neorim. The city's defense system had automatically detected their presence and was now launching an attack against them. Of course, this wasn't even close to enough to damage them. Since it was barely enough to stop the Dragon God soldiers. But this attack's purpose wasn't to cause damage. It's coming. As Hansu slammed his foot onto the floor, smoke seeped out endlessly from the ground around him and rose up into the air. Boom. Much more powerful attacks started to slam down onto the shadow that had covered them. Bastards. We won't let you take another step forward. The Dragon God soldiers had heard the activation of the city's automatic defense system and were now charging towards Hansu and Kiriel with bright symbols on their necks. They had much more confident attitude now compared to before when they had been stricken with fear. Of course. Since winning and buying time were two different things. An angry voice could be heard from within their visors. Buy time. I'll deal with him. Boom. A radiant aura exploded from outside Neorim at the same time they heard the rage-filled voice through the visors. It seems he really is pissed. Hansu nodded as he spoke. Let's hurry. Boom. Beneath the translucent barrier, Hansu's arm made crackling noises as it swelled up. The dark energy from the demon gate located inside his heart was seeping into his muscles at a whole new level than before. The first power he had used. And probably the most fitting power in this situation. The primal being. Beast, Akamel's power. Boom. The Mjolnir slammed onto the ground with a huge crash. Ugh. Hueek. The Dragon God soldiers grabbed their ears and tried their best to maintain their balance on the ground. From a single strike, the countless layers of Neorim cracked apart. The city floor, which could even withstand Miproski-level weapons in case of emergencies, cracked apart in an instant. And Hansu looked at the underground level beneath the 5-meter-thick layer floor and the now brighter relic on his left hand and nodded. This seems to be the right spot. As the floor cracked apart, the relic had started glowing with even more brilliance. Let's go. What about them? Kiriel looked at the Dragon God soldiers and asked Hansu. These things will defend us. Kadke. Hansu bit his finger and spread numerous drops of blood around him. And then. Kiiririk. A change started to occur from within the drops of blood. Something that was hiding within the blood began to grow. They were as small as dust particles when they spread through the air. But by the time they landed on the ground, the beings were even larger than most of the Dragon God soldiers. Thousands of blood-red scorpions. What in the world? But even before the Dragon God soldiers could respond. Rumble. The scorpions stayed faithful to their purpose as they started to madly rush towards the Dragon God soldiers. What the hell is this? Kill it. Boom. And the violent clashes happened soon after. Hansu listened to the sounds of their battle and then spoke to Kiriel. Let's go down. Ah. Yes. Soon. Whoosh. Their bodies quickly descended beneath Neorim and into the underground level. Rumble. In the space where a long, stick-like relic was shining in place. A man who was looking at the relic from the side frowned as he gazed upwards. There really is no one doing their job properly. The man mumbled, feeling the vibrations from the city above. Chapter 410, Metamorphosis, 1. A man looked up from the underground space and sighed. There's so much to do but, nobody is helping. Everyone is trying to get in my way. At first, he'd been held back by the man called Pompian. He'd managed to dodge away from Pompian and was about to cover the area he arrived at with the interdimensional barrier, but an unforeseen situation had occurred. Since he had failed to acquire the Nelki pot, he had to succeed here no matter what. I guess I'll have to call those people. He wasn't just going to call those weaklings outside, they had only received the outer shells. Well, he couldn't really communicate with them anyway, and neither did he want to. The ones he wanted to call on were different. The beings who not only received a new outer shell but had also used their inner souls to complete the ceremony. As he decided to call those three. Whoosh. The red device in his hand started to rumble vigorously. Then 3 flames appeared inside his head. These flames weren't simple at all, they were control fragments of the soul he had planted inside the beings of this world. And as if they had noticed he had called them, one of the flames moved about and sent him a message. What's wrong? I told you not to use this if you didn't have to, I told you this feels uncomfortable. A rough man's voice. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who felt disturbed by this since the other 2 flames also showed similar emotions through the soul. The man holding the red device used his soul to relay a message to the 2 men and the lone woman. We don't have time to feel comfortable. Hurry over here and defend it. Your capital is about to be breached. I told you that there'll be nothing left. You're the ones who caused this whole situation. The three flames trembled. All three felt shocked. And soon, their souls started to vibrate again as they began to speak. It looks like these aliens are either missing their left or right brains. They could have just worked together to deal with him. Nell, you go and handle this personally. We're too busy dealing with Pompeian right now. The man holding the device made an annoyed expression as he spoke. All three of you. Get over here. The three flames trembled fiercely again. That really is disturbing. You need all three of us to deal with one man. And what about Pompeian? Because you made him so powerful, the three of us can barely hold him back. That's the real issue here. The man smirked and chuckled. Don't worry about that. Can you really say that Pompeian's inactivity is due to your efforts? There was no reason for a lion to be scared of three dogs who were much weaker than itself, especially when the dogs were also scheming to strike each other in the back. A lion would only be wary of another lion. This was why he couldn't reveal himself. At least, not yet. Rumble. The man sent the message, listening to the deafening noise grow increasingly louder with every passing second. The blood immortal. Hansu used Mary Valentine's power to hold back the dragon god soldiers and continued to descend. And as the two of them descended, Kiriel could see countless bright circuits covering the underground space below Neorim. What are these for? The well-organized circuits had tremendous amounts of energy flowing through them. Meanwhile, Hansu checked the direction of their objective with the relic in his hand. Boom. It was so accurate that it responded with every step it drew closer. Like it wanted to show Hansu exactly how to get there. This way. And as he was about to head towards the direction of the other relic. Ah! Kong Hansu. Kyo. Someone shouted from outside, their voice accompanied by the tremendously loud sound of animals chasing after the relic. And Kiriel chuckled at this. It seems like those things are really in a hurry. The sounds were growing louder by the second, telling them that Samuel and the Haedra were rushing towards their location. Their frenzied behavior only meant that he was heading closer and closer to the goal. The less composure their opponents had, the higher the advantage they would gain. But, not bad. Kiriel saw one of the red scorpions being thrown down from above, its body beaten until it was left half destroyed. Although it was good that they were in a rush, but such urgency was actually making them use everything they had as well. Damn it. We need to break past these things no matter what. If we can't, then the higher UPS will end up killing all of us. Half of us will block the scorpions. The rest will go down. Since Hansu was heading in the right direction, it was causing their enemies to literally go on a rampage. They were basically sacrificing their bodies just to create a small opening at this point. Although the red scorpions had followed Hansu's orders and blocked their path, the rate of their destruction was increasing due to the dragon god soldiers going berserk. Ah! Stop right there. Kaka. The dragon god soldiers who had succeeded in passing through the scorpions aimed their weapons against Hansu and attacked. There was no need to kill or even damage him in the slightest. They just needed to hold him down and the others would come to help out. But the reality was cruel. Whoosh. Hansu covered himself in a dark translucent barrier once again and then placed his finger into his mouth. Wait. No. No. Snip. As Hansu bit his finger. Pshhhh. An even larger spray of blood filled the air. Damn it. Leaving the dragon god soldiers screaming in rage before an even greater number of scorpions, Hansu and Kiriel quickly headed deeper inside. Kiriel looked back with pity in her eyes. Although there are enemies, I really feel bad for them. Hansu shook his head. Don't. Pardon. Hansu responded without a change in expression. Their outcomes have already been decided. Kiriel looked confused by Hansu's response and stole another glance behind her. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Arpalconron was inwardly grieved as he looked at the couple disappearing into the distance. Please. Somebody, help us. There was no hope. An even larger number of scorpions were now heading their way while the two aliens were rushing down at a tremendous speed. The aliens that were meant to act as reinforcements were on their way over, but there was still plenty of time before they would arrive. They'd be massacred before those aliens would even get here. Kyo. Damn. Listening to the loud cries of the mountainous beasts, he felt like his future had been fully prophesized. 1. He would be ripped apart by the red scorpions. 2. Be stomped to death by the mountains. Or 3. Killed off by the head of the family for not having accomplished their mission. There were no such things as miracles. Why am I struggling here? As Arpalconron gave up and dropped his weapon, a bloody scorpion's tail rushed towards him. But at that moment, a miracle really did happen. Who said you could die however you wanted? You can't die here. Family head? How are you here? Arpalconron saw a woman appear before his eyes and crush the scorpion. Baffled, he saw that it was Kayadaleron. Is this a dream? He couldn't believe his eyes. Whether he was bewildered that the family head had crushed the scorpion without using the dragon god armor or a weapon, despite being rumored to have no offensive capabilities. Or how she was here at this moment, when she should have been at the front lines. But one of his questions was soon answered. 2 male voices could be heard from behind Kayadaleron. Damn. It really does take a toll on your health if you try to do a long-distance quantum transmission with just your bare body. Shut up and clean this place up first. Do you know how valuable these dragon god soldiers are? I know, don't order me around, you bastard. Boom. A blinding light appeared before Arpalconron's eyes. A light so blinding that despite being protected behind the visors, his eyes felt like they were burning up. But he kept his eyes open. And was utterly bewildered. Holy. Boom. The red scorpions that they were having such a hard time against were instantly swept away by the attacks of the 3 family heads. Of course, the scorpions weren't the only ones that were destroyed. The powerful layers that could even withstand a Miproski level weapon were melting away as well. I never realized that they were this strong. Arpalconron felt a tremendous amount of pride. That mountainous amount of strength. And their godlike attitudes. This was it. This was the image that suited the people who led these giant clans. But at the same time, he was at a loss. They were worth almost nothing to them after this, but the family heads had still come to save them. Head. I promise my utmost loyalty to you until the end. Arpalconron felt that something was weird. It was that strange expression on Ron's face. Is she feeling bad for me? Why was she feeling bad for him? Ron. This isn't the time for that. Don't try to act kind by yourself. We need to use everything we have to guard against those things. Damn. I didn't know their numbers had dropped by this much. Cameronel's sharp words. Kayukatanpael's strange words. Head. What do you mean? As Arpalconron was lost in confusion. Ron spoke out with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry. Kaka. Kaa. What? Shocked, Arpalconron looked at his heart, which had shrunk to almost nothing in an instant. And it wasn't just him. Kakaha. Chakak. Kahook. Quaya. Gasps and screams of pain could be heard from all around. Then. Rumble. The powerful energy of the flame being squeezed out from their hearts started to flow towards one direction. Towards Ron. And every time she devoured the energy of another soldier, she would shine brighter and brighter. And amidst his now fading conscience, Arpalconron realized the truth. Why they had been created. Why the family heads had treated them so well. We were just lunchboxes. Damn. Arpalconron closed his eyes, glaring at Ron with hate. Rumble. Uaa. As Kiriel looked up at the melting ceiling, Hansu touched the shining relic. It's time. Chapter 411, Metamorphosis, 2. Roar. Howling, the giant beasts charged forward. The beasts were in such a frenzy that they charged ahead in a straight line, crushing everything in their path. Towards Neorim, the center of the Nerpa Union's territory. How energetic. Cameronel chuckled coldly as he looked at these beasts. He had come to block an alien from trespassing deeper inside, but since Kayukatanpael had already gone in, it should be fine. Soon the other aliens would catch up and go in as well. These giant creatures were the real issue. If these things demolished the entire Neorim, there'd be no point to their efforts even if they got rid of a few flies. Since everything they had underground would come to a halt. This meant that until they finished their project using the relic. Until they killed that annoying fly and took the other relic in his hand. He had to buy some time. Enough for Ron in the sky. Let's see. Let's see how tough you guys really are. Cameronel raised his right hand. Kiyeing. As Cameronel lifted his hand, the symbols around his entire body, not just his neck, started to shine. Boom. A bright light that could instantly burn one's eyes to a crisp exploded before his body. Not from a ship or a weaponized satellite, but from the small body of a single being. The explosive light caused all the surrounding metal alloys to melt away like ice cream under a hot summer sun. And that ray of light, which had turned the city into a sea of lava with a single shot, struck the giant mountain-sized beast in the distance. Boom. The resulting explosion emitted countless times more energy than the energy that melted the city just now. The capital, which had started turning dark with the setting sun, was once again covered in light. A small being had flipped night and day upside down. And then. Kyo. The hater's pained bellow rang out. He could tell that the beasts had taken on a lot of damage since he had succeeded in making them cry out. Earlier, they had maintained their silence despite the attacks from the Miproski-level weapons. However. Tisk. Cameronel's expression wasn't optimistic. I couldn't pierce through it. Despite the powerful attack, he'd barely managed to melt the surface of the beast's skin. And the damage was already being regenerated at a speed visible to the eye. 7. He had to buy time against these 7 beasts. His efforts were almost futile. He'd imagined that a single wave of his hand would leave their legs broken, their muscles and skin shredded apart. Only then would his strength have meaning and he could effectively buy them time with ease. But it looked like these monsters weren't simple either. He had managed to stop one momentarily and divert its attention, but that was it. He was unable to stop it in its tracks or cause it to run away. Annoying, I can't understand how these things came into being. Cameronel thought to himself as he continued to look at the beasts opening their mouths at his direction. Up until this point, they had used their science and technology to build up their civilization and conquer others. Seeking to understand everything, so they could control it. This was their pride as citizens of Ankara. But look at this. From the sudden appearance of the mysterious aliens, to the being who had given them strength, and now even these mountainous beasts. But before he could finish his thoughts. Boom. The beast's mouth exploded with a powerful energy ray heading towards him and the city of Neorim. It was easy to see that the ray was stronger than his own attack had been. A proof of how much energy it had devoured. How dare you? That beam could easily erase half of Neorim if it was left alone. He couldn't let that happen. Cameronel raised his hands to block the ray. Then. Boom. He unleashed an energy ray even larger than the last, aiming for the beast's attack. In order to protect the city and to disperse the attack before it hit them. Rumble. The outer areas of the city started melting just from the radiation of these attacks. The metal residential areas melted away like a snowy field under intense heat. But even the melted sea of lava was soon thrown into the air and then disintegrated by the explosion that followed right after. Unveiling the giant object located below the metallic sea of lava. Another layer of a metal alloy. Despite the intense amount of energy that had melted everything above it, this metal alloy had maintained its shape perfectly. Although it was starting to heat up as well, it seemed to be countless times more powerful and durable than the outer layer since it could withstand the attacks. It covered a large area around the center of Neorim. An area that was dozens of times larger than the capital itself was encased in this strange metal alloy. Of course. The outer layer only existed to deceive Pompeian. But the thing below it was much more important than the capital of Neorim. This was why they had to conceal it so well. But despite all their efforts, this second layer also seemed like it wouldn't hold out for long. Cheek. The energy from Cameronel's and the beast's attacks was continuously burning through the layer and burrowing deeper within. The heat created from their attacks was constantly searing through the alloy plates. And above this. Boom. Boom. Giant monsters stomped through the debris and were heading closer to the city. Cameronel frowned and spread his hand out behind him. At the same time. Kaka. Kakaka. Quaaa. The barely breathing dragon god soldiers felt their hearts explode and they screamed. Cameronel took in all the energy flying into his body as he exchanged glances with Kayukat and Pael in the distance, a single thought in his mind. Hurry, Pael. There isn't much time left. If this continued, he wasn't confident that he could hold the Hydra back. In the worst case scenario, they might have to give up on all their plans so far and use the relics on those monsters instead. Boom. Boom. Cameronel looked at the 7 monsters approaching him and he raised his hands to them once again. Boom. Another blinding explosion of light lit up the outskirts of Neorine once more. Boom. A tremendous amount of heat descended from above and covered the underground area. What the hell? What's going on? Damn it. What's the Union doing? The countless people who'd been living in the underground area started to run around in a panic as they screamed. The backbone of the Union, the B levels, the well-treated A levels as well as the top quality N levels. The flames of catastrophe descending from above were heedless of whoever burned in its path. The area was filled with the smell of smoke and burning corpses. And in the middle of it all, Hansu and Kiriel were still running downwards. Chaos. A single word came to mind when Hansu looked at the relic in his hands. The heat wasn't just from the collision outside. It was also from the one shouting far behind him. You damn rat. If you don't come out then I'll melt everything. Rumble. Family head, Kayukat and Pael, who was ignoring all the citizens just to find him. Hansu spoke quietly to Kiriel. Kiriel nodded. God. What happened? Kiriel sighed. Every time they grew a bit stronger, even stronger enemies appeared. How were they supposed to beat enemies that could burn the world and destroy cities? This is so unfair. She had felt it in the 4th and 5th zones but there truly were too many powerhouses in this world. Hansu chuckled at Kiriel. Don't be so anxious. It's only been 2 years since you became strong after all. That's true, but... Ugh. Kiriel nodded. Those words were indeed true. These people had spent thousands of years building up their civilization and technology. On the other hand, they had gained the strength to smash apart their giant starships within the span of 2 years. If the two parties were compared side by side, then they themselves were a much more unfair existence. And Hansu is even worse. Kiriel thought to herself. It's only been a few months since he woke up but he was already much stronger than her. If he had a bit more time, he could have easily destroyed everyone here. Wait, can't we just do that? Can't we just run away and come back after we become stronger? 1 month. Kiriel was confident. 1 month was more than enough for Hansu to become a 4-star transcendent. Although every part of the world was closely monitored by these people but they had the teleportation skill. Plus these people would eventually start a war with each other, so they wouldn't have time to worry about her and Hansu. If they ran away with her skill and came back stronger in a month, they could easily smash apart the heads of those guys above. Her current power was the only thing inferior after all her mastery over her skills was already quite proficient. And they could run away right now since they hadn't located her and Hansu's position yet. But Hansu shook his head. I don't know how many memories I'll lose if I do that. And the defenses around the relic would become much tighter as well. They needed to finish it here and now. I don't want to use my last resort, but... he might have to. Since he wasn't the one that would end up miserable. Ugh, someone like me truly deserves to go to heaven. Hansu felt the relic in his hand and spoke to Kiriel. We're here. The relic inside his hand was squirming and vibrating intensely. It was right below them. After checking the coordinates, Hansu encased his leg with one of the 13 shadows and slammed it down onto the ground. Rumble. The secondary layer of plates had somewhat maintained their shape against the family heads and the Hydra. But with Hansu's attack, the metal alloy started to collapse. Like a pit of sand. Deep into the white hole. Boom. Bright circuits entered Hansu's vision as something started to resonate with the relic in his hand. Chapter 412, Metamorphosis, 3. Reincarnator, Chapter 412, Metamorphosis, 3. Rumble. Below. There was an artifact in the middle of a circuit of blue lights running in all directions. Something that wasn't a crystal, but an elongated rod. That's it? Kiriel saw the artifact and her expression brightened as she came down. Even though she could still feel an intense heat behind her, she had now reached her destination. Now she just had to take this and leave. It's a good thing I acquired this cloudy movement skill. Kiriel smiled as she looked at the elongated artifact between the circuits. Having the ability to bend space and travel anywhere was really useful in many, many cases. Huff. Thud. Kiriel and Hansu headed downwards. Although the distance from the ceiling to the floor was 100 meters long, this was nothing for a transcendent. As they jumped down, the hole Hansu made had started to close up and had fully regenerated itself by the time they both landed on the ground. And as this hole closed up, both the heat waves and the sounds coming from the outside had been repelled away completely, leaving Hansu and Kiriel in silence. It was like escaping into a soundproof room in the middle of a battle. Kiriel looked satisfied as she listened to the hum of the artifact but still couldn't remain calm. Isn't that just a skill to punch a hole in the ground? If Hansu had truly made a hole, then the ceiling couldn't have regenerated so easily, nor would there be a need to close it. What was that? After all, following after Hansu's trail had started out from her own curiosity. Hansu chuckled as he replied. Deceiving the world. One of the 13 demons. Commateria of deception. The ability to deceive all intelligent life forms including humans and even certain lifeless objects. A power so great that even the other demons would try to avoid talking with Commateria. since they could end up being killed before they realized it. And Hansu had only utilized a small part of Kamateria's abilities. Hansu glanced at the 13 shadows behind him and chuckled. The skill itself is quite useful. On one hand, the fact that he could only use 7 skills was a fatal flaw. But this Demon's Gate skill allowed him to use the powers of 13 demons. This alone gave him access to various types of skills. Particularly since a single demon's power had various uses. Though I need to hurry even more because of this. Hansu quickly started moving towards the artifact. It was useful, yes, but it was not free. The gears started turning in his head, ticking away at every moment. In order to collect the payment that demon deserved, he needed to deal with this matter and get out ASAP. The massive field of circuits stretched out endlessly, with the giant artifact shining brightly in the center. He really didn't have much time now. But as he walked, he heard a voice behind him. Kong Hansu, stop right there. A voice filled with rage. Hansu stopped dead in his tracks and turned around at this voice. You've arrived much earlier than I expected. Please, we all know what you're after. Samuel growled back in reply. Hansu was after the artifact. This was a simple truth. So he just needed to get to the artifact first and wait for him. Even though Yucatan was causing a ruckus outside. No way. We attacked him directly. How did that rat escape us all and get the artifact? He must have run away. There's no way we would have let him pass. Dumbass. This slip-up had happened because that Yucatan didn't know about Hansu. The Hansu he knew would never give up when his goal was so close before him. Yucatan had overestimated himself by thinking that everyone would run away after seeing his powers, but that was only because he hadn't fought against Hansu yet. The 5 calamities of the red zone, the Gragos of the orange zone, the higher race of the yellow zone and those monstrous beings in the green zone, they had always been stronger than Hansu. Compared to Yucatan, each of those entities had a larger gap in strength against that of Hansu. In the end, the one standing tall was still Kong Hansu. Would such a person run away from a mere family head? And of course, his estimations had been correct. Well, I didn't think the artifact would be in a place like this. Samuel mumbled as he looked at the vast bright space before him. He didn't even know that such a place existed below Neorim. At this moment, he recalled what Hansu said to him earlier. That he was just a puppet. No, that cannot be. An alliance couldn't share all their secrets with each other after all. Samuel decided to maintain the enemy's secret and shook off these miscellaneous thoughts. He glared at Hansu. Please give up. There's a limit to how much a person can tolerate. If I kill him, he would probably go crazy. Rage had filled his mind when he fought Hansu before, but he was becoming calmer and calmer with each moment. After Sangjin had left, the only remaining ally he had was Mihi. He knew about Mihi's feelings towards Hansu. He didn't want to drive a wedge between himself and her. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she looked at Samuel. That bastard looks pretty calm. But Kiriel had to accept that Samuel had the ability to remain calm. At this exact moment, he was currently radiating an aura so powerful it prevented her from using her cloudy movement. If Samuel really went all out, she and Hansu would probably be buried here today. Even if they used the artifact. We might be able to hold on, but then those monsters would end up swarming in here as well. The reason why the family heads had managed to buy time against the Hydra was because those monsters didn't know the exact location of the artifact. But if someone used the artifact in battle, the resulting surge of energy would easily attract the Hydra into running past the family heads, even at the risk of their own lives. And nobody would be able to stop this. Hansu knew this too. Kiriel looked at Hansu, who was holding onto a crystal in his left hand. Boom. Boom. The deafening sounds coming from above were getting louder and louder. Meaning that the clash between the monsters and the family heads was growing fiercer by the second. With a heavy expression, Hansu began to speak. It's hard to say how kind I am now, but I was really cruel in the past, you see. Are you talking about your real life before this whole thing began? Samuel looked confused from Hansu's words. Nothing he had done could be deemed evil. Although Hansu had to deal with everything that crossed his path, clearing such obstructions could not be deemed as cruel. His actions had been very normal. Silently marching forwards. From what he knew of Hansu up until this point, the man's actions had always been unfalteringly steadfast. Which meant that the before Hansu was talking about had to be referring to the real life. Was he some kind of criminal? The things Hansu had done in the past were considered normal only because they were in the other verse. He would definitely be deemed a criminal if he had done the same thing in the real life. Nothing more, nothing less. But he had acted more cruelly in the real world. As Samuel frowned, Hansu continued to speak. I really did try my best, but not everything in the world can be achieved with hard work, it seems. Hansu felt that he had tried enough at this point. There was a lot to do, a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he still had things holding onto his leg. In order to persuade people, he needed to reveal what he knew. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option, and so countless misunderstandings were created. I wish I was good at communicating at least. Reminiscing about the past, Hansu chuckled as he looked at Samuel. I'm just going to do things the way I want to. Then. Rumble. The tremendous amount of energy hidden inside the artifact in Hansu's hand started pouring out. It was enough energy to blow this entire place apart. And Samuel shouted out in shock. You crazy bastard. What the hell are you doing? He wasn't shocked by the energy itself. He himself could expel a similar amount of energy and block it as well. The issue wasn't that. Damn it. Before he could respond in time. Boom. The giant's second layer ripped apart. Roar. A gargantuan giant beast's head descended from above. Crack. Crunch. He could see the shocked expressions of the family heads above the monster. And the giant bodies of the Hydra that ignored them all as they was ignoring them as they cleared the way through the second layer. Oh my. 7 giant heads blocked everything from above as they descended. It was like a bizarre eclipse. As Samuel stared, dumbstruck, at this scene, Hansu, the perpetrator behind all of this, chuckled. Let's have a go, shall we? He had tried to deal with the issue as quickly as possible. He had focused his attention on solving the issue instead of powering himself up and had tried to recover the artifacts with the minimal amount of casualties. But if they were going this far, if they were going to use everything they had to block his path, he wouldn't hold back as well. As he came to a decision. Gulp. Hansu swallowed the crystal in his hand. Boom. A giant storm of energy raged inside his body. And at the same time. Roar. A giant mouth swooped in and swallowed the entire area where Hansu had been standing. Hansu chuckled. He could guess how his physique would change by the time he came out. But that was only his body. His mind would be different. The effects wouldn't last long, but he couldn't guarantee how much of his memories he would lose. He didn't want to do this, so he tried to hold back from using this power, but this outcome wasn't so bad either. At least he wouldn't lose that much in return. He wasn't that petty after all. We'll see how it goes after I come out. Metamorphosis. Escape from the bindings of his current self and be born anew. The moment he came out of this, Samuel would no longer be able to look down on him again. With those thoughts, Hansu slowly closed his eyes. What the? Kadadak. The family heads were stunned as they looked at the various Hadera that were fusing with each other and becoming a giant mountain. Chapter 413, Metamorphosis, 4. Reincarnator, Chapter 413, Metamorphosis, 4. What the? What is going on? The family heads, who had basically flipped the capital upside down, were all lost in confusion. Crack. Crunch. It was only for a brief moment, when the relic's energy was released, that the monsters went berserk. Now, the 7 monsters were all fusing into each other, focusing on the one that had swallowed the person that caused all this. I didn't even look like a monster anymore. The flesh and bones of the 7 monsters had long started fusing into each other, as if they had been one entity from the start, turning into a more simple, but much larger, form. It's like a mountain. They had fused even though they were all individually humongous to start with. This caused the result to simply resemble a large mountain. As Cameronel looked at the giant mountain that was being formed in a daze, Kayukatanpile shouted in frustration, "You stupid bastard. Why are you just standing there? Aren't we gonna drag that guy and the relic out?" Yukatanpile's personality was like fire, but he wasn't stupid. No, his mind spun fast enough to accommodate his personality and still allow him to lead a giant clan. Why were those giant monsters fusing in the first place? Deducing from what those things had been chasing after all this time, it was easy to find the answer. Energy. What would happen if those gluttons, who were getting stronger and stronger as they devoured more energy, decided to suck the energy from the relic? He couldn't even imagine how much stronger they would become. As he finished this dreadful thought, dark flames started to blaze around Kayukatanpile's body, a power that was a whole nother dimension stronger than the strength he had shown so far. Yukatanpile. What a fox. Has he been hiding his strength? Cameronel frowned as he looked at the small sun-like energy. H-A-A-A-A-A-A. Boom. With a long shout, Kayukatanpile launched the giant, dark red sun that he had formed toward the giant life form that was almost done fusing. Kayadaleron and Cameron shouted in shock as they watched this scene, "You stupid bastard. You're going to destroy everything around here with that. Is there anything else to be destroyed?" As Adaleron and Maronel tried to stop Yukatanpile. Boom. A huge explosion swept by the area next to Neorim, ringing out loudly, the strongest and largest explosion so far. The residual energy of the explosion was more than enough to melt the second layer and evaporate metal. Patriarch. Why? The cloud of death that was caused by the giant explosion swallowed all the living creatures that had been within its range. Even the ones outside of the explosion's range died one by one from the poisonous vaporized metals and the heat. Damn. As Adaleron frowned at the sight, Cameronel swept away the clouds and shook his head toward Adalea. They were those who had found out about the secret beneath the capital. They had to die anyway. The real problem is that thing. Cameronel's eyes had been locked onto one thing the whole time. Grrrrrr. Despite the giant explosion, the giant monster remained alive. Only the surface of its being had been burned off. The other parts of its flesh squirmed around and quickly mended the areas that had been damaged. Ha. Seriously. Kayukatanpile seemed to have exhausted himself in that attack, but gritted his teeth at the sight. Only that much damage despite his attacks? Kayukatanpile felt annoyed as he touched his left wrist with his right hand. If one isn't enough, I'll show you a shower of them. He, alone, might not be enough. Even the 3 clan heads might not be enough to do it, but what if they gathered all their ships and attacked it for 3 days and 3 nights non-stop? If they attacked with enough force to even drive a hole through the planet, would that monster still manage to withstand them? Yeah, that sounds good. If they pierced the entire continent and shoved that thing into the center of the planet, there was no way that thing would be able to survive. Chiajiajiaik. From the internal communications device that was embedded in his left hand, he heard the voice of the fleet's admiral, the admiral that Yukatanpile trusted the most, Arbautanpile. Yukatanpile kept his eyes glued to the giant mountain and said, "There's something you guys need to do. Get over here immediately and..." But Yukatanpile's voice cut off. Adeliron had appeared beside him and had grabbed his wrist. "Patriarch. Are you there? What is this?" That was clearly overstepping the boundaries. As Yukatanpile's face stiffened, Adeliron looked at him with a numb expression and said, "Wake up, you bastard. What will happen to Pompian if we bring them here? Son of a..." Yukatanpile swore in a manner that was hard to determine whether it had been targeted at Pompian or Adeleron, but then, he took a step back. He agreed with Adeleron. Yukatanpile took a deep breath and said, "Right. Let's say we don't have the freedom to destroy that thing. But, are we going to keep that thing alive like that? It was already that powerful before consuming the relic's power. If it sucked the energy of the relic and got even more powerful, there would truly be no more solutions then." "Whoa. I wondered where you had gone off to, But it seems you are still alive. Sure. Cameronel continued to speak sarcastically at the voice. He really disliked that fellow, but there was nothing he could do since they really needed the help. The three clan heads looked at each other with a frown as their eyes moved downward, toward the man who had spoken to them. From the distance, Kiriel, who had been watching the whole scene, bit her lips. I managed to escape using the chaos, but... Leave first. I'll come find you. She understood Hansu's plan to gather power beneath them, which meant she needed to prepare as well, as much as she could. Please, remember me. Kiriel disappeared by use of her cloudy movements. Rumble. Two different forces were acting upon Hansu's body. One, from the massive relic energy rising from within him, and the other was the dozens of tentacles from the Hydra, which had surrounded him in order to suck the energy away. The tentacles wanted to rip Hansu's body apart and suck the energy directly from the relic, but they realized it wouldn't be as easy as planned. It was too hard for them to simply break him apart. Despite having squeezed, pressed, and crushed him in numerous ways, nothing happened. Actually, things had happened, but the bastard had held on the whole time. It was a battle of time now. The energy seeping out from him was too sweet for it to give up. How great would it be if it could suck the energy directly? Grrrrk. The Hydra continued to suck the energy and try to crush Hansu's body, and to prevent that, all skills and even the seeds within Hansu's body kept struggling. The demonic dragon's reinforcement made an impregnable wall, while the 9 dragon strike seed twisted Hansu's body in the manner that would be most efficient in dealing with the tentacles' attacks. There was nothing to speak of the immortal soul, as even the pandemic blade was working in order to help the body regenerate. Of course, the skill that was working the hardest was the demon's gate. No. This won't do. I haven't received my payment yet. Survival. Important. Rumble. The 13 shadows continuously struggled to regenerate Hansu's body and resist the pressure. The dark and evil power from the 13 demons was unfittingly working to keep a body alive. Kaka. As the shadows of the demons complained, one of them chuckled coldly and whispered in Hansu's ear. Isn't this amazing? For us to be doing something like this. If you truly came from the future, you would know what we are. There was no response. Hansu had basically reached near unconsciousness from all the different forces wreaking havoc within his body. Nonetheless, the demon Barmamont continued to whisper. This is how much hope we have on you. We don't know what will disappear from your memories, but we really expect a lot from you. We will do whatever it takes to keep you alive and get you out of here. By the time the kid escaped, he would be a different existence, both in terms of his physical body and of his mind. He would be closer to them, an existence that would enjoy the screams of creatures getting their flesh ripped apart and their bones crushed. And when that happened, they would be able to have more fun than ever before. If not, all that effort would be a waste. Kadadak. Kuduk. Barmamont frowned as he looked at Hansu, who was going through a massive change. I can't understand this boy. Why are you smiling? Even while going through the change, even while unconscious, Hansu was smiling. That made Barmamont very uncomfortable. Reincarnator, Chapter 414, A Step Towards Desolation, 1. Rumble. Cameronel was in the center of the circuits that extended out from the relic, looking at the mountain that had finished morphing and standing still with a scowl, as if something had displeased him. The other 2 clan heads were doing the same. A man watching the 3 clan heads and a humanoid creature by the head said as he stroked the relic, well, this might actually be for the better. If we hadn't realized that monster reacted this intensely to the relic, we might have failed even after activating the force build below. Samuel nodded. If they hadn't known that the monster wanted the relic, they would have suffered much more, since the vast amount of energy being released from the relic would have continued to entice the monster. However, the clan heads weren't very satisfied with the man's words. Let's get to the point. We need to get back to the battlefield after all. Samuel shook his head at those words. No, there's no reason to anymore. Samuel continued to talk to the dumbfounded clan heads. It's time to activate the barrier. Samuel focused on Mihi's words. As I said before, the final tower has been completed as well. We just need the relic. Good job. Everything's solved here as well. We just need to activate the relic. Mihi asked with a worried expression. Hansu. Did everything go well with him? The fact that the relic was in their hands meant one of 2 things, either they succeeded in negotiating with Hansu, or Hansu had been killed by Samuel. It would have been better if it was the former, but something kept bugging Mihi's mind. Samuel replied with a slightly bitter voice. It didn't just end with words, of course. Samuel shook his head. No, I didn't kill him, but I don't know what I should do. But... Samuel stopped. He wanted to say that they should kill Hansu, but Samuel hadn't said it out of respect for Hansu's relationship with Mihi, and because the words Hansu had left before he disappeared kept bugging him. My responsibilities are now yours. Ominous. Samuel clenched his jaw as Cameronel called for him. Enough chit-chat. We're going to begin since we've finished preparing. Right away. It wasn't Cameronel that responded, but the man. We don't have all the time in the world. There's no reason to waste our time if everything is already ready. Then. Boom. The man's hand started to shine brightly, a bright light that pushed back the scorching heat. That bright light got more and more intense as it started to devour the ground beneath them. And soon, the circuits that were now filled with the bright light started to extend in all directions, with the capital, Neorim, as their center, past the underground space and toward the boundary of the Narapa Union in the far distance. Yucatan Pael tutate as he saw the scene. Tisk. Too bad we can't contain all of the territories we wanted. The 113th zone in the east is damn worth it. We agreed that we would compensate you for that already. There are priorities. As Cameronel spoke. Boom. A change started to occur around the hundreds of metal towers that had been places by the boundary. Rumble. Everything should be fine, right? The 14th border city, Itorim. Mational looked at the city that had been destroyed by John Stone with a bitter expression. Their tribe had ruled over the place in the past. Though it wasn't theirs anymore, and it was destroyed now, watching the scene still displeased him greatly. Kikik. Mational stepped on the corpse of the traitor, Karas. If you were going to just die like this, why did you betray us in the first place? Mational continued to walk through the inner parts of the city that had long been destroyed by Karas, Johnstone, and the other dragon god soldiers, but suddenly. Boom. A tremendous noise shook the entire city. Cock. What the hell? Pushishishik. Mational activated his dragon god armor and barely managed to maintain his balance. He had thought that everything had ended, but what was this? No, there shouldn't be anything else left near here. There were no ships, monsters, nor were there any other dragon god soldiers. There weren't any special satellite weapons or explosives, nothing that could shake the city like this. However, he was only startled for a moment, and his shock soon turned into fear. What the hell? Beneath the ground, from the center of Iturim, the destroyed city, a giant bright barrier was being created, a translucent barrier that made it hard to discern whether it was solid matter or energy. It had risen up from the ground and had split Iturim in half. Boom. Kikik. The city that had barely maintained its shape soon turned to dust and disappeared as the barrier swept past it. The issue was that this barrier was now breaking apart the building Mational was standing on. Damn it. Whoosh. Mational quickly activated his dragon god armor and rose into the air, watching the scene below in utter disbelief. It wasn't just Iturim. The entire continent was being split in half by the barrier that had destroyed the building he had been standing on. Mational clenched his teeth. Damn. Where does this lead? Though it looked like it was rising straight up into the air, Mational, a dragon god soldier, could see that the barrier was half of a sphere. It just looked like it was rising up vertically due to its massive size. The barrier was making a slight curve as it rose up, which meant that giant continent would be divided in two parts, a part that was outside the half sphere, and the part that was inside of it. Though he didn't know what maniac was causing all of this, they weren't doing it just for show, and now, he needed to make a choice that would change his entire future. However, he only pondered it for a moment before he quickly flew off toward the outside of the barrier. Thinking about it, I'll just be trapped inside once this is complete. If Hansu had succeeded in stealing the relic, this wouldn't have happened, which meant that the Naropa Union had activated this. To be trapped together with them. The Flameless Lands didn't exist anymore, and no other groups were a threat to them. It would be a dictatorship. Damn it. Damn it. I don't like those guys from Pompeian either. But he had no other choice. Rumble. As Mational made a complex expression toward the giant barrier before his eyes. Whoosh. White clouds appeared by his side. Hey. You. Mational was surprised by Kirial, who had suddenly appeared by his side. Here you are. Come. We have no time. Huh? Ah. Kirial grabbed onto Mational and quickly used her cloudy movements again. SSSSS. The two bodies quickly disappeared into white clouds again. Whoosh. This place is. Mational instinctively looked around as he was teleported alongside Kirial, and soon. Ugh. What is this? God. My joints. Mational sighed in relief as he looked at the core members of Reunion. They are all alive. The terrorist actions they had caused in various locations had put their lives on the line. Of course, he had been worried when they had parted, but seeing them all there made him greatly relieved. Though, I don't see everyone exactly. It was good enough. Mational quickly thanked Kirial. Thank you for taking care of us all. If they had been split apart with the chaos from the barrier, it would have been even harder for them to survive. Kirial waved at him lightly with the intention of saying that it wasn't much, and Mational smiled as he looked around. The most important question was still unanswered, where exactly is this? Then, Mational saw a small window on the side of the area and looked outside. Huh? Oh. Why did you bring us here? Mational shouted with a mixture of fear and rage. Of course, he'd seen the barrier that was being completed outside the window, which meant that he was in the inside half of the sphere. At that rate, they would all die. Kirial shook her head and said, don't be like that. I put a lot of thought into it as well. As Mational made a confused expression, Kirial continued, think about it. They aren't turtles, right? Why would they be defending themselves like that? Mational nodded. She was right. There was no reason for this. Kirial asked with a tired expression, wouldn't they be doing that because there are greater dangers outside? Or because they were creating a greater danger? Kirial looked at the barrier with a worried expression. Good. This is perfect. A man nodded as he watched the giant half-sphere that covered the continent. It looked like half of a sphere, but in reality, it was closer to a full sphere. It was now time to head on to the next stage. The man looked at the clan heads and Samuel as he spoke, now, blow up the red jade. Of course, it wouldn't be a full explosion because even that barrier wouldn't be able to withstand one. They were going to shake it just a little bit, just enough to burn everything outside to death. Samuel shouted in terror, what the? You never told us about that. What about the race that was outside? They had never heard about that. The man shrugged at Samuel's words and asked, did I have to? The man smiled. Chapter 414, A Step Toward Desolation, 2. Reincarnator, Chapter 415, A Step Toward Desolation, 2. What? As Samuel responded angrily, the man repeated without an expression, I asked whether there really was a need for me to tell you such things. This isn't related to the contract you and I had, right? I told you that I would protect everyone within your union and create a sanctuary for you. You did indeed. Samuel slowly spat the words out. The man was right. But if you really cared about us, then you should have told us about something like this. You clearly knew our goals. When the clan leaders had told them that he could only guarantee the safety of the ones inside the Naropa Union, Samuel and me he had nodded since it was hard to save both parties at war with each other. And, if those who followed Sangjin joined the war on Pompeian's side, there was nothing the Naropa Union would be able to do. So, The two of them had helped the Nerpa Union and hadn't thought much of it since they could just assimilate the humans spread around Pompeian's territory after they destroyed those controlling Pompeian. However, with something like only the people within the Nerpa Union being able to survive, Samuel blamed himself for not being thorough enough. No. Maybe not yet. Rumble. Samuel gritted his teeth as he looked at the giant wall in the distance that existed to cover half of the continent in it and cook the other half alive. Who could have thought of such a vicious plan? Cameronel snickered at Samuel. You should have read the contract thoroughly before you agreed to it. What about we give you a refund? We're pretty nice to our customers after all. Cameronel was implying that they would throw the two of them and the other humans out from the barrier. Samuel clenched his teeth and shook his head. No. Samuel wanted to beat the crap out of those clan heads and cut all ties with them, but at this rate, some simple calculus told him that half of humanity on this continent would die. He wanted to break the union, stop the malicious plan and figure out a different way. But, he could not. I must save at least half. If he escaped that place and failed to find a different method, it wouldn't be just half dying. Every single person would perish. And if they, the ones who held the contract, disappeared, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to the humans who migrated to this place in the future. No, I can at least figure that out. Those guys were the type to talk casually about wiping half of his entire race. As Samuel stood in silence, the mysterious man walked toward the relic and said, I'll now focus on shaking the relic's core. It will take a bit of time, so don't disturb me. Focus on what you all need to do. How long is it going to take? The man pondered a moment at Adaleron's question and responded, not long. Just a week should do. Yucatanpa'el laughed out loud at Samuel, who had bit his lip after hearing the words a week. Good. Send some letter or something to people on the other side of that thing in the meantime. It should be enough time to say your goodbyes. Damn. And, as Samuel ground his teeth. Is he planning something? Cameronel watched with sharp eyes. Rumble. Boom, boom. Jesus Christ. Samuel looked at the sky with a complicated expression. They had done an amazing job as allies. The giant metal towers they had affixed into the ground, and the blue barrier that was the result of the towers, everything was doing great at blocking the attacks on Pompeian, the barrage of attacks that came from beyond the barrier with the noise they made when they collided against it. Despite the Miproski-level ships that could easily melt away any city on the planet like ice cream under the hot summer sun continuously attacking. Boom. Boom. The bright barrier stood and maintained its ground, refusing to give in. Cameronel's warning from earlier rang inside Samuel's head. Don't think of doing anything reckless. Just stay put. If you do something, then we won't stand idle either. Damn. The watch over them had become much stricter than before, so it wouldn't be easy to move around anymore either. Kong Hansu, what would you have done? Samuel turned around from the barrier and looked in the distance with a complicated expression on his face. The mountain was shaking, but nothing was actually happening to the giant creature that had Hansu sleeping inside of it since Hansu's execution date had been pushed back by a whole week. No. There was no other way. Samuel looked at the various ships floating outside the barrier that were watching over them. As the giant barrier was formed, the Nerpa Union's ships that had been buying time against the Pompeian Empire had also been left outside. Though they wouldn't be able to receive the protection of the barrier, that wasn't a huge issue since they just needed to fly out from the radius of the explosion when the explosion happened. Though a few Pompeian ships that acted quickly alongside the Nerpa ships would survive, that wouldn't be much of an issue either. Where would those ships receive energy and supplies once their entire hometown got destroyed? The chances of them surrendering was close to 100%, and even if they did resist it, it still wasn't an issue. Kong Hansu's execution would come after that. Once they cleared the Pompeian Empire and removed the barrier, the ships would descend back to the ground. If the three clan heads and the hundreds of ships attacked continuously, even the giant mountain would melt away. Even if the mountain managed to resist the attacks, the land underneath it would melt away. Then, it would be game over. It would fall straight into the core of the planet. How am I going to tell this to me? He hadn't even told the other humans about what was going to happen. Samuel had a complex expression on his face as he walked into the residence. The fancy interior of the terrace welcomed him. It stood out within the ruins of the terror that had been made by the members of Reunion. Well, they did focus on important locations, so a living space like this is still fine. Then. Oh, hello. How did you get in? Kyrielle giggled as she looked at Samuel and his expression froze. I won't take you in, so get out of here. This place is under watch. Soon, either the clan heads or the dragon god soldiers will. Kyrielle giggled again. Under watch. Terrorizing. Countless panels appeared before Kyrielle's eyes, panels that showed various places within the city they were in. What the? She stole the authorizations. Kyrielle spoke in a leisurely tone, the capital has been blown away. The other cities nearby have been destroyed as well. There's no way they would be able to maintain their systems at this point. The capital, Neorim, had been entirely blown away. All of the important facilities and the scientists had died as well. And not only that, but the secondary systems that should be holding the city when something like this happened were also destroyed by him and Reunion's terrorist acts. Even the people who could restore those systems had long fled or died. Though the internal systems of the giant ships floating in the sky were more than enough to stabilize the systems of the entire continent, they were all floating outside of the barrier and could do nothing. Meanwhile the technorats of Reunion had survived, so crawling into the cracks and stealing authorizations was easy in a situation like this. This place is ready to, but it won't hold out for long. The capital systems are recovering at a rapid rate. If we try to steal too much authorization, they'll figure out our location. No need to go that far. This is good enough. Good job. They couldn't destroy the clan heads, nor the dragon god soldiers, nor the ships with the authorizations, so there was no need to go that far. This was enough to do things comfortably. Sheen. Kyrielle ended the call with Mational and then spoke to Samuel, who was still standing with a dumbfounded look on his face. I heard about your plans. She had listened in on the orders sent to the ships, so she already knew what was happening. She even saw Samuel worrying through the hack system, which is why she had come, to solve everything. Stop dawdling around and help. What do you want me to do? At Samuel's question, Kiriel answered, it would be good if Hansu woke up in time, but we need to prepare in case he doesn't. If Hansu woke up within a week, that would better, but they needed to prepare, just in case he didn't. You are talking about stopping the plan that is going to shake the entire planet. Kiriel nodded. I must stop Hansu from being submerged in magma no matter what. Even if everyone else all died, she had to stop it. Samuel's expression remained cold as he replied, why must I help? It was true he didn't like how the things were unraveling right now, but one wrong move could end everything. He wouldn't even be able to guarantee his own safety at that point. There was too much to lose for him. Kiriel giggled as she spoke, actually, I spoke to someone else before you. What? Then. Tiririring. A panel appeared in Kiriel's hand. Mihi. Samuel was at a loss seeing Mihi's rage-filled expression through the screen. Rumble. The way it's beating is disturbing. It was beating faster and stronger as time went on, as if a change was occurring inside of it. We need to hurry and get rid of that. Cameronel frowned at the mountain that was shaking disturbingly, but he quickly changed his focus to the ones that were making him constantly nervous, though not as much as the mountain. I hope they don't try anything reckless. That would be for the best. Cameronel thought of the abnormally quiet humans and mumbled to himself. Chapter 415, A Step Toward Desolation, 3. Reincarnator, Chapter 416, A Step Toward Desolation, 3. Rumble. The vast underground. Cameronel looked at the 100-meter-wide underground room with a disgusted expression. This place always gets on my nerves. What are you doing? There were various tools around, and he could not figure out what they were for, along with various forms of energy and experimental subjects. The man, who was in the center of the lab, said in response, experimenting. Experimenting. The man nodded at Cameronel's question. Yeah, tests regarding the aliens who call themselves humans. You aren't attempting the Flame's blessing again, right? Cameronel had deduced what the man was searching for as he looked at the marks on the corpses on the ground. The man nodded. Didn't you say you had already finished the experiment? About 5 years ago. I did. The man thought of the past and nodded. He had gone into research right away, from the moment the aliens first appeared on this land. It had been an experiment to allow the Flame's power to enter the bodies of those humans, but it had ended in massive failure. Unlike the Ankara, who had been exposed to the power of the Flame their entire lives, those humans had not been able to withstand the power of the Flame and started melting away one by one. It hadn't been a question of strength. In terms of body strength, those humans had been way stronger than Citizen who didn't wear Dragon God armor. Even before the strange elevator had descended on humans, their race was just too weak to begin with. They were weak, and it was for that reason that they had raised their strength by using things called runes, artifacts, and skills. However, that strength had become a poison since their bodies could barely withstand it. As the strength of the red jade was added onto this, their bodies were unable to withstand the amount of energy and basically started melting down on themselves. You even failed on those things called transcendence. You told me that before. The man nodded. Yeah. As the elevator descended and the general power level of the humans rose extremely fast, some came out of the flameless lands and tried to fight. Of course, that was futile. Maybe if they had gone through at least 4 transformations, but with only 1 or 2 levels of change, they were too weak. Thanks to that, they had been caught, and he had been able to experiment on them again. He had thought that extremely powerful bodies and souls might bring him success in his experiments, but the result was utter failure again. Though their bodies and souls had gotten stronger, they had been changed forcibly through the crystals, and their bodies had been barely holding on. As the power from the crystals and the blessing collided with one another, another failure occurred. The subjects had all become living bombs. I thought you had given up, but it seems fun to make the same mistake over and over again, huh? Cameronel asked. One mistake could be forgiven. Actually, multiple mistakes could be forgiven. However, by repeating the same mistake twice, there was no way out of being punished since people like that didn't seek to advance and would make the same mistake again in the future. However, the man in front of him was doing the exact thing he hated most. The man responded, expressionlessly after Cameronel's words, so what? Are you going to do something about it? You really are a bastard. Do whatever you want. But, you'll need to activate the relic within the time frame no matter what. I really wish to get rid of that thing as soon as possible. Cameronel looked toward the giant mountain in the distance, the thing that was shaking in a disturbing manner. If he didn't get rid of it as soon as possible, he felt like he wouldn't have an easy time sleeping. The man nodded. Don't worry. There's no need for me to do anything else to it anymore anyway. The relic was already pumping its power into the core of the planet, toward the red jade. There was nothing he needed to do anymore. The relic would succeed in agitating the red jade in time, and the red jade would destroy everything on the planet as punishment for disturbing it. Cameronel walked out with a frown as the man continued to look at the body he was experimenting on. It was the body of a very ordinary human, not even one they called transcendent. The body he was looking at was similar to the ones who had already ascended. There was one key thing that was different about them, however. Yeah, these guys are different. Before and after the elevator landed. The ones who had been there before and the ones who came after were different. The ones who had been there before were just inferior. No matter what skills they had or how many crystals they had devoured, nothing changed. However, the ones that came up after the elevator had descended were different. Their bodies have already gone through multiple rounds of modifications. It wasn't just some regular modification either. They were extremely advanced, to the point of the man's own race barely being able to accomplish something like it. Their bodies had been rebuilt, implanted with a pool of mana and then further strengthened by use of some strange material. This might be enough. Joy appeared on the man's face. It might really be enough for his experiment to succeed. ZZZZZT. Geist. The man dissected another subject and then started to ponder. Not enough. It wasn't enough. I need more subjects. He didn't only need a transcendent, but he needed a transcendent who had gone through those body modifications. He had gathered quite a lot of bodies due to the chaos this time around, but they weren't enough. He needed living specimens, and a lot of them. Only then, might he be able to succeed. Good. But, who did all of these modifications? They were more than simple modifications. They were closer to art. As the man looked at the various traces upon the body, he got lost in thought. Kiriel breathed in deeply as she looked at the giant mountain in the distance, as well as the capital that was behind it. Ha. She was getting nervous, but she calmed herself down and turned around. What's the situation like currently? Machinal replied as he checked the status of the capital. I haven't checked everything, but I'm sure the relic is inside the capital. Since the capital's main systems had been destroyed, it was even harder to monitor it. All useful technorats who had survived in various cities had been called to the capital for recovery work. The cracks were rapidly being mended, and that made it harder and harder to surveil them. It was hard to figure out the exact details of the situation, but one thing was clear, the relic was inside the capital. 4 days just to find out a small detail like this. Since there was too much at stake, they could not move before they were sure. I had hoped Hansu would wake up before then, but... oh well. Kiriel looked at Samuel and Mihi standing next to her and asked, it would be too hard to get to the relic, right? The two nodded. Too hard. Maybe if the clan heads hadn't been watching over them so meticulously, but not like this. It was as if they believed the humans were going to try something. They, who knew both of their powers very well, will protect the relic with all their powers. Kiriel thought for a moment and then said, then, as we planned, we'll need to aim for the metal towers. Mihi and Samuel nodded. They only knew that the relic was inside the capital. They didn't know where it was, how it was working, nor how to stop it. But the metal towers were different. Samuel and Mihi knew the locations of every single one of them, and they knew how to stop them. They just needed to smash them apart. I saw them as I was moving the group. They're not that strong. We can definitely destroy them. We know all the locations as well since we're the ones who put them down. Kiriel smiled. This was good. They just needed to go and destroy them. There was no way they would continue to destroy the planet if the barrier disappeared. Their plans would fail and they would have to battle with Pompeian again. They just needed to get what they required from the two powers. Finish preparing. We'll move once we're clear about the clan heads' locations. Kiriel nodded at Mihi's words. Though they just needed to destroy the metal towers before the plan went in motion, it was better to hurry since they didn't know what kind of variables could come into play at once they started. And, that might happen while we're out doing this. She knew that Hansu wouldn't take that long to reach the 4th star. He had gone in after calculating that, after all. Hurry and come out, Hansu. Kiriel looked at the giant mountain in the distance again. At those words. SSSS. Hansu woke up from his sleep and looked at his body. Amazing. 3 days, it only took 3 days for the 9 dragon strike to break through. Power that was dimensions stronger than before rushed through his body, but Barmamont's question and Hansu's answer weren't just limited to his body. His mind as well. No need to say more. Barmamont chuckled disturbingly and then looked at Hansu. It might be good to go out now. How about it? Are you going to go out now or are you going to rest a bit more? There's no place better than here to strengthen yourself after all. What to do, indeed. Vast amounts of strength flowed through his body, and Hansu played around with the strand of that strength as he looked at the giant creature entrapping him. Chapter 416, A Step Toward Desolation, 4. Reincarnator, Chapter 417, A Step Toward Desolation, 4. Rumble. The Great ALLA Ravine. The giant ravine that had acted as the boundary between the Pompeian Empire and the Nerapa Union had long lost its purpose due to the new boundary that was now the giant barrier. Whoosh. The giant barrier rose up in from between the ravine and into the sky, creating various sounds beneath it, deep within the ravine. Boom. A giant tower rose up from below the ravive, but the difference between its size and the ravines was so vast that people couldn't see the tower. However, the tower was actually massive as well. Next to the tower that was located in an extremely dangerous environment, covered in the heat and pressure that rose up from the red jade deep within the planet. Whoosh. White clouds started to appear, and suddenly. Whoosh. The clouds spread apart as a couple appeared from within them. The moment they appeared, the surrounding heat and pressure started converging upon their location as if fighting an intruder. It was an environment that the people of Ankara had given up due to its harsh conditions, which even kept the dragon god soldiers from being able to work. However, the couple that had appeared didn't mind it. They quickly surrounded themselves with reinforcements. If that amount of heat and pressure had been able to damage them, then the tower wouldn't have been there in the first place. Samuel, one of the two, frowned as he looked at Kiriel, who had just helped him teleport there instantaneously. Damn. That memory reading ability, this really is disturbing. Who would feel good having someone rummage through their mind? Kiriel shrugged. Nothing I can do. I can only move to places I know. Tisk. Samuel continued frowning as he said, that, about me he. Don't tell her. I will. I know. Was he really worried about a thing like that in a situation like theirs? Just confess already. Kiriel shook her head at the thought and looked around the area. So, it was in a place like this. Rumble. The powerful heat that came up from the red jade had covered the surroundings, and Kiriel stared at the giant metal tower that was standing within the flames. It really looked out of place. If Samuel hadn't been the one to erect them, it would have been really hard to find where those things were. Even if the towers were huge, finding something like that in those vast lands would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But hey, we found it. Kiriel continued to look at the giant metal tower that shone brightly within the red flames. Though the size didn't make destroying it an issue, the thin protective barrier surrounding it did. Samuel's complaints could be heard coming from next to her as well. Tisk. I thought it would be simple, Samuel mumbled at the metal tower. Destroying the tower itself was easy. However, the protective barrier that was absorbing the energy of the relic to maintain and sustain itself really got in the way. Though it wasn't as powerful as the giant barrier, the protective layer seemed as if it was still quite sturdy. With just a 3-star, it wouldn't be enough. Not only that, but the moment they attacked it, the 3 clan heads would be notified. They would rush over there the moment the alarms reached them. Samuel sighed as he thought up to that point and then looked at Kiriel. This is impossible. Let's just give up. Stop spouting nonsense. You know what will happen if you give up. The moment they gave up, every living creature outside the barrier would burn to death, and Hansu would be driven deep into the planet's core. However, Samuel continued to shake his head. I really cannot think of a way. The metal tower's protective barrier is stronger than I thought. They were able to teleport, but the clean heads had access to photon transmission. If the clan heads used the energy that had originally been designated for fighting Pompeian to run the photon transmission, then essentially teleporting the 3 clan heads would be an easy feat. It would be more than enough to match Kiriel's skill. Maybe if their location wasn't exposed. But the moment they started to attack a tower, the clan heads would rush over and stop them. Damn. I just need to destroy one, but we don't have enough people. Kiriel clenched her jaw. If someone distracted the clan heads and bought them time, maybe. However, as they were nowhere near enough. As Kiriel made a tight fist, looking depressed. Boom. The giant barrier that rose high up into the sky shook. It was as if the entire land was being broken apart. Rumbly. The land beneath it reverberated with noise and vibration as the red jade went on overdrive, and the barrier cracked apart slowly as the towers that were maintaining it made huge noises and started to shine blindingly. Boom. And in the midst of all this, Samuel and Kiriel looked on in disbelief. What the? Even the attacks from the ships hadn't been enough to shake the barrier, so who could be affecting the barrier to that degree? Who? Is it him? Kiriel turned around and looked past the barrier. Kyo. Cracks were appearing on the giant barrier that split apart the earth and heavens. Boom. As the barrier struggled to regenerate the cracks and stabilize. Boom. A red beam cut through the land and smashed against the blue barrier again, a power that was dimensions stronger than a ship's attack. If the bright barrier was the shield of the gods, the red beam that smashed against it was the spear that served to punish them. And from the end of that spear, a man, who stood on the other side of the barrier, chuckled coldly. It doesn't tarnish the hard work that went into it, haha. Cheek. It was the emperor of the Pompeian Empire, Pompeian himself. The crystal that was being held in Pompeian's hand shone menacingly red, and from beneath his feet, a giant cannon the size of a city let out smoke as it cooled down. Relic overloaded. 29 seconds left until next available attack. The 114th zone, 291th zone have entirely melted away. Various panels appeared around Pompeian reporting the giant cannon's status. The cannon's name was Gungnir. Though the cannon looked as if it had been designed to shoot down gods, the current situation wasn't that good. Smoke rose up from various parts, and the sounds of things blowing up could be heard constantly. And, as Pompeian frowned at that, the Technorad's flustered face appeared. My lord, there is only one strike left. Though the lord and the relic are perfectly fine, I don't think Gungnir can hold on anymore. Understood, hurry and prepare. Pompeian frowned and then looked toward the bright barrier. The cannon that had cost an entire year's worth of the Empire's earnings was breaking down with just 2 attacks. Though they had both used a relic to produce results, unlike the barrier that was slowly recovering itself, the giant spear seemed to have received a large amount of damage. Tisk. Is this the limit? The stolen technology seemed to be too much for their capabilities. Pompeian chuckled as he said, that Nerapa. Is it helping me while knowing what that alien is thinking? No, Nerapa didn't know. If it had, then it wouldn't have been helping him like this. Of course, Pompeian's question didn't receive an answer. He's like a bloody statue. Pompeian took a glance at Sangjin, who had been watching the barrier silently, and then refocused. 1 attack left. However, even if he finished the barrier this way, he wouldn't be able to rest. After I deal with this, I need to face him. So, I can only trust you to handle the rest. As Sangjin nodded. The tremendous energy that seeped out from the relic under the Emperor's control created a long spear within Gungnir. And this time, the spear won. Boom. The barrier that had been recovering was pierced, a giant hole punched through it. But, it didn't seem like they had a lot of time. The barrier continued to regenerate, and the hole dwindled quickly. However, Pompeian didn't worry. From that point on, things wouldn't be his responsibility. Hurry and go in. Whoosh. Sangjin shone a bright violet as he quickly flew toward the hole into the Nerapa Union. Boom. What the? What's going on? Our Gregorian Nell freaked out as he turned around to the huge noise. The barrier that split the earth across and rose up into the sky now had a hole in it. They pierced it. But, his shock only lasted a moment. Kuduk. Kuduk. Our Gregorian Nell quickly turned around again to the sounds that occurred behind him, and the thing he was supposed to watch over came into view. At that moment, he realized that the pierced barrier wasn't the biggest issue. He remembered his objective, so our Gregorian Nell quickly activated his visor and shouted, damn. Emergency. Code red. The strange life form has started to move. I repeat, this is not a drill. Code red. The strange life form has started to move again. His objective, watch over the mountain-like monster and report the moment a change occurred. Damn it. Respond. Kadududuk. Roar. Our Gregorian Nell started to cry as he shouted while watching the moving mountain. Chapter 417, A Step Towards Desolation, 5. Reincarnator, Chapter 418, A Step Towards Desolation, 5. Zone 183. The barrier has been pierced. A human has come through the hole. He is currently on the move. Diarrheic. Daring. Countless panels appeared in the air. Of course, no one had expected the barrier to be pierced, and a grim expression fell on Adeleron's face. Pompian, you were hiding such a terrifying weapon. Adeleron's eyelids twitched as she looked at the weapon that had made the hole in the giant barrier. She could not understand. Why did he only use that now? If he had used it when the three clan heads had been sitting in the capital, it would have ended in a moment. No matter how strong they were, they could not withstand something that could pierce the barrier itself. No, even if that thing had been aimed at the ships, one shot, one fleet. Since he had attacked 3 times, he could have erased 3 fleets. That would have been more than enough to screw the balance of power. Why was he holding on to such a thing? However, Adeleron realized that this wasn't the time for her to worry about it. Tearing. You saw, right? We need a solution. Damn. Adelea. What is that? Does the Ron family know anything about it? Cameronel's and Yucatan's frozen expressions appeared before Adeleron's face. Such might. Adelea calmed Yucatan down. Calm down. It doesn't look like that can impact us directly, she said while looking at the various reports that had come her way on the giant cannon that had stood beneath Pompian. The picture of the cannon that they had been taken by a satellite was showing it had melted down, and white smoke was rising from the remaining parts, meaning that it would be impossible to fire it again. 3 shots had caused that. Shooting again was not possible, and even if it were, it wouldn't cause much harm to them who were inside the barrier. With a relieved smile, Yucatan Pyle said, is that so? Phew. Good. What are my boys doing not even gathering intel properly? That's because you favor the military like the dull person you are. By filling the entire upper hierarchy with military personnel, it was obvious that his clan lacked intelligence gathering capabilities. However, that was also the reason why the Pyle family had the strongest might of the 3 families. It was a good thing that they had a weakness since they could become enemies at any moment. The real issue was what they currently had to deal with. Though she had told Yucatan Pyle that there wasn't much of a problem, her actual thinking was slightly different. Would Pompian have thought that the weapon he had prepared would fail at breaking through the barrier? She didn't think so, which meant that Pompian had deduced that the small hole he had created would be more than enough. That guy that came in through the hole. There was something about him. As if thinking similarly, Cameronel spoke through the panel, Pompian wouldn't do such a meaningless thing. We need to move out as well. Let's go and take down that guy who came in through the hole. They didn't know who had come in through the hole, but the combined forces of the 3 of them should more than be enough. No. What if we use them instead? After the construction ended, they just felt like freeloaders. Humans should deal with each other. Send Samuel and me. Adeleron nodded at Cameronel's and Yucatan Pyle's words. It wasn't a bad idea, but when Adeleron was about to respond, an urgent report was sent her way. Matriarch. The 11th and the 40th towers are being attacked. What? By whom? Did Pompian prepare something else as well? If so, things would really become a problem. If the towers got destroyed and the barrier fell, the giant cannon Pompian had created would easily erase the capital. As Adeleron hurriedly told the Technoid to elaborate on the report, the Technoid clenched their teeth and sent a video. Then, Adeleron's expression froze. Samuel. Me. Why are they there? But the shock only lasted a moment. Bastards. How could you have not known this until they were already there? What the hell were you doing this whole time? Adeleron's rage-filled voice filled up the room. Kiriririk. I erased as much as I could. Hurry. We need to deal with it while the situation outside is chaotic. Samuel nodded at Machinal's words. The timing of Pompian's attack was truly God-sent. The attention of the Narapa Union had been split, giving him their best opportunity to act. As Samuel's hands darkened, a large amount of mana started to swirl around him. Boom. The earth rose up in spikes and smashed onto the tower. The dark spikes rose up from all directions in order to destroy the tower. Though the tower shone brightly in order to resist it, it was a futile struggle. Kaka. Crunch. The endless attack slowly ate away at the tower. I need to destroy it quickly and move. As Samuel focused. Boom. A familiar sound, which he dreaded most in the current situation, could be heard from behind him, the sound of the photon transmission. Damn. As Samuel quickly moved to the side. Boom. A giant fireball rushed past the spot Samuel had been standing on. SSSSS. Due to his concentration being disturbed, the various dark spikes that had been attacking the tower fell back to the earth, while the bright light around the tower quickly stabilized. Damn. Samuel scowled and turned around as a rage-filled face came into view. You traitor. What the hell are you doing in such an important moment? Samuel spat at Yucatan Pyle's angered voice. What do you mean by traitor? You betrayed us first. This isn't so bad. The worst situation that Samuel had thought of was having all 3 of them go there. If that had been the case, even if he succeeded in destroying her tower, he would have long burned to a crisp. This was a gamble, and of course, he had his own questions. Wait. There are 2 of us, so they should have sent 2 here and still have some power left. No. The situation he had thought of next was that while one clan had bought time with one adversary, the other 2 went to kill the other. Since only one had shown up against him, did that mean that 2 had gone after me? Yucatan Pyle growled as he spoke. Cockroaches. It seems you guys really do care about your own kind, huh? To come over the wall to help. However, before Samuel could respond, Yucatan Pyle blazed on fire and shouted. It wasn't that only one had come after him. One would be enough. Boom. The tremendous power that had been further amplified by the flame's blessing rushed toward Samuel. Damn. Why aren't you responding? HQ. Our Gregorian Nell continued to cry and shout as he stared at the moving mountain. As its movements became larger, the sound coming from within it became louder as well. Why wasn't HQ responding? Damn it. Why did they tell me to watch over this in the first place, then? At that moment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill, man. I blocked it all. As our Gregorian Nell turned around in shock. Boom. A giant bloody axe rose toward him. Damn. Whoosh. Our Gregorian Nell quickly activated the power of the flame inside his body. Whoa, there. Boom. Johnstone grabbed the axe that had returned to his hand and said with a frown, I told you I can handle it alone. Huh. As our Gregorian Nell responded. Pushik. Kahuak. He groaned as his body got pierced from behind. Guhuk. Our Gregorian Nell's head dropped as he heard Kiriel's voice and fell to the ground. Thud. Ha. I told you I didn't need help. He might have run away. If the clan heads found out, it would have become a real issue. Anyway, is he coming out? Thump. Thump. Kiriel mumbled at the giant mountain that now resembled a beating heart. The beats coming from it seemed to indicate that something was going to be birthed from it. If Mihi and Samuel hadn't distracted the clan heads. No. If Pumpian hadn't attacked then the clan heads, they would have felt this quake. Kadadak. A hand pierced through the top of the mountain. He's out. Whoa. He's out. As Kiriel frowned at the overly excited Johnstone, John quickly realized his actions and piped down. I mean. I'm just saying, you know. Thank the heavens. Johnstone sighed with relief. Samuel, you lucky bastard. You might get to live. Though they had split due to their conflicting opinions, he was still worried. The memories he had of himself and Samuel slowly rose from within him, the days when Samuel had rescued him and they had fought with their backs against each other, but it was all fixed now. That aura. Since he had come out, everything would be fixed. Johnstone tapped Kiriel and said, come on. Let's hurry and go up. I was going to anyway. Kiriel and Johnstone quickly moved to the top of the mountain, and before their eyes, Hansu, who was looking around while kneeling, could be seen. Johnstone shouted toward Hansu. He was in a hurry. Hey. Let's move. We don't have much time. Things have turned terrible while you were asleep. Then. Hansu heard Johnstone's shout and asked, who are you? Kiriel's expression froze at that moment. Chapter 418, Experiment, 1. Reincarnator, Chapter 419, Experiment, 1. Who am I? What the? We don't have time to joke around. Come on, man. We're in a hurry. Johnstone was at a loss for words. Though the gap had increased, they had once fought against each other in the Flameless Lands. Humans tended to forget good things quickly, but hatred lasted a long time, so how could Hansu not remember fighting with him? Damn. Samuel is probably a blood bag right now. We don't have time for this. Every second was important for Mihi and Samuel, or even the capital. They needed to drag this guy to one of those places as fast as possible and deal with it. Only then would their fight end. At least, he got incredibly strong. Johnstone looked at Hansu. An aura that made one feel chills ran through his back. There was black mana moving behind him. Something felt strange, but if one thought of it as a side effect to gaining such a large amount of strength in such a short amount of time, it wasn't that weird. Though, it really did feel ominous. Thank God he's not an enemy. Johnstone extended his arm toward Hansu and shouted, come on. Stop spouting nonsense dash. Wait. As Johnstone was about to shout in anger, Kiriel stopped him. Unlike John, she knew why this had happened. Kiriel asked with a frozen expression, do you remember me? Hansu frowned as he spoke. You. You are. Hansu started to mumble and grab his head. Little bits of memory fragments flashed within it. Oh. This is still here. Ha ha ha. It's like winning the lottery. Hansu ignored the voices of the demons inside his head and said to Kiriel, you. I remember you. You're Kiriel. Phew. She asked him, have you lost a lot? If only I knew. He couldn't know how much he had lost. He couldn't even begin to calculate the exact amount he had lost. It was as if the lost memory had been replaced with something else. Damn. Kiriel bit her lips and then placed her hand on Hansu's shoulder, staring into his eyes. She was asking if she could read his memories, and Hansu nodded as he answered, go ahead. I'm curious too. Kiriel fell into despair as she looked through Hansu's memories. They're all blocked. Nothing could be read, not just the memories themselves, but even the physical memories within Hansu's body. It was as if someone was blocking her abilities. Damn. Johnstone couldn't hold back anymore, and he shouted from next to them, what the hell are you guys talking about? Damn it. We don't have time for all this. Various voices continued to ring through Johnstone's visor, including Nationals and the various technorats of Reunion. Damn. They found traces of Samuel and Mihi, and the Neoream system is countering our hacks. We're being driven out from their systems at a rapid rate. Damn. There is too much disparity between our machines. Mihi and Samuel are being pushed back. They'll lose at this rate. You need to hurry. Nothing was in their favor. Thankfully, one of the family heads wasn't participating, which was an issue of its own. Since they were being driven out of the systems, they didn't know where the heads were and what they were doing. Every second was precious. However, instead of doing something, they were wasting time there. Hansu looked at Johnstone's eyes and said, quiet. Johnstone flinched and took a step back. As he took a step back, he realized something strange. Hansu's eyes were different. He couldn't be sure, but his instincts told him so. They told him that one mistake would be the end of him. Why, what is this? He felt a vicious aura ravaging through his body, and he realized that the reason why he was afraid of Hansu wasn't simply because Hansu had gotten stronger. Kiriel clenched her teeth. As I thought. She couldn't read his memories, but she could at least read the emotions hidden within the body. Hansu had had a form of belief inside him before. Though it had been brutish, his goal had always been to bring the most positive results to everyone. However, the only things remaining inside his body now were the emotions of a tyrant, laziness and boredom. His eyes were of a tyrant who had lost interest in the world, but she didn't step back. Since they could still communicate, she might be able to persuade him. Johnstone's words were right, so Kiriel took a step forward and said, Hansu, I understand this feels a bit sudden because you just woke up, but that man's words are right. We need to hurry. No. Hansu shook his head. I'm saying that it's been quite a while since I've woken up. He hadn't just woken up. It had been almost a day. He had lain inside the beast for an entire day. He just hadn't found a reason to move. Things had been comfortable inside, and it had been the best environment to raise his strength. Because the beast trying to suck his energy got stronger with him, although he could have reached the 5th star with some more time if he stayed in, he decided to come outside. The voice inside him kept telling him to, but it wasn't coming from someone else. They were the words he had repeated to himself continuously before losing his memories, do not forget this. So, my goal is to save everyone and throw a huge middle finger at God, right? Yes. Hansu was at a loss for words. Ugh. Why did I choose to do something so tiring? Kiriel's expression turned grim at those words. He becomes this different just because he lost his memories. Of course, Kiriel was aware of the reason. As people gained experiences and created memories, they changed slowly. However, those things that propped people up had suddenly disappeared. Currently, Hansu was who he had been before all of those experiences and accomplishments he had gone through. His speech actually sounded younger and rougher as well. It's over. There was no way he would act now. As Kiriel's expression fell into despair, Hansu shrugged and said, well, let's go and check it out. Kiriel was shocked, and Hansu chuckled. I'm just curious, that's all. Hansu was indeed very curious. Saving humanity. Even if they gave him 10,000 tons of gold, or even the whole world, he wouldn't do such a thing. He could easily live an easy and comfortable life by himself, so why would he go out of his way to suffer and work? To win against the Abyss in the war? Of course, if they had greater forces and were also individually strong, that would help with winning. But, surviving after a victory and being happy were two different things. Due to the characteristics of the Abyss, where there was infinite potential to become stronger, a large population of powerful people was better for winning, but it was much easier to be happy by running around alone and causing chaos. Getting found out was harder when one was alone, and one could monopolize whatever they found, which meant that his previous goal hadn't been for him, but for others. That made him curious. Why did he try to do such a tiring job while risking everything he had, including his life? After thinking for about a day, he had found the answer. The people around me succeeded in convincing me. Those around him had succeeded in changing who he was. Whether they had done it with action or words, it didn't matter. The important thing was that he had changed to the point where he would act on his own and strive for that goal. So, Hansu decided to give in to his desperate self from before he lost his memories. If he had changed before, then, I'll be able to change again. He was curious to know if the people past and those at present would be able to change him again, which is why he came out. He did it to give them a chance. I don't know. You guys try to convince me as to why I have to do this. And if we fail? Hansu chuckled. Then, I'll do whatever I want. As for now, I'll also do whatever I want. What? Got a problem? You haven't said anything or shown me anything yet, right? So, he was going to do what he wanted. I'm gonna take everything and go up. He wanted to go up, but he couldn't just leave like that. If the power of one relic was that strong, how strong would 3 be? Also, it looked like the relics only worked properly once all 3 were gathered anyway. So, how could he leave such precious things behind? Let's keep this one here for now. Boom. Boom. Hansu looked at the hater below struggling desperately to suck the energy from the relic. Though taking the relic would help, it would be annoying if the thing followed him, which would be a loss in the end. He could just retrieve the other 2 and then come back for that one. Finding the other 2 was his top priority. Let's go. I'm curious as to what will happen. Worst case scenario, he would just take what he could and go up. Hansu chuckled. Chapter 419, Experiment, 2. In Reincarnator, Chapter 420, Experiment, 2. Rumble. So, this is the one, Cameronel thought to himself. Mihi and Samuel had always talked about this. You dumbass. If you go in and create chaos, then we'll be able to deal with it? No, it won't be that easy. They have a formidable foe on the other side. Cameronel remembered the name, Sangjin. Every time he heard about the Sangjin fellow, he made fun of Mihi and Samuel for being cowards, but he realized why the duo feared that man so much. Boom. Ah. Cameronel shouted out loudly as he exploded in flames at the violet soldiers rushing toward him from all around, corpses that rose from the dead, an endless amount of them too. Boom. Cameronel's flames rushed past the soldiers, but shortly after that. SSSSS. As Sangjin spread mana about again, the bodies of the soldiers that had been killed were reconstructed as they rose up again. The ones that had burnt up in flames rose back up with the same weapons and armor as they charged at him again. Cameronel fell into despair as he looked at the expressionless soldiers charging at him. This will never end at this rate. No wonder Pompeian only sent him in. If he was like a torch, lighting up his surroundings, then this army was comparable to giant violet waves that were trying to suppress him. One of 2 things would happen, either he would die from exhaustion, or Sangjin would run out of mana. I should have just taken one of the 2 kids instead. He didn't know what was a higher priority between Sangjin and the 2 duo attacking the barrier, but the fact that he was merely used to buy time didn't feel great. He didn't like how he had to risk his own life against this monster, but he was going to rise above that. He wasn't someone who should be fighting some monster in some random place, even more so since that monster was powerful. Tisk. Cameronel grinned at his teeth. The exchange felt never-ending. ALLA needed to find a solution as quickly as possible. Yucatan wouldn't be able to since his intelligence and patience were both lacking. Kahyup. Boom. Cameronel burned the surrounding soldiers again and stared at the man standing behind the endless wave. Let's do this. Why don't you join us? I'll let you and your subordinates live, Cameronel proposed to Sangjin. There was no reason for him to stick with Pompian anyway. The result after the war was much more important. And if Pompian won, there would be no reason for Pompian to keep those humans alive. No, he would need to kill them. The humans would continue to grow stronger if they were left alive, and they weren't going to stay anyway. To let such a dangerous group of organisms alive in one's own territory, that was not something someone with power would do, and if they did, that person wouldn't fit to have that power. People like him needed to pull out everything and anything that could possibly become a threat to him by the roots the moment they were detected. The Nerapa Union acted similarly but slightly different. Even if they did beat the Pompian Empire, the war wouldn't over. The three clans would then have to battle each other, and that was as important as fighting the Pompian Empire. Since everyone would use every last bit of their strength in the final battle, and because they had gotten to know each other too well whilst fighting together, to them, the humans were important. They would become great assets in the upcoming war. The other clan heads were thinking the same thing. The new humans coming up would have to choose with whom they would side as well. That was why Samuel and Mihi had agreed to become their allies. Because they knew their future was brighter with them than with Pompian. Though the war would become longer and more vicious, they would earn the right to live in Ankara. And Mero had come for a specific reason. This guy is the most dangerous of the three, Cameronel thought to himself. Being the most dangerous meant that Sangjin would be the most useful once Cameronel managed to recruit him. That was why he had decided to come here despite the dangers, to gain the man as his blade. It's over for Pompian anyway. The balance has been tilted, and the plan cannot be stopped. You need to find a way to live too, right? Come with me, and I'll give you the best treatment possible. Sangjin responded with a scoff. Is this how you recruit people? While you fight them? What? Damn. Boom. Cameronel shouted again as he burned the soldiers charging at him. Sangjin told him, recruiting allies is good, but you should first find out about the person you're trying to recruit. No. Sangjin looked toward the capital in the distance. Damn. You're going to the capital? You aren't going to help the other two. Johnstone shouted in frustration as he looked at Hansa rushing toward the capital. If that man went to the capital, then the other two would sooner or later lose the fight. Hansa shook his head. No. I don't know who they are, but they're doing a good job. So, I need to act now. Johnstone's expression froze. Bastard. This guy is just selfish. He knew a bit about the situation as well. Hansu had lost his memory and changed into a different person. Though his actions showed that he hadn't lost his memories completely, John knew that Hansu's personality had gotten a bit twisted. Johnstone spat on the ground and then said to Kiriel, damn. Kiriel, move me to Samuel, please. What can you do there? It would be like a shrimp getting in a fight between whales. Johnstone shouted out in rage, F. Then, what? That bastard is trying to fulfill his own greed. I need to help out at least. Hansu chuckled. Why are you treating me like such a selfish person? This is good for you guys too. Huh. Hansu shrugged as he spoke, you know that I held the relic inside that thing's stomach, right? As John and Kiriel nodded, Hansu continued, I felt it then, but the power hidden inside the relics is huge, big enough to decide the fate of this entire planet. Well, you might know that since you've seen it as well. John and Kiriel nodded again. They knew it better than anyone else. Every time a relic was activated, the planet was flipped upside down. Relics had created the 7 beasts that shook the entire Nerapa Union, raised the barrier that cut the planet in half, and even fueled the spear that pierced that barrier. Though the civilization of Ankara was quite advanced, the power of the relics was dimensions greater. Hansu said to Johnstone, what was supposed to happen to them? Apparently, the three clans want to hold one each after the war. For some form of peace to appear after the war, a balance of power was needed. Only then, would they be wary of each other and raise their strength in secrecy. If one tried to eat all three, then they would get destroyed by the other two. So, each family would take one each and create a temporary balance of power, and the people that would fill that gap between them were the humans following Samuel and Mihi. Hansu chuckled. But did everyone agree? What do you mean? As Johnstone frowned, Hansu continued, there's one more guy in the capital, right? Did he agree? Hansu took a short break from his speech before continuing, it didn't seem like he was part of Ankara as well. That man was strange, beyond a simple genius. He was a man who had created a copy of the powerful alien who called themselves the Nerpa, as well as technology from the Nerapa Union. He was the man who had given the power of the flames blessing to the clan heads and the dragon god soldiers. Once he got to that point, it was easy to deduce what would happen. It seems that man is the original owner of these relics. That meant that there were 3 races on the planet, the aboriginals of the planet Ankara, the humans, and a mysterious alien race. 3 races, but 1 land. Though it was large enough for the 3 races to live in harmony, reality wasn't that simple. All 3 races had the power to wipe the other 2 out. Hansu continued to chuckle. If I were him, I would wipe everything out. Wait. As Johnstone realized something. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy burst out from the capital, not just enough to shake apart the planet, but more than enough to destroy a large part of it. Haha, look at that. He and I really think alike. Let's go see who it is. It wasn't too late yet. Hansu dashed toward the capital at a higher speed. Ha 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 ha, the man in the middle of the capital laughed as he looked at the modified human. Our savior was working properly. Their savior hadn't thrown their race away. The savior was working hard somewhere in the universe, which meant he needed to do something as well, the job he had been assigned to do. Rumble. The energy from the relic intensified, as if it was replying to the man's feelings. Chapter 420, Transition, 1. Reincarnator, Chapter 421, Transition, 1. Stop playing around and go back. You don't have a chance of winning anyway. ALLA had stopped for a moment and kindly told me he was a waste to kill. If I can recruit her, it'll be a huge benefit. At that rate, the Pompeian Empire would be over, which meant that she needed to prepare for the next stage, the fight against Yucatan Pile and Maronel. Of course, it wouldn't be an issue if they could all stay together, but suspicion was a dangerous thing. Two other forces that had strength similar to her own. Living together under one roof with two parties that could try to take her neck at any moment? Maybe while they had a common enemy, but once the Pompeian Empire was destroyed, the next target would be those two. She would be a great asset then, ALLA thought to herself as she looked at me, whose fighting spirit was still high despite defending against her flames. Rumble. One of the best options was to convince her without using any force. Of course, it would be even better if the other two clan heads got beaten to death. The two other clan heads getting hurt or dying would be the best scenario, but if the two other humans died or got injured, that would be good as well. It would be even better if Samuel ended up hating Yucatan Pile and decided to join her forces. Any of those options would fall in her favor. So, for now, the best method was to convince the girl in front of her. At that moment, Chiajijek. Intel about the newcomer from outside the wall got reported to her. ALLA looked at me and said, "It seems your old friend is here. Isn't this enough? It's the one you always talked about." ALLA and Mihi's normal relationship wasn't half bad. They were allies, yes, but they were both women leading large groups, so they had a lot in common. They had often talked about personal matters over a cup of tea on ALLA's terrace, and though she had heard about a lot of different people, the majority of Mihi's talks had been about two men, Sangjin and Hansu. ALLA stopped attacking and said with a smile, "Come to me. If you can convince those two, why would I mistreat you? Instead, I would treat you better than anyone else." Mihi clenched her teeth. Really? She had imagined a situation like that. Though they had been split up like that, how amazing would it be if they reunited and climbed to the top together? But, Mihi shook her head. Even if ALLA gave her word, not everything would be solved. Even if you say so, I cannot trust that man. The one doing the planning wasn't the three clan heads, but the man behind them. Even if ALLA was on her side, if that man's opinion was different, then it wouldn't matter. ALLA laughed. Do you take us for fools? There's no way we would be working with such a powerful man without countermeasures, right? As he swung the hammer in his hand, a black aura exploded from Hansu's hand. Boom. Ah. Damn. Hurry. Please. I can't stop him. Every moment Hansu swung his hammer, the recovering protective around the city cracked apart, and Dragon God soldiers were flung away. The first defensive layer, which Hansu had to work a bit in order to destroy in the past, disintegrated in an instant, while the aura itself even damaged the second layer. Kadadak. The bright wires that made up the second layer became visible. Let's go down. Whoosh. Hansu jumped down and started to run toward the location of the relic. Kiriel looked at him with a confused expression. How are you right now? It looked like he had lost his memories, but at the same time, it looked like he still had them. He had changed too much not to have lost his memories, but he was acting similarly to how he had in the past as well. Hansu chuckled. It's kind of funny, really. It seems the demons took the very important ones. As he thought back to everything, most of his remaining memories were related to one thing, battle. He had fought and fought. He had trained on days when there had been battles to fight and then used that newly gained strength to fight others. As long one was human, they would have memories of being with other humans, but the only things remaining were battles. The memories the demons had taken had been those fragile, yet happy, memories. If the demons really wanted him to go insane, they had done a good job. Since the only memories he had left of humans were negative ones, if he needed something, he would take it. If he wanted something, he would kill for it. He would use the harsh reality as an excuse to crush others beneath his feet. Those were the only memories he had left of humans, to the point that it shocked him that he had decided to save them in the past. Well, it's not half bad. No matter what, it seemed like he was a bit different now. Hansu made a strange expression in reaction to Kiriel's worry and then checked out his own body. Anyway, I really did become stronger. Hansu felt the strength that flowed through his body as he thought to himself. He didn't know what kind of fond memories he had had with people in the past, but he clearly remembered how much strength he had had in each battle. That was very clear to him since battles were the only thing he could remember. As to how different he was between now and then, it was a hard strength to achieve even if he had known about the future. Now, he could even do this. Let's see. Hansu stopped and looked at yet another barrier that had appeared before him. It was as if the relic had realized that Hansu had come for it, and it was hastily reinforcing its defenses. Though its appearance looked like various random plates that had been melded together, its actual defensive properties didn't look simple. He couldn't even figure out how thick it was. Hansu touched the barrier for a moment while focusing in the depths of his heart, and then the 5 skills, the 5 seeds, started to squeeze out their powers. Rumble. A dark red orb surrounded his body. It carried the power of the Demon's Gate, the Demonic Dragon Reinforcement, the Pandemic Blade and 2 other skills. As the orb condensed. Rumble. Hansu walked forward. It was nothing out of the ordinary. He was simply walking forward at a steady pace. But, that was enough. As the red orb surface touched the barrier. Chiaini. The barrier that had been blocking his path melted away as if a hot metal ball had been placed against a block of ice. It was slow, but steady. Hansu smiled contently and walked forward. How long did it take? Chiik. A tunnel was formed as he reached a large area, and in the middle of that space, Hansu saw the relic that was shaking everything while sucking in energy. The man was holding it. The man was easily controlling the energy that could easily tear the entire capital apart. It was their first time meeting, but he knew that the man was the one who made the fake Nerpa and triggered the situation back on Nelkipot. Hansu took a glance at the relic in his hand and said, "It's my first time seeing you, but I'm sure you've seen me plenty." Though Hansu was seeing the man for the first time, the man had to have been observing him for quite a while. The man said as he stared at Hansu, "You've changed." "Yeah. Don't look at me like that though. I've come here to kill you after all." He didn't know what that man was planning exactly, but at the rate things were going, everything on his planet would die, including Hansu himself. The man said, "I didn't really hate you that much, you know." The man was lonely. Even before he could overcome the sadness of his entire race having been eradicated as soon as he had been born, he realized he had to rebuild his race and civilization all by himself. Maybe if all of that had been impossible, he would have easily given up, but their technology had advanced too far, and thanks to that, even the one remaining member of their race could eventually build it all back up. The man shouldered the loneliness, sadness, and the hopes of his race as he moved onward. Though his plan against Pompian had failed, his work in the Nerpa Union had succeeded beautifully. And during that time, he had heard about a person who carried a similar load on his shoulders, Kong Hansu. Well, there was someone similar to Hansu who was even a step ahead, Clementine. But, Clementine's aspirations were too small. Happiness for those nearby? A joke. On the other hand, Hansu had met and exceeded all of his criteria. Though the human race was as weak as bugs compared to his own, Hansu's goal of saving his entire race was the same as his own. Though they were on different sides, they had a lot in common. Hansu shook his head. "Thanks for your high praises, but I've changed a bit." The man looked at Hansu coldly. "That's the issue. Did you go in there just for this?" Hansu had become stronger, but the most important thing wasn't strength. It was one's efforts and their will to achieve their goals. There was a huge disparity between the power to make 1 billion happy and the power to make 10 happy. If one's goals were large, their strength would soon follow suit, but if one's goals were small, then eventually, that being would stagnate along the way. Hansu's goals had been large, and he had relentlessly chased after them, which was how he had been able to become that strong. But, to give up now? His race, who could see into others' souls, could clearly see what had changed inside of him. "You dumb bastard. That strength should be used somewhere greater." Hansu chuckled as he held the hammer. "I don't know how I came to chase after such a goal, but one thing is clear. That I didn't chase after that goal because of words like yours." Kiriel's worries were better than the man's, which was laughable, especially coming from someone that was trying to wipe out all living things on the planet. "I know you have a lot that you want to talk about, but first, take a nap." Boom. The hammer that had been in Hansu's hands flew toward the man. Chapter 421, Transition, 2. Reincarnator, Chapter 422, Transition, 2. "What do you think our strength is based on? Isn't it that man?" ALLA nodded. Pompian hadn't really been their enemy in the past. He had merely been one of many members of the tribe up top. If the three clans hadn't been fighting each other, the north would have long been conquered by them. But one day, an empire rose up from beneath Pompian at terrifying speed. Strange starships and all sorts of strange soldiers appeared at a constant rate, as the entire north was taken over by them. Their mistake was looking down upon this force that had grown at an exponential rate. By the time they woke up from their mistake, the entire north had been united underneath him, and the three clans had to ally with each other to go against the newly risen Pompian Empire. But had been too late. They weren't able to fight Pompian's ships, even with their elite ships, since their numerical advantage started turning slowly. On top of that, there was an even bigger issue. "You wouldn't know how terrified we were when we saw that monstrous strength." ALLA thought of the Pompian of the past and mumbled. What had sent the three clan heads into despair hadn't been the ships, but the strength of one person, Pompian, an existence that treated Dragon God soldiers like trash and ruled the battlefield. Unlike the ships or the Dragon God soldiers, who they could track, they couldn't track Pompian. Once he appeared, entire fleets were destroyed and cities were blown away. The Nerpa Union had been pushed to the brink of destruction because of Pompian, but then, a mysterious man covered in blood came down from the north. "Is he?" "Yes, he is the one in the capital." Usually, they would scoff at such an offer and ignore things like it, but the three clan heads had been looking for any chance to grab onto something. They had been on the brink of destruction after all. Even after throwing away their pride and uniting, they were being beaten down to death by the Pompian Empire, and the clan heads knew what would happen if they headed out to the battlefield themselves. It was common sense that their heads would become the target. Even if they managed to keep their lives, their fate would end up worse than if they were killed off, so they listened to the man and understood how Pompian, the random leader of a small power from the north, was able to raise such a powerful force in such a short amount of time. And they laughed. The one who had helped Pompian was now helping them instead. The three and the man made an alliance. The three offered to provide sanctuary from Pompian, as well as research materials, whilst the man offered them the technology. As a result, they each found countermeasures for each other. What could he do? "Come with us. Victory is within our grasp." The one who was behind Pompian's power was now behind them. Pompian would continue to fall, and they would rise. It was just a matter of looking at the current situation. They had both used relics, but one side's barrier was fine, while the other side's weapon had broken in battle. As he was lost in thought. Tuong. A giant shockwave rushed past their bodies, a tremendous amount of energy. ALLA and Mihi both looked toward the capital out of instinct. The shockwave had come from there. What? What is this? Mihi frowned. They were standing by the barrier at the outermost area of the Nerpa Union, while the capital was at the center of the Nerpa Union. The shockwave had traveled half of the entire continent to reach them, and it still had the strength to continue on. It was way more than enough to destroy everything outside the barrier. "You told me he wouldn't dare do anything." Adelaron was at a loss as well. What was he doing? If she died, he would also die. That had been the contract. Insane bastard. Does nothing matter to him? That man was terrifyingly strong, even when he had arrived there, and despite being covered in blood from head to toe. He had shared a part of his strength under a contract. He had split up his soul in three, and handed a piece to each of the clan heads, establishing a contract that neither side could betray. If the three of them died, then that guy would also lose his soul and become an empty shell. If the man had been in a better situation then, he might have changed parts of the contract to be more in his favor, but he had truly been desperate. Therefore, the contract favored the three clans, but the man still accepted it. But, what was he doing now? ALLA felt the soul inside her and extended her hand toward Mihi while clenching her teeth. Come. Huh. We need to go to the capital, right? What? Are you planning to continue fighting here? Damn. Her words were right. Mihi held ALLA's hand, and they disappeared with a bright flash. As the shockwave rang throughout the continent. Boom. Hansu swung his hammer, but the man standing in the center of the area didn't even flinch. No plans to stop it or dodge it, and the reason behind that was soon revealed. Ka-ka-ka-ka-kang. Huge noise reverberated from the energy barrier that was surrounding the relic. The energy from the relic was pushing Hansu's hand back. Oh. Pajajajik. The dark red energy and the relic's energy collided and created sparks. That's when the man realized why Hansu had been so confident. Hansu was strong. However, sadly for Hansu, the tremendous energy within the relic was protecting its user. The man chuckled at him. Don't try anything stupid. No one can stop the purification that is about to happen. He had failed with Pompian, but he had succeeded here. The greedy clan heads had taken his soul fragments and thought that they had won, but that had been their limit. The thought that he wanted to remain alive had been wrong to begin with. It didn't matter if he died. The seeds had been planted already. If he succeeded in purifying this place, turning it into a fertile land, the seeds that he had planted would soon sprout. Then, his race would get a second chance, but not from scratch, with the flame beneath the ground, and the Nelki pot in the sky as their base. And to do that, everyone here needed to die. It's all coming to an end. The man looked around at the energy protecting him and then turned to Hansu. Well, this might be good for you. If Hansu still had the resolve to save his entire race, then this would have been very bad since this land would become his own and the humans who would come up afterward wouldn't be able to do anything. Well, no. There was a reason why he had rushed the plan. The man thought of the modified bodies of humans and looked at Hansu. In any case, Hansu would have originally been in a bad position, but now, he just needed to leave everyone behind and climb up. What happened to the others didn't matter. Though the energy from the flame was going berserk, Hansu had more than enough skill to reach the elevator, or he could simply use the female human's teleportation ability, a very simple solution. Though he had been disappointed by Hansu's change, this was good for Hansu overall. Lucky for him. To change like that right at this moment. Get out of here. There's no more space for you in this land. The energy that was coming out from the relic was becoming more chaotic by the moment, as if it was trying to release all the energy it had been saving up until that point. The mana circuits on the ground were supporting the relic as well. You set this up for this and not the barrier. That amount of strength couldn't come from the relic alone, but the man didn't reply. There was no reason to. Hansu whispered something to Kiriel. What is he doing? The man couldn't hear what they were talking about due to the loud crashing of the energy waves, but suddenly. Pajajik. Kiriel, Johnstone, and Hansu disappeared into white clouds, and the man looked with disappointment at the space where they had stood. He really left, huh? I had other expectations. He had expected Hansu to risk his life to pierce the barrier. If Hansu really did put everything on the line, he might have gotten through. But as Hansu ran away, disappointment and emptiness filled him. So, you were just like the others. Those who didn't risk their lives would fail sooner or later. As he was about to smile at the thought of the three clan heads. Whoosh. White clouds appeared before his eyes. Huh. And Hansu appeared from the clouds again, with something in his hand. You. While the man was at a loss for words, Hansu chuckled and said, Here. You seem to like this, take another. Put. Hansu dropped the thing that was shining bright red in the man's hands and then disappeared into the clouds again, with a cold smirk on his face. What the? No. The relic. But before he could even react. Boom. A tremendous hater that was multiple times larger than the ones before ripped the surroundings apart as it charged into the space where the man and the relic were. Chapter 422, Transition, 3. In Reincarnator, Chapter 423, Transition, 3. Whoosh. ALLA was at a loss when she saw the scene after arriving at the capital by photon transmission. The hell is this? The entire surface of the capital had been ripped apart. The bright mana circuits underneath it were visible, and the relic in the center was releasing a storm of energy. Those three things were enough to shock anyone who saw the current capital, but there was something that took the spotlight from them, the beast. The beast that had destroyed the majority of the Narapa Union and had fallen asleep with the relic was now going berserk in the center of the capital, as it destroyed what was remaining of it. Though 7 had combined with each other to form it, it hadn't become 7 times larger. Quite the opposite actually. It was smaller than one of them in the past. But, ALLA didn't judge that beast by how it looked because the aura it was releasing was dimensions stronger than before. For some reason, the beast was extremely enraged as it continued to dig its mouth into the ground while roaring. Crunch. Smash. It broke things easily, like it wanted. Despite continuously smashing its head into the ground, it suddenly raised it up high into the sky. And then. A tremendous amount of energy, which resembled a planet's core, the red orb, started to condense in its mouth. As ALLA quickly covered hers and Mihi's bodies under a barrier. Boom. A beam of light extended out from the hater's mouth and toward the center of the capital. Chiaik. The beam melted through everything and created a giant ravine. This will become a great tourist attraction if the capital manages to survive. Mihi looked at the red orb within that hole. The beam that had extended from the Hater's mouth had pierced through the entire continent, but the thing that had shocked her the most was that something had managed to withstand that attack. Rumble. Through the metallic mist and the melted walls that the red beam had created, a brightly condensed ball of energy held its ground. The relic. Adela clenched her teeth. Not one, but two. The object was tiny in comparison to the giant Hadra, but its aura easily suppressed the Hadra's. Adela's amplified vision saw the relic located inside the energy ball, and the man holding yet another relic. What? How did he get to? The clan heads had thought that more than a single relic being in one's place would be too dangerous, so they had done everything they could to prevent such a situation. One was dangerous enough. Two. They couldn't even imagine what would happen, even more so if they were in someone else's hands. Why would they have left the reunion union members alone otherwise? If they had asked Mihi and Samuel then, they could have easily retrieved the relic. But, they had left it in the flameless lands because they didn't know what would happen if they did gather to. However, the situation that they had worried about the most had actually happened. Who? As Adela clenched her teeth. Whoa. He really is much more powerful with two. What the? She freaked out at the sudden voice behind her. How could she not have sensed him approach? Adela turned around and frowned. Kong Hansu. You. Hansu shrugged. Whoa. You know my name too. Were you my friend too? I don't think this is the time for bad jokes. Adela was annoyed at Hansu's attitude toward the current situation, but she couldn't say anything. She realized it the moment she saw him. No way. How did he get this strong in such a short amount of time? The energy that was radiating from Hansu's body resembled a huge waterfall. Torrential. The power she had was strong, but Hansu's was in a whole new dimension. Adela glanced between Mihi and Hansu as she clenched her teeth. Damn. They're both 4 stars, but why is there such a huge difference? Adela's mind was at a loss since new variables continued to appear one after another, but there was someone who had a bright expression next to her. Hansu. Mihi was about to cry. They had finally met. Hansu frowned as he looked at Mihi approaching him with that expression. He didn't remember who she was, but something was indeed poking at the inside of his brain. It seems we were quite close. But, Hansu shook his head. That wasn't important right now. They could talk about their past later, over some tea or something. With a cold expression, Hansu looked around. I bought some time with the relic, so we need to plan the next step. Damn. You gave that to him. Adela gritted her teeth. She had wondered why the man had been holding 2 relics, but it seemed like Hansu had given him one. Hansu chuckled. Things are only this damaged because I gave him the second relic. Though the man had 2 relics, his strength hadn't doubled. No, his actual speed had decreased thanks to the Hadra wreaking havoc beneath them. Kyo. The Hadra, enraged by having its food taken away, continued to wreck the city apart. The second protective layer that took months, and all of the ship's combined strength, to destroy was being ripped apart like paper underneath its feet and breath. And thanks to that, the energy that surrounded the relic was decreasing as well. Though he had 2 relics, thanks to all the mana circuits having been destroyed, there wasn't much change in his overall strength. Even more so because the energy he had collected was now being used against the Hadra. But, Hansu was disappointed. Tisk. I thought he would become weaker. Though the man's plans had been postponed, his defenses had increased. Though the Hadra was using all its strength to attack the man, sooner or later, it would tire out since it had no way to recover the energy it was using. The large amount of energy that was being released wouldn't last long, but the man would use the 2 relics efficiently to continue with his plans. So, Hansu had only bought them a bit of time. He had to make a plan before the time he had was over, a plan to deal with that turtle hiding behind the 2 relic barrier. Not easy. But, why am I even bothering with this? Hansu thought to himself. The man's words had been right. Hansu just needed to go up. Though the 3 relics would be tremendously powerful here, they wouldn't be much help up top since the link behind their power, the power of the flame, would be broken. They would be at the level of his hammer or this armor, but that wasn't enough for him to risk his life. Hansu suddenly nodded. Yeah. If things go south, then I'll just run away. Though he didn't know what he was like before he had lost his memories, he had no plans to try that hard this time around. He could just go up if things went bad. But until then, he would try his best. He disliked that man's attitude too much to just leave. I want to see his expression when he fails. Kiriel whispered something into Hansu's ear while he was lost in thought, who he was and that Adela wasn't a friend, but a clan head. I thought she was a friend because I had no memory of her, but it seems I've never met her. Well, that wasn't bad. The ones that needed to do the most work were the ones that were in the most rush after all, and it was better to have more people. After finishing his thoughts, Hansu said to Adela, what are you doing? Call your friends. Friends. Yeah, the other 2. Adela made an annoyed expression upon realizing about whom Hansu was talking. Friends. Who was friends with them? But, that annoyance didn't last long. Boom. Kyo. Adela clenched her teeth at the sound of the beast and the man defending himself, and she moved her hands to her communication device. She didn't know what was going on exactly, but one thing was clear, she wouldn't be able to do anything alone. That man was planning to blow the entire planet apart, and they had to stop him. Chiajijik. Good job. I'll have to do a few things then as well. Where are you going? Hansu chuckled. Since you're calling back up, I need to call some as well, right? As he mentioned before, it was better to have more useful people. Did we fail? Pompian was at a loss as he looked at the vast energy storm that expanded in the distance. He had tried that hard, but ultimately, he had failed at stopping that man's plans. Once that massive energy blew up, Ankara would be over. Damn. Pompian thought of the day when he had first met him. Help me. Then, I will give you the entire world. It had been such a sweet offer that he, someone who had been suffering after being born the leader of a small power, could not resist. But, if he had known things would turn out this badly, he would have never accepted that offer. As Pompian fell into despair. Chiajiaik. Pompian's communications panel opened, and a voice was heard. This is the first time we're talking, I think? Well, greetings. I never expected to see you in such a situation. What do you want? Hansu laughed. I need your help. You'll come over, right? What? What was Hansu talking about? But, as Pompian frowned. Boom. A huge noise came through the communications panel. Chiajiaik. The giant barrier that split the entire continent in two started to fall apart. I didn't know he was this reckless. Pompian was at a loss as he stared at Hansu, who had just destroyed one of the steel towers that maintained the barrier. Chapter 423, Transition, 4. In Reincarnator, Chapter 424, Transition, 4. Why did you call for me? Pompian asked. Hansu replied. Pompian frowned. Is he planning something? Pompian couldn't quite grasp the current situation. Why was that guy calling him? But, Hansu shook his head. Stop wasting time over there. Things are getting worse by the second. At that moment. Boom. The energy storm that was rushing out from the distance strengthened further. It was as if it was trying to tell the entire world of its existence. Ugh. Ha. Ha. The people nearby who were assisting the emperor all started to groan and gasp because of the energy storm. As if the world were ending, the sky darkened, and the air itself trembled. The flow of energy was so powerful that even the earth twisted while strange noises rang out from various places. This only worsened the feeling of calamity inside people's hearts. Cock. Pompian looked at the ground trembling and realized that he needed to stop calculating things. The entire planet was taking a step closer toward annihilation with every second, led by the monster he had raised and let go in the past. Yet. I need to finish it. He needed to conclude the issue he had started, at least for the ones that had been following him loyally up until that point. Pompian gripped the relic tightly and said to the techno-rats behind him, prepare the quantum transmission. The target location is the capital of the Naropa Union, Neorim. The location the energy storm was brewing from was the place he had to go to. The techno-rats clenched their teeth and said, Emperor. That place is enemy territory. Why are you trying to walk into the most dangerous location on this planet? We still need you, my emperor. This is not the fault of the emperor. Why are you trying to shoulder the burden? Pompian chuckled at the words from the techno-rats. You guys wouldn't know. They all said it was not his duty, but that was only because those guys didn't know about the things that had happened between him and the man he had awoken, the contract they had made. Thanks to that, he had been able to become emperor and make his vast empire powerful. However, the contract had been faulty from the beginning. It had allowed him to gain everything, but in the end, also lose everything. And my friend is over there too. I need to head on over. Pompian thought of Sangjin as he said, I won't listen to your questions. Prepare it. The techno-rats clenched their teeth at Pompian's resolute expression and started the quantum transmission. Ruumble. I really don't know what the hell is going on with the world side for us to join forces like this. Cameronel looked at the people around him as he mumbled. Having the other two clan heads there made sense. They were in an alliance. Even Mihi and Samuel, who had betrayed them, could be counted on since they had been allies once in the past. Even Sangjin, who was sitting down in silence. Though he was under Pompian and had quite a lot of problems for them, they still had plans to recruit him if the chance arose. But the other two, he would have never thought Pompian, whom they'd been fighting for so long, as well as Hansu, who'd been shaking the earth beneath them, would gather in one place to talk about an alliance. Hansu chuckled and said, there's no eternal ally or enemy. We need to deal with that fire first. Hansu looked down. Kyuyua. The Hadra was going berserk, and the man was watching them from the sphere he had made to protect himself from the Hadra. If the Hadra's attacks had stopped and he hadn't had to maintain the defensive barrier around himself, then the man would have long tried to destroy them. His eyes were filled with fury. They were eyes that wanted to shred them apart. How amusing. Are we supposed to just die from that? Hansu scoffed. For him to look at them with such hatred when he was the one who was trying to destroy the entire planet in the first place. Well, whatever happened, the man had been the one to declare war on the planet, so they didn't have anything holding them back anymore. They needed to use everything they had to destroy him. Hansu looked around and said, let's deal with that thing under us first, and then you can get to your quarreling. Otherwise, we're all going to die at this rate. Kyuyuong. The Hadra seemed to be slowly getting weaker as well. Once the Hadra was dealt with, the man would continue his original plan. They needed to finish things before that, so the other clan heads nodded. Good. I agree about dealing with him, but what do you want to do? The man, who now had 2 relics, was releasing a disgusting amount of energy. That had been one of the reasons that had made their alliance easier to achieve. His aura alone made them feel like they would die. Cameronel was thinking about, instead of trying to kill that man and risking his life, just running away into space on a ship. The energy that was being released from the man was that terrifying. Nobody wanted to get near a bomb, even if they all knew that they needed to defuse it, since anybody might get killed in the process. The only reason they were still there was due to their fear of losing everything. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago from the immense sense of danger and fear that roared within them. But, what could they do? The energy was close to infinite. It wasn't that the relics themselves were powerful. They were powerful because they could use the energy of the planet however they wanted. If the total amount of energy had just been large, they could have attacked it continuously and depleted it eventually, but those things had the entire planet behind their back as the source of their energy. The power emanating was only that strong because the relics had reached a limit on how much energy they could use at once, and he was sure that the speed at which the relics regenerated their barriers was much faster than anything that tried to destroy them, like how they were continuously recovering their energy despite the Hater's attacks. At that moment, Hansu spoke up, "It's super simple. Just shove that thing into the ground." "That?" "Yeah, all the way down to the red jade." Everyone's gazes turned to the giant red sun deep below, through the hole that had pierced the continent, created from the giant beast's attack, the core of Ankara. The giant sun was the source of the bright and powerful barrier surrounding the man. That. We can do that." Everyone nodded. It was hard to destroy the barrier, but pushing everything down to that location wasn't hard, and if they could do that, even that bright blue sphere would melt away under the heat of the core. The amount of energy between them was incomparable. Of course, there was still an issue. "Alright, let's say that's the plan. Are we all going to combine our forces to push it down?" The people's expressions turned strange. Though they had gathered that day for a similar purpose, they had all been enemies once. Anything could happen once they started attacking it. Even if they didn't betray each other, would that man stand still when being shoved into the ground? He would retaliate, and they would get injured in the process. Hansu smirked as he said, "I'll push it down, so I just need you all to attack from afar." They didn't all need to latch onto the man. As long as the others could weaken the man's energy, Hansu could push him down himself. The clan heads made strange expressions. What is this bastard planning? There was a saying, and in their eyes, Hansu really had nothing to lose. After all, he could just leave whenever he wanted if things went south. He was different from them, who had been born here and would be buried there. Hansu had nothing tying him down to that place. Yet, he was going to take the most dangerous role. If they really went according to that plan, then they could focus on attacking without taking on any of the dangers, but Hansu would have to withstand all of their attacks as well. Once he started to push the man down, he wouldn't be able to dodge anything either. Chuckling, Hansu said, "Stop thinking about random things. Are you going to do it or not? If not, tell me, and I'll just leave." The clan heads' expressions turned sour. They didn't know what Hansu was planning, but there was nothing to lose with that plan. No. If Hansu left, then things would take a turn for the worse. Damn. The three clan heads looked at each other and nodded. Rumble. Kyo. As the hater got more and more tired, Mihi approached Hansu and said, "Hansu." She seemed like she wanted to say something, but Hansu drew a line. "Let's speak after the whole thing. I don't remember anything about you." Hansu looked at the silent Mihi and added, "I don't have you in my memory. This means you and I are basically strangers. Even if you are endangered, I don't plan to risk my life for you." Seeing her still silent, he concluded, "So, do the same for me." Oh. He hated being indebted, especially in that damned world. His memories were a bit altered, but he thought that feeling was the same. Time to start. Boom. Hansu threw Mjolnir toward the bright sphere below, and behind him, the clan heads and Pompeians started to launch their attacks, their attempts to push the bright ball into the center of the planet. Boom. Neorim, the capital that had barely held on under various attacks in the past, finally started to melt down as a whole. Chapter 424, Transition, 5. Reincarnator, Chapter 425, Transition, 5. The man looked at Hansu diving toward him and frowned. He had thought that Hansu, after having his soul twisted, wouldn't join in on the battle. But, for Hansu to go out of his way to push him this far. Damn bastard. Rumble. As the man scowled at Hansu's meteor-like descent. Boom. The dark red sphere around Hansu and the bright sphere of the man collided in a huge explosion. The moment the two spheres collided, the two relics in the man's hands went berserk in order to repel the thing that had intruded in their space. Though they had weakened a bit from fighting the beast, they were still powerful. The man now had two relics, and one was enough to cover half of the entire continent. Though the ground beneath him had shattered, the explosion was enough to burn everything around them to a crisp. However, the dark red sphere maintained its structure as it pushed him into the ground. The man frowned at the scene. Pompeian. Even you are here, huh? The relic that was with Pompeian shone in Hansu's hand. Like the relics the man had, Hansu's relic also pulled energy from the core and supplied it the barrier around him. Kyo. The Hadera watched the scene of the three relics colliding and cried out. However, it realized the harsh reality and collapsed. It had used too much energy in its attempt to obtain delicious food, so it didn't have any strength left. Boom. The Hadera's body smashed against the ground loudly. Though the Hadera's appearance was quite amusing, nobody laughed at it. They knew that the Hadera had done its best, and though the Hadera had become strong by devouring a vast amount of energy from the relic in the past, it was now very feeble, to the point that it could barely hold onto its body. Even just breathing used energy. Maybe if it had been in the abyss, but there was nothing there that could maintain its fully grown body other than the relics in the man's and Hansu's hands. So, the Hadera had gambled everything for survival, and next to its corpse, Hansu and the man were doing the same thing. Boom. As their collisions got rougher and more vicious, the relics released more and more energy. The result of the collision fell in the man's favor. Even if the man had been weakened by the battle against the Hadera, the two relics were still releasing more energy than the one in Hansu's hand. Kaka. Kakaka. The man's body slowly came to a standstill in midair. No, it was now even pushing Hansu back. The difference in energy was just too great. But, Hansu simply looked up and mumbled, "Now. Then." Boom. Thousands of beams of light started to descend from above. Rumble. The Miproski grade cannons that could easily wipe out entire cities continuously fired down. Make sure the coordinates are perfect. Focus the beams as much as you can. Do not touch the red sphere. Focus on the bright one. Do not fire together since the attacks may hit each other and neutralize themselves. Fire one at a time but continuously. O'Connell Ron, the captain of the ship, stood in the center of the ship and mumbled. I never thought we would fight alongside Pompeian. We never expected such a thing to exist in the first place. O'Connell Ron looked down as he heard his vice-captain's words. Though the scene of the nearly 100 ships from both the Pompeian Empire and the Nerapa Union coming together to shoot thousands of attacks toward one location was indeed amazing, and though even the technocrats were stealing glances as they worked, our O'Connell Ron's gaze was locked onto one thing below them, the bright sphere that was withstanding those thousands of strikes. The ship's attacks, the attacks of the clan heads that were as powerful as all of the attacks of the ships combined, as well as the Pompeians' attack, which was as strong as the 3 clan heads combined, even the humans' attacks, despite all that, the sphere was only being pushed down. If that energy had been targeted at us, if that man could withstand the energy that could melt the entire continent, his strength was stronger than that. For that reason, they had to kill him no matter what. Our O'Connell Ron clenched his teeth and shouted, "Hurry! Raise the firepower! Focus all the energy we have, including the one for the shields, and fire at it. And soon." Rumble. Even thicker beams started to head to ground. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. As the attacks from above fell, the situation turned. Though the relics were doing their best to withstand everything and were maintaining their barrier, the man was quickly being pushed down. Just like a waterfall, his body was quickly descending into the ground. Though it was starting slow, the acceleration would only continue to increase his speed. Sooner or later, he would smash against the core. The man frowned as he held the relics in his hands. Then, ki-yi-yi-ying. The tremendous amount of energy started to split. The long relic's energy headed toward the barrier covering him, and the crystal relic's energy headed for the ships that were attacking him. Then, boom! A beam of light that was as bright as the ones descending from above started to shoot upward, but only started. If Hansu hadn't been there, it would have been able to ascend. Boom! Hansu's Mjolnir smashed against the beam of light and dispersed it, withstanding the backlash with his body and armor while he continued to push the man down. And the powers of the relics has been split, the man started to descend at an even quicker rate. Boom! I suggest you switch back to defending if you wish to live as long as possible, Hansu declared after destroying another attack, but the man merely shook his head. I salute you for being able to gather those scrubs in such a short amount of time. The man was serious. It hadn't even been an hour since the whole thing had started, but Hansu had gathered an impressive force very quickly. However, that was his limit. Let's see what happens then. A jar that was made with many pieces was bound to leak, even more so if there were issues. The man smirked as he silently gathered the strength of the relic. Whoosh. Suddenly, the man's body started to fall at an even faster speed. Good. He's falling. Rumble. Camaro Nell, who had been attacking the bright sphere continuously, smiled. The man was being pushed. Sooner or later, he would smash against the core. But man, that guy really is a monster, Camaro Nell thought to himself as he heard the giant explosions of the shockwaves that rang out from below. Boom boom boom. Boom. Those hadn't been made by their attacks. They had been made purely by the collisions between the man and Hansu. Hansu was blocking all of the man's attacks aimed toward them and the ships. If Hansu weren't doing that, then at least half of the ships would have been destroyed. Hansu was defending them with this armor and his hammer. He destroyed the attacks that rose with his hammer and withstood the backlash with his amour. Camaro Nell frowned. What are we going to do afterward? As victory came within their grasp, he started to worry about the next step. He was fine with Sangjin, Mihi, and Samuel since they could deal with them with their own strength. As long as they used all of the strength they had, they could deal with them. However, Hansu was different. He wasn't confident that he would be able to deal with him. Hansu would become an enemy even more powerful than Pompeian. He said he would just go up afterward, but will he? Camaro Nell wasn't sure and Camaro Nell really hated that. He needed to be the one in power. That was what he deserved as he stood at the apex of power. But, for him to be wary of someone as he acted. Greed started to form within Camaro Nell's mind. He didn't need the relics. He just wanted both of those men dead. Not bad. Camaro Nell smiled. He didn't just think of it. He acted. Rumble. Camaro Nell's attacks became weaker and weaker. Boom. 3 beams of light had started to weaken, and it was clear to whom they belonged. The man looked upward. Once he started to hide his strength, the other party seemed to have thought that they would win and weaken their attacks. They wanted both him and Hansu to die, so the man laughed at Hansu. Really? Is this what you had in mind? He would win now. He just needed to use the energy he had gathered slowly to kill Hansu and wipe everyone above off. Even if Hansu said something then, the clan heads wouldn't listen. They had long been controlled by their greed for power. Hansu chuckled. If you expected it, why wouldn't I have? And if you only use the ones you can trust, how could you ever win? It would have been amazing if the competent ones had been trustworthy, but according to his standards, not even 1% of the people he had ever met, or at least remembered right now, filled that criterion. There were too few competent ones and even fewer trustworthy ones out of those. So, since most of the people in his past life had been like that, he had learned how to make the useless ones useful and the untrustworthy ones usable. Pompeian. He is the special one. Boom. You should focus on me. Hansu thought of the discussion he had had with Pompeian as he smashed the man down with his hammer again. You filthy scum never learn. Pompeian's eyes shone after he saw what the 3 clan heads were up to. Chapter 425, Transition, 6. Reincarnator, Chapter 426, Transition, 6. Rumble. Camaro Nell smiled coldly as he looked at the bright sphere descending beneath him. Die, both of you. However they died, it would be fine. The most important thing was for those 2 variables to disappear. If that happened, he wouldn't even need the relic since they could just use their remaining forces to deal with Pompeian and Pompeian's remaining ships. I want to deal with the other clan heads as well, but... Oh, well. Camaro Nell smacked his lips. It was bad to swallow too much in one mouthful. First, He needed to deal with the two most dangerous beings below. And if he could deal with Pompian as well, that would be better. If the other clan heads died in the process, that would be the best outcome. As Cameronel and the other clan heads slowly controlled their strength. It seems the power is decreasing. Are you guys planning something? Pompian's cold voice rang out. However, the clan heads didn't even flinch. I don't know what you are talking about, but stop annoying me. It's already hard enough. Yucatan Pile shouted out in rage. Another voice was heard in the call, I don't know about you, but we've been fighting that dumb beast for the past few days and have used a lot of power. Though, you might have not know anything since you were just playing around in the dark. Adelaron's sharp voice shot toward Pompian. It was a good excuse. Good. Good. Cameronel spoke into the voice comm as he listened to the other two clan heads, don't get so agitated. You too, Pompian. We aren't as strong as you. And we are already doing our best. Cameronel was pretending to have used all of his strength and was replying with a fatigued voice. Of course, he was still lowering the overall output. And what if you do find out? Pompian couldn't do anything even if he knew since he needed the clan head strength to push the man down. However, Pompian's actions were even more shocking than theirs. Is that right? Oh, well. I understand. Pompian said into the voice comm. And stopped attacking. What are you doing, you crazy bastard? Have you lost your mind? Pompian scoffed at the shocked voices of the clan heads and continued to send out orders, all ships stop your attacks. From this point on, save your energy in case the Nerapa Union attacks. Though the sudden order was strange, every single ship under Pompian's leadership stopped attacking. SSSSSS. Boom. Half of the attacks that had been rushing into the hull had stopped. You crazy bastard. Are you? Pompian's actions were more than enough to snap Cameronel, but even before Cameronel could finish his words. Boom. A vicious aura rose up from below like an ascending dragon. Damn. As Cameronel dodged backwards. Whoosh. A giant beam of light flew past Cameronel's personal barrier and shredded it apart. Though Cameronel was able to dodge it just barely, the ships above him weren't. Though there were basic level shields defending the ships, they were all useless. The beam had more than enough power to shred Cameronel's shield just by zooming by it. Boom. 3 ships above Cameronel couldn't do anything under the attack and blew up simultaneously. Bastard. He's attacking us now because you stopped attacking. Order them to attack again. The clan heads were at a loss. One of the ships that had blown up was Pompian's, so to them, Pompian had basically gone insane. God damn it. Boom. The clan heads raged at the beam that had attacked them as they poured every last bit of the strength they had left into their attack. They did it because they really felt like they would die if they didn't. Logically, they wouldn't have done that. However, shocked by Pompian's sudden ceasefire and because of the destruction from the beam attack, they had all lost it. Damn. At that rate, one of two things would happen, either they and Pompian would die by the hands of the men below, or Pompian would kill them since they were using all of their energy. The plan they had been preparing before was being used against them. Bastard. Let's see who wins. If the end result was his death anyway, he had nothing to fear. Cameronel recovered his sanity and tried to stop attacking, but Pompian had beat him to it again. Start firing again. All ships except the 11th and the 13th ships, use all your energy. Boom. As Pompian sent out his orders, the attacks from above resumed, and at the same time, a tremendous amount of energy exploded from Pompian's body and headed below. Boom. The attacks from below ceased once the situation was returned to its original state, and Cameronel realized that he wouldn't be able to stop his attacks anymore. That bastard. They're exactly the same as us. Pompian's ships and attacks were copying their own exactly. Don't try anything foolish. Pompian's actions and words had been more than enough to warn the clan heads, but not everyone acted logically once they were filled with fear and anger. Crazy bastard. Do you think you're the only one who can do that? Yucatan Pile's rage-filled voice rang throughout the voice COMM. The most important thing wasn't the best result for everyone. It was control. In a balanced situation like that, anyone with a slight upper hand could kill the other party in an instant, and to gain that, Yucatan Pile could do the crazy thing Pompian had just done whenever he wanted because he might get killed by Pompian at any moment if he lost the upper hand. And if he was the one who was going to die anyway, it would be better if everyone died. Yucatan Pile stopped attacking completely and started to prepare an attack on Pompian. He couldn't stand the fact that Pompian's actions had decided their fates. That dumbass. Cameronel freaked out. He was also angry, but at that rate, they would all die. If they fought each other in that situation, their attacks would end, and that would soon lead to them being killed by the aliens' attack. Yucatan Pile. Wake up. But Cameronel was beaten to the punch once again. Let me offer you something you cannot deny. Yucatan Pile stopped Pompian's sudden words. Boom. It's a failure. The man looked at the ever-powerful attacks descending from above and closed his eyes. He had expected them to kill each other in internal strife, but it seemed like they had united in some way. The attacks had gotten even stronger as he, who had been half-focused in his defenses, was being shoved down toward the red jade. Ha, to have our final ray of hope destroyed by our own technology. But, the man decided to accept this fate. He had tried his best after all. He had woken up alone and fought 2 races all by himself. Wasn't that good enough? I was tired. This is good. Honestly, the man shouldn't be making such a relieved expression. No, he would have been filled with despair up until a few days prior since his failure meant the end of his race. But, it was okay now. Even if he failed, it wouldn't end completely. The seeds he had thrown still remained on the ground, and even if those seeds failed to sprout, their savior was still left. I don't know where you are or what you're doing, but please take care of our race from now on. The man thought of the human bodies and closed his eyes. Kakaka. Crack. The powerful barrier was cracking apart slowly because of the attacks from above and the head of the red jade. Holding on for that long had been a feat on its own. And, above his head. Boom. 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 Hansu's attacks continuously smashed against the barrier as if Hansu were trying to reduce the man into nothingness. At that moment. Psst. The man's closed eyes opened up. He had thought of something he had to do. Let me help you. The man looked at Hansu with anger. That boy had pushed him this far, so shouldn't he let Hansu die a hero at least? As the man thought up to this point. Boom. He focused onto the relics in his hands, and the barrier surrounding him disappeared. SSSSSS. All the energy of the relics were converted into an attack, and it swept away the dark red sphere around Hansu. Though the attacks from above and the heat from below seeped into his body and melted him away, he kept smiling. He had seen his own attack successfully destroy the red sphere. Hansu would soon melt like him. But then. Crack. With his one remaining eye, the man could see something that appeared behind Hansu's body out of thin air. Damn I. With that as his last thought. SSSSS. The man's body melted away. Chapter 426, Transition, 7. Reincarnator, Chapter 427, Transition, 7. Rumble. I've always known, but you really are insane, Pompian, Yucatan Pael mumbled as he looked at Pompian before him. He had thought that he himself was crazy, but the man standing before him was truly something else. If he weren't, then he wouldn't have allowed his enemies the possible control of his heart. Thump. Thump. Through the hole on Pompian's chest that his hand had gone into, he could feel the heart thumping. He hadn't beaten Pompian. He had simply grasped his heart. That was the agreement Pompian and the three clan heads had reached. There was for them to lose. Pompian had to use all of his might if he didn't want to die, and since he wouldn't attack them from behind, the three clean heads could now focus on the fight below, and that was what happened. Boom. Kaka. An even more intense torrent of flames rained down from the heavens. All ships were on the verge of overloading as they attacked. The same could be said for Yucatan Pael, the other clan heads, and Pompian as well. Boom. A terrifying amount of flames exploded from Pompian. More specifically, from the flames fragment that had been given by the man. The explosion was strong enough to easily suppress the three clan heads. This bastard. He really was holding back. Cold sweat ran down Cameronel's back. They were attempting to do what they needed before a man that strong. If things went bad and Pompian decided to attack them, they would easily be killed. Cameronel, who had a grim expression, suddenly smiled. No, this is good. Though the blade was dangerous when sharp, it was good that the sharp blade was now in their hands. They had Pompian's heart, so now, that was good. We finish the guy below us like this, and control Pompian to deal with Hansu. The guy called Hansu was already withstanding an absurd amount of energy while doing his best. There was no way that his body would be fine. Hansu would be a mess once he came back up. The reason why they were so afraid of Hansu was because he could attack them while they tried to fend off Hansu after the battle, which was even more easily achieved by having a companion who could teleport. However, as long as Pompian was under their control, the story was simpler. They just needed to use their remaining strength to kill him. Even if Hansu ran, that would be fine. As long as Hansu remained on the planet, they would find him. Even if he goes up, that is fine as well. Cameronel smiled. The situation was a bit funny. The three of them were simultaneously holding hands inside Pompian's chest because they were scared of losing out to the other two. If only one of them had Pompian's heart and used it to attack the other two, things would turn bad. However, as long as they were like that, it was fine. The one who gets scared first is the one who loses. Cameronel laughed. The one that got scared, or the one who backed off first would lose. Look at what had happened to Pompian. He had taken a step back, and now he was like that. I'd rather die than have this happen to me. At that moment. Rumble. A different kind of sound rang out from below. It was different from the previous energy collision they had heard. It was much more sinister. And, as Cameronel and the other two clan heads heard and felt the shock waves, they knew this was all over. It was the sound of the man being shoved deep into the ground. If the man had had a hidden card, he wouldn't have held it up to that point, so that had been the sound of the final struggle. Boom. What the? Hansu. What the hell is going on? The terrified voices of the humans could be heard over the communications device. That was how powerful the shockwave was. It was enough to turn everything below to dust, and that made Cameronel feel even better. The heavens are helping us. If Hansu was swept up by that explosion, they wouldn't have to deal with him at all. He would die at that point. However, it would be better if things were done properly. Thump. Thump. Cameronel felt Pompian's beating heart and spoke with a smile, let's see. It seems things are finished below, so, ready yourself, Pompian. Cameronel put some pressure on the heart, a fragile organ that could be blown apart with just a bit of pressure. Their strength came from their souls, which allowed them to control the flame, so their bodies were naturally weaker. Finish them for us, with your own hands. Pompian smiled coldly and looked at the three before him. Yeah, I need to finish things. It had to end now. To gather the seeds that he and the man below had scattered. Sigh. This is actually a bit scary. Pompian felt his heartbeat as he prepared himself, mumbling. The heart started to thump faster, and the three thought of that as an indication of fear and smiled. However, Pompian simply smiled back. Well, at least, there are three to go with me. They were going to die anyway, so it was better if they knew why. Pompian smiled at Cameronel, who had the largest smile of the three. You guys might not know, but I met that alien man a bit earlier than you. Don't speak nonsense. Do your job. Pucci. Cameronel got a bad feeling from Pompian's words and stabbed the heart with his thumbnail, but Pompian didn't even flinch. He only continued to speak. He gave me half of his soul as a symbol of trust. Maybe that was what he had thought would make us trust him. It was the same for you as well, right? The three clan heads stopped and nodded. It had been exactly as he had said. Right now, half of the man's soul was within Pompion's body, and the other half was spread out between them. And that was why they had made a contract with the man, because they had thought they could have killed him whenever. However, Pompion chuckled and said as he saw the clan heads nodding, but isn't that too weird? His soul is the symbol of his strength, and he parted with it that easily. The three clan heads frowned. It was weird indeed. There were much better ways to make contracts. The contracts he had made had placed the worst conditions on himself. The man had had nothing to gain. Pompion smiled as he continued, maybe you wouldn't know since you only have a sixth of it each, but I have a bit of his memories as well due to receiving half. And among them, was the method of reproduction of their race, parasitic soul. They detached a part of their soul and embedded it in another race's soul. It didn't matter what race or how large of a part it was. Even a tiny piece of it would be fine. As long as they accepted the soul, the success condition was met. The opponent's race would gain the ability to use power and technology at a terrifying level. That way, they would use the soul over and over again, drunk in their newfound strength. And if they did that, the soul that was responsible for all that strength would grow and grow. No matter how tiny, it would grow. And once the soul grew big enough to form the original owner of the soul, then, the embedded soul pushes the original owner of the body out and takes control. And once the original soul changed, that race would not be the same. Their personalities and goals also changed. A parasitic race that reproduced through seeds within souls. That is their true form. The fake Nerpa were born like this as well. What the? They realized why the man had made such a disadvantageous contract. He hadn't chosen death. He had chosen the reproduction of his race. You know why you and I must die now, right? It was only a matter of time. Sooner or later, as long as the seeds remained, a second or third version of the man would appear. Let's go. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy started to run amok around Pompion. The soul inside him had started to overload, and the three clan heads freaked out. You crazy bastard. I don't want to die. Ah. Kaka. Pompion coughed out blood. He felt his heart get crushed under the angered expression of Yucatan Pael's face. He saw Cameronel and Adelaron curse out and run off, but it didn't matter. As he used every bit of the strength he had to make himself a bomb, none of the struggle, even from those attempting to protect their bodies, would matter. The power of the bomb was strong enough to burn away the three rats that crawled into their trap. And the seeds within them. Sangjin, my friend, stay well and... I am sorry. There was nothing he regretted as his plans unfolded, except one thing. Well, no can do for both of us. With a bitter smile. Boom. A terrifying explosion burst out from Pompion and swallowed the surroundings. Dumbass. I told you to not come. A few people could be seen as they jumped out from the cloud, Sanjin and Mihi, Kiriel, and Samuel. Whoosh. The remnants of the flame rushed toward them. Eek. Kiriel clenched her teeth at the tremendous amount of energy that swept through her. She had come over to save him, but it was more than she had expected. He was withstanding all of this. At that rate, she would melt before she could use her skill again. But at that moment. Whoosh. The flame's power around them settled down. What the? While Kiriel was shocked, Sanjin, his face contorted in a struggle, said, I can't hold on for long. Hurry. Move. You. How are you doing this? Sanjin mumbled with a bitter expression, I have it as well. Inside Sanjin's body. King. The final seed on Ankara struggled. Chapter 427, Chapter 424, Transition, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie, Underclass Hero. Why did you call me here for? Hansu, who watched the steel tower that maintained the barrier collapsed, spoke nonchalantly. There's a guy causing some problems here, so I need your help to get rid of him. Hurry over with the relic. At Hansu's words, Pompion frowned. What is he planning? Pompion couldn't quite grasp the current situation. What was the reason for the guy to call for him? But, Hansu shook his head. There is no time to waste. The situation is getting worse. Before he finished his words. Boom. Beyond, the storm of energy colliding against the continent increased in intensity, as if it was letting the people across the continent know of its existence. Ugh. Ha. Ha. The other residents supporting the emperor gasped and groaned because of the energy storm. The sky darkened as the air trembled as if the world was reaching Armageddon. The flow of energy was so strong that the earth twisted and trembled while strange noises rang out from various places. This caused the people to be overcome with anxiety over the calamity that was to come. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Pompion, after witnessing the trembling ground below, realized that this was not the time for him to take calculative measures in his actions. The entire world was being driven to destruction with every passing second, due to the monster that he had raised and let go of in the past. At this rate, the planet was slowly walking toward annihilation. Yes, I need to finish this. He must finish everything he has done for the sake of those who have followed him loyally until this point. Pompion grasped the relic tightly and spoke to the technocrats behind him, prepare the quantum transmission. The destination is the capital of the Nerpa Union, Neorim. The source of the energy storm was resonating from that location, a place where he needed to go. The technocrats clenched their teeth and spoke, Emperor. That place is in enemy territory. Why are you trying to go to the most dangerous location on this planet? We still need you, Emperor. It is not the Emperor's fault, so why are you trying to shoulder the burden all by yourself? Pompion chuckled at the words from the technocrats and his subjects. You guys wouldn't know. They might say that it wasn't his fault, but that was because they were unaware of the things that had happened between him and the man he had awakened, the contract that they had formed. That was precisely why he had become the emperor and why his empire had become so powerful. From the start, The contract was a mistake. It allowed him to have everything, but in the end, it was also the contract that would make him lose everything as well. Ah. My friend is over there, too, so I need to head over. Pompian thought of Sangjin as he said, I won't take any questions. Hurry and prepare. The technocrats clenched their teeth at Pompian's determined expression and initiated the quantum transmission. Rumble. I really don't know how things have come to be in this world for us to join forces like. Cameronel looked at the people around him as he mumbled. The other two clan heads being here made sense since they were part of the alliance. Even Mihi and Samuel could be counted on since they had once been allies in the past. Even Sangjin, who was sitting in silence at the back, would do as well. Though he was under Pompian who caused a lot of problems for them, they still had plans to recruit him if the opportunity appeared. But, he never imagined that Pompian, who they had fought against for so long, as well as Hansu who made the earth beneath them tremble, would gather here together and converse about an alliance. Hansu grinned and said, there is no eternal ally or enemy. Let us first deal with the urgent matter first. Then, Hansu looked down. The Hadera was going berserk as they continued to bite down on the spheres that separated the beasts and the man inside. If it weren't for the Hadera's attacks which caused him to focus on maintaining the defensive barrier around himself, the man would have long attempted to kill them. His eyes were full of hatred, biding his time to shred them apart. What an amusing guy. Did he expect that we would wait for our deaths? Hansu chuckled. He was the one that first announced he would first wipe out all organisms on the continent and make a home, and for him to glare at them with such hatred now. Well, whatever came next, since the man had been the one to declare war on the planet, they didn't have to hold back themselves. They needed to use every resource to destroy him. Hansu scoured around and said, let's deal with the matter below us first, and then you can return to your quarreling. Otherwise, we're all going to die at this rate. The Hadera seemed to be getting weaker as well. Once the Hadera was dealt with, the man would resume his original plan. So, they needed to wrap things up beforehand, so the other clan leaders nodded. Good. I agree about dealing with him, but, what do you suggest we do? The man, who now had 2 relics, was releasing an insane amount of energy, which was one of the key reasons that allowed this alliance to be formed, or else all of them would be annihilated. Cameronel was deep in agony but thought still. Rather than taking the risk of destroying him, it might be better to take a ship and sail into space. This was due to how terrifying the amount of energy was being emanated from the man below him. Nobody wants to get near a bomb even if they know that it is necessary to defuse it, since anyone could get killed in the process. The only reason that this alliance was intact was due to the fear of losing everything. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago from the immense sense of danger and fear that arose within them. But what could they actually do? The main problem was the infinite regeneration of energy. It wasn't that the relics themselves were powerful, but that they could use the energy however they wanted. If the total amount of energy had just been a large supply, then they could have attacked and deplete the energy eventually, but those relics had the entire planet as the source of energy. This was a major threat since it used the energy of the Red Sun, located in Ankara, at its disposal. It's super simple, said Hansu at that moment. Just shove it into the ground. This. Yeah, all the way down to the Red Jade. Everyone's gazes turned to the giant Red Sun deep below through the hole that had been made by the giant beast's attack, the core of Ankara. The giant sun was the source of energy for the powerful defensive barrier surrounding the man. If it's this, then we can definitely. Everyone nodded from Hansu's suggestion. Surely, it was difficult to break it down, but it was worth a shot. And if they were to push it down that far, even the blue spheres that emitted all this enormous energy would melt down completely, since the disparity in energy was eminent in the first place. Of course, a problem still remained. Okay. Let's say we proceed with the clan. Then will we all work together and push it down? The people's expressions turned for the worse. Though they had all gathered here on this day for the same goal, they had all been enemies before. Anything could happen to them were they to focus their attention on the current task. Even if they didn't betray each other, would that man stand still when being shoved into the ground? The man would retaliate, and they would get injured in the process. Hansu smirked as he remarked, I'll push it down, so I just need you all to attack from afar. The clan heads wore strange expressions. What the hell is this bastard scheming? There is a maxim. And in their perspectives, Hansu really had nothing to lose. If he were to withdraw and run away, that would be it. He was different from those who were born here and would be buried here. Hansu had nothing that tied him down to this place. Nevertheless, he was going to embrace the most dangerous role. If they really went according to that plan, then they could focus on attacking without tackling any of the dangers, but Hansu would have to withstand all of their attacks as well. After all, once he started to push the man in the orb down, he wouldn't be able to dodge anything, either. Chuckling, Hansu said, stop overthinking. Are you going to do this or not? If not, tell me and I'll just leave. The clan heads' expressions turned sour. They were unaware of what Hansu was planning, but they had nothing to lose from his plan as well. No. If Hansu left, then things would take a turn for the worse. Damn. The 3 clan heads glanced at each other and nodded. Chapter 428, Transition, 5. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie, Underclass Hero. The man fiercely looked toward Hansu who was descending toward him. He had thought that after Hansu had his soul twisted, he wouldn't attempt to join the battle once more, but he was aggressively rooting him. This despicable bastard. Rumble. In that moment, he frowned as he saw the meteor-like descent of Hansu. Boom. Accompanied by a large roar, the dark red sphere surrounding Hansu's body collided against the bright sphere of the man. Rumble. The moment the 2 spheres collided, the 2 relics in the hands of the man radiated energy and activated as if they were trying to eliminate the insolent object that had just intruded their space. Though weakened from fighting against the beasts prior, they were still powerful. There were 2 relics, in which one alone was more than enough to sweep over half of the entire continent. If it wasn't for the strong rotating descent, the current energy was more than enough to eliminate a bug like him. However, the insolent dark red sphere was able to maintain its momentum as it continued to pressure him into the ground. The man frowned at this scene. Pompian, you're holding me down even now. In Hansu's hands, the relic that was originally Pompian's shone brightly. Just like the relics the man possessed, Hansu's relic also absorbed energy from the core to continually maintain the barrier around him. Kyoong. The Hadera collapsed on the ground, releasing a huge roar. Seeing the Hadera collapsing in vain after trying to reach for its prey seemed foolish in a way, but neither Hansu nor the man laughed at them since they knew that the Hadera did everything they could. Having consumed the vast energy of the relic, they were able to grow this powerful. However, they were now very feeble to the point that they could barely stand. Breathing alone consumed a lot of energy. If it were the abyss, there would be nothing that could maintain their fully grown bodies other than the relics that were grasped in Hansu and the man's hands. This was why the Hadera had gambled everything for survival on the crossroads of survival and death. Next to the corpses of the Hadera, Hansu and the man were doing the same thing. Boom! As the fight got more intense and vicious, the relics released energy increasingly. The result of this clash fell into the man's favor. Even though the man had been weakened by the battle against the Hadera, two relics would pour out more energy than Hansu who possessed one. Kaka. Kakaka. The man who was originally pushed slowly began to push himself out into a standstill. No, it was now pushing Hansu back. The disparity in energy was just too great. But, Hansu simply looked up and mumbled, now. Then. Boom! Hundreds and thousands of light beams began to stream down from the top. Rumble. The Miproski grade cannons that could easily destroy entire cities continuously fired down. Confirm that the coordinates are assigned perfectly. Focus and compress the beams as much as possible. Do not attack the red sphere. We must only make sure to attack the blue one. Attack it on time so that it won't overlap with the attacks of others and accidentally neutralize theirs. Fire one at a time, but consistently. In the center of the ship, O'Connell Ron, the captain of the ship, mumbled, I never imagined that we would fight alongside Pompian. We never thought such an event would exist to begin with. O'Connell Ron looked down after hearing his vice-captain's words. It was a spectacular sight to see nearly 100 ships from both the Pompian Empire and the Narapa Union unite to shoot thousands of attacks toward one location, and even though the technocrats worked arduously on their tasks without a single break, O'Connell Ron's gaze was locked onto one thing below them, the bright sphere that was withstanding all of these strikes. The ship's attacks, the coordinated actions of the clan heads that were as powerful as all of the ship's manpower combined, Pompian's attack which was as strong as the power of the three clan heads combined, as well as the humans' attacks were only able to push the sphere down. If that energy was targeted at us instead. For him to be able to withstand the energy that could melt a whole continent, it meant that the opponent possessed such absurd power. He must be put to death by whatever means possible. O'Connell Ron clenched his teeth and shouted, hurry. Raise the firepower. Put all the energy we have onto the shield and fire at it. Soon. Rumble. Hundreds of thicker rays of light beams began to descend more violently toward the ground. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The situation began to reverse as the attacks from above fell. Though the relics were doing their best to withstand everything and maintain the barrier, the man was quickly being pushed down along with the blue sphere. Like a waterfall, his body was quickly being swept with the beams in descent to the ground. Though it was initially slow, the acceleration would only continue to increase the velocity. Sooner or later, he would be thrust upon the core. If things progressed at this rate, it would be obvious what the end result would be. The frowning man divided the two artifacts he had into each hand. Simultaneously. The relics that endured the enormous attack divided into different directions. The longer relic's energy headed toward the barrier covering him, while the energy of the crystal relic began to head toward the ships that were assailing him. At the same time. Boom! A beam of light as bright as the ones descending from above burst upward. No, it was trying to make it explode. Hansu swung his Mjolnir like a windmill in front to disperse the energy that was shooting upward. He was able to continue to push the man down despite the backlash of the beam of light with his body and armor. Even more so, he was able to force the man to descend at an even quicker rate. Boom. You should switch back to defending if you want to endure a bit longer. Rumble. The man shook his head at Hansu's remark who had neutralized another one of his soaring attacks. I'll praise you for being able to gather all that trash in a short period of time. The man was honest. It hadn't even been 1 hour since the whole outcome had started, but Hansu had already gathered a force of that magnitude. However, that was his limit. Let's see what happens then. The man began to descend at an ever quicker pace. Good. He's falling. Rumble. Cameronel smiled brightly upon seeing the blue sphere being relentlessly attacked. He was being pushed back. It would be great if he was wedged all the day down into the core of the planet. Boom boom. Boom. But, that man is truly a monster, Cameronel murmured as he witnessed the giant shockwaves ripple from below. These ripples weren't sourced from their attacks, but made purely from the clash between Hansu and the man. Hansu was currently blocking all of the man's attacks aimed toward them and the ships. If he did not do so, then it wouldn't be surprising to see half of their fleet be destroyed. Cameronel frowned. What do we do once this is over? With victory within their grasp, he began to worry about the next step. Sangjin, Mihi, and Samuel, those three he was able to tolerate since they would be able to deal with them with their own strength if needed. As long as they prepared that the capital would be destroyed along the process, it was possible to struggle against them with their combined forces. However, Hansu was different. He wasn't confident that he would be able to deal with him since Hansu would become an enemy even more powerful than Pompian if he returned alive. They had said that he would just go up quietly afterward, but will he truly? He could not confirm. Cameronel really hated that fact. He needed to be the one who was able to wield and give away power. That was his reward for standing at the apex of power. However, he was currently wary of someone as he acted. Greed began to form within Cameronel. It would be great if both of those guys below would just die altogether. He didn't need any of the artifacts as long as both of them were buried there. No, it would be great if they both died while fighting against one another. Not bad. Reaching a satisfactory result, Cameronel began to act instead of leaving it as an afterthought. Ruuumble. The moment greed materialized within Cameronel, his attacks weakened little by little. Boom. Look at this. The 3 rays of light began to fade. It was without question who the owner of these 3 beams were. The man looked up and laughed. The moment he began to conserve his strength, they thought that victory was within their grasp and began to reduce their strength consequently. They desired that both him and Hansu will die. The man chuckled at Hansu seeing this. What exactly were you trying to do with those kinds of guys? Now, it was his victory. All he needed to do was to use the energy he conserved to kill Hansu and wipe everyone else afterward. Even if Hansu were to remark then, the clan heads wouldn't bother listening since they were long ago manipulated by their own greed. Hansu chuckled from the man's words. If you had anticipated it, why wouldn't I have? And, how do you think we'd win if I were to only use the people that I rely and trust on? It would have been amazing if the competent ones were trustworthy to begin with, but in accordance to his standards, not even 1% of the people he had ever met or remembered currently would fill that criteria. Only a few were competent, and even fewer were trustworthy out of those. As a result, he had learned how to make use of the useless and untrustworthy ones. Pompian, he truly is unique. So just focus on the fight below. Hansu thought of the discussion he had made with Pompian as he smashed the man down with Mjolnir once more. You guys, never learn. Pompian's eyes flashed as he saw what the 3 clan heads were doing. Chapter 429, Transition, 6. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruuumble. Seeing the blue sphere continually being pushed downward, Cameronel coldly laughed. Both of you die. It was good if they died while fighting, or if both of them were both wished down there as well. What was important was for the variables before him to disappear. If that occurred, then he wouldn't need the relics since they could just use their remaining forces to deal with Pompian, likewise to his remaining ships with constant raids. I want to deal with the other 2 clan heads, but... oh well. Cameronel smacked his lips. For now, he needed to deal with the 2 men that were most threatening, and if he were able to deal with Pompian afterward, he'd be more than satisfied. In the process, if the other 2 heads died, it would be the best outcome. However, they needed to temporarily uphold the alliance until then. As Cameronel and the other clan heads slowly conserved their strength, Pompian's cold voice rang out. However, the clan heads didn't even flinch that they were caught. No, rather the opposite. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Stop annoying me. It's already hard enough. Yucatanpael's voice reverberated through the voice communicator. It was as if they were complaining why he was picking on them when they were doing so well. Soon, another voice echoed through the voice comm. I don't know about you, but we have already expended a lot of our energy to fight that dumb beast for the past few days. Though you were probably unaware since you were in the dark. Adelaron's sharp voice roared toward Pompian. It was a good excuse. Good. Good. After hearing the other 2 clan heads reply through the voice comm, Cameronel spoke. Damn, don't get everyone so agitated, we're not as strong as you, we are doing our best. Boom. Cameronel, pretending to have expended all his strength, answered through the voice comm in a fatigued voice. Of course, he was still slowly lowering his total output of energy. No, it was better to say that he was acting hard instead. And what will you do even if you notice? Pompian would be unable to act since he needed the clan head strength to push the man down. However, Pompian's actions were even more shocking than theirs. Is that so? Oh well. I understand. Pompian said in the voice comm. Then. Pompian stopped attacking immediately. You crazy bastard. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Pompian scoffed at the shocked voices of the clan heads and continued to send out commands. All ships stop your attacks. Be on standby and save your energy in case the Nerapa Union attacks. Though this sudden order was absurd, the whole fleet under Pompian's command stopped attacking. Boom. Suddenly, half of the attacks that had rushed into the hole stopped. You crazy bastard. You're out. Pompian's actions were more than enough to make Cameronel snap, but before he could finish his words. Boom. A vicious aura rose up from below like an ascending dragon. From that enormous rush of momentum, Cameronel was taken aback as he dodged backward. Boom. A giant beam of light scraped by Cameronel's body and shot upward. Though he was able to barely avoid the attack, the ships above him were not as lucky due to their immobility. The shield that protected the first line of defense were all useless as the beam had more than enough power to shred Cameronel's shield apart just from scraping by. Boom. In that moment, 3 ships above Cameronel blew up just like that. Bastard. He's attacking us now since you stopped. Give the order immediately to start the attack. The clan heads shouted as they were at a loss. Even one of the ships that were swept away was one of Pompian's. This was basically an action of a lunatic. This, damn. Boom. Terrified from the fierce pillars of light that shot upward, the clan heads began to pour all the strength that they had conserved and began to fire down below. Otherwise, they were really going to lose everything from Pompian's sudden ceasefire. If they were rational, they would not do this since it was no different from them giving up first. However, from Pompian's sudden action as well as the threat of the soaring pillars of light beams from below, it was enough to force their hands. Damn. Not like this. At this rate, one of 2 things would happen. It was either Pompian and the others would die in the man's hands, or they would be surgically removed by Pompian from their energy-exhausted states. The plan that they had thoroughly schemed for themselves was being used against them. You bastard. Let's see who dies first. If the end result was their own death, then they had nothing to fear. Cameronel recovered his sanity and tried to stop attacking, but Pompian was one step ahead once again. Start firing. All ships except the 11th and 13th Fleet, use all of your force. Boom. As Pompian sent out his orders, the attacks from above resumed, and simultaneously, the tremendous amount of energy exploded from Pompian's body and headed below. Boom! The situation returned to its original state once more, and Cameronel realized that he would be unable to halt his attacks anymore. That bastard, he's only attacking at the same output as us. The actions of Pompians and his ships were replicating their own. Don't try anything foolish. Pompian's actions and words were enough to relay a warning to the three clan heads under the current circumstances, and while it didn't produce the optimal result, unfortunately, everyone was able to make rational judgments henceforth due to fear and anger. Crazy bastard. You think you're the only one capable of doing that? Yucatan Pael's rage reverberated through the voice COMM. This was not the most optimal result, but that was not what was important. The important aspect was control. In such a strange situation, anyone who took the initiative to break this delicate balance could kill their opponents at any time like a fox. It was the reason why Yucatan Pael could do something irrational just like Pompian had just done, since he would get killed by him at any moment if he lost the upper hand. If he was the one who was going to die anyway, it would be better if everyone died. Yucatan Pael stopped attacking completely and began to prepare an attack on Pompian. He was unable to live with the fact that Pompian's actions decided their fates. That crazy bastard. Cameronel freaked out. He was angry as well, but at this rate, they would all perish if they fought in this situation. Their attacks against the man would stop, which would soon lead to them all being killed by the aliens' attack. Yucatan Pael. Come to your senses. Cameronel was beaten to the punch once more. Let me propose an offer that you cannot deny. Yucatan Pael stopped at Pompian's sudden words. Boom! A failure. The man looked at the ever-powerful attacks descending from above and closed his eyes. He had anticipated that they would kill each other in internal strife, but it seemed that something had allowed them to be unified. The attacks became even stronger, causing him who was half focused on his defenses be shoved down toward the red jade. How laughable. The last ray of hope will be destroyed by our own technology. But, the man decided to accept his fate. He had truly done everything in his power. After all, he had woken up alone and struggled against two races by himself. I was tired, so this is good. In fact, it shouldn't be possible for a man to have such a cheerful look in this kind of predicament. His failure would mean the extinction of his race. But, it was all okay now. The seeds he sowed into the ground were still there, and even if those seeds failed to sprout, their savior remained. I don't know where you are or what you're doing, but please take care of our race from now forth. The man thought of the human bodies and closed his eyes. Ka-ka-ka. Crack. The powerful barrier was slowly cracking due to the attacks from above, and the heat from the red jade from below was becoming intense. Holding on for such a long time was a feat itself. Above his head. Boom. Hansu's attacks continuously smashed against the blue sphere as if Hansu was trying to reduce the man to nothingness. At that moment, he was enlightened. The man's closed eyes blinked. He thought of one last thing he needed to do. I will help you. The man glared into Hansu full of anger. He had pushed himself to the stage. So, it was his duty to ensure that he died a hero on the battlefield. While he was muttering to himself internally. Boom. All the energy used for defense was converted into an attack, sweeping away the dark red sphere around Hansu. Though the attacks from above and the heat from below penetrated into his body, melting him away, he smiled. He had witnessed his own attack successfully destroying the red sphere. Hansu would soon melt following him. But then. Krayok. He was able to notice something cutting space appear behind Hansu's body. Damn I. With that being his final thought. SSSSSS. The man's body melted away. Chapter 430, Chapter 427, Transition, 7. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie, Underclass Hero. Ruyu Umble. I've always wondered about this, but you're truly insane, Pompian. Yucatan Pael mumbled as he looked at Pompian. Although he was normal himself, the guy in front of him was truly something else. If he was truly normal, he wouldn't have given the control of his heart to his enemies. Thump. Thump. Through the hole in Pompian's chest that his hand had gone into, he could feel the heart thumping clearly. It wasn't that he had defeated Pompian and grasped his heart, but this was simply the agreement that Pompian and the three clan heads had reached. I will give you the right to destroy my heart whenever. So, don't worry about being attacked from behind and focus everything onto the fight below. This was an agreement that gave them no disadvantages. Pompian's heart, whose life was naturally in their hands, would use all of his power so that it wouldn't burst, and since he couldn't scheme, they would be able to attack and focus on the fight below free of thought. And the result. Boom. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. An even more intense torrent of flames rained down from the heavens. The remaining ships used all the energy they had without holding back and fired below. Boom. A terrifying amount of flames exploded from Pompian. Specifically, it was from the flame fragment that was inside Pompian. The explosion was strong enough to easily overwhelm all three clan heads. This bastard, he really was holding back. Cold sweat ran down Cameronel's back. To scheme in front of a guy that possessed such power, it was certain that if they had lost control and attacked, it would be them that would have died in his hands. Cameronel, who wore a grim expression, suddenly smiled. No. This is great. If the blade was sharp, it would have been threatening, but now, the blade was in their hands. They held Pompian's heart in their hands, so that was good. Once we destroy the man below at this rate, we'll manipulate Pompian to deal with Hansu. Hansu was currently withstanding all of the attacks and blows of this enormous energy, so it was certain that his body would not leave this battle unscathed. Then, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue him. The reason why they were so afraid to begin with was that Hansu might attack them after he recovered his condition while they were dealing with Pompian after this fight. This was even easier to achieve with a comrade that could teleport. However, as long as Pompian was under their control, the story would be simpler. They just needed to use their remaining strength to kill him. It didn't matter if he runs since he would be somewhere on this planet. Even if he ascends, that is fine as well. Cameronel smiled. The situation was quite amusing. The three of them were simultaneously holding Pompion's heart in fear of losing out to the other two. If one of them had Pompion's heart and used it to attack the other two, the situation would turn for the worse, but if it was like that, then everything would be fine. In the end, the one who is scared first is the one that loses. Cameronel laughed. The one that becomes scared and retreated first would be the one to lose. Looking at the circumstances of Pompion, he had retreated one step back, and now he was in this state. I'd rather die than have this happen to me. Then. Ruyumble. An even more intense, eerie sound rang out from below. It was different from the sounds of the previous energy collision they had heard. As Cameronel and the other two clan heads heard and felt the shock waves, they knew this battle was over. It was the sound of the man being shoved deep into the ground. If the man had a hidden card, he wouldn't have held it up to this point, so it was the aftershocks of the final struggle. Boom! Ah damn. Hansu. What? What the hell is happening? The terrified voices of the humans could be heard over the communications device. That was how powerful the shockwave was, which was enough to turn everything below to dust, making Cameronel feel better. The heavens are helping. If those two were swept away by that explosion, then they wouldn't have to deal with them since they would die on their own. But it would be optimal if things were certain. Thump. Thump. Cameronel smiled as he felt the heartbeat of Pompion, which was pleasantly beating at his fingertips. Well. It seems things are finished below, so be prepared, Pompion. Cameronel gently applied some pressure on the heart, which was a fragile organ that could be blown apart from a bit of pressure. Their strength came from their souls, which gave them the authority to wield the flame, so their bodies were naturally weaker. Finish them for us, with your hands. Pompion smiled coldly as he stared in their eyes. Yes, it is time to finish things. In order to finish the preparation that he and the man had done sowing the seeds. Still, it is somewhat frightening to be in this kind of situation. Pompion felt his heartbeat as he prepared himself, mumbling. Due to this, the heart in the three clan heads' hands beat faster. Misunderstanding this as fear, the three clan heads smiled. However, Pompion simply smiled back. Well. At least, there's three guys that will go with me. They were going to die anyways, so it was better for them to know at least why. Pompion looked at Cameronel who was smiling the brightest. You guys may not know, but I had met that alien a bit earlier. What nonsense are you saying? Do your job. Pucci. Cameronel felt something was awry from Pompion's words and stabbed the heart with his thumbnail, but Pompion didn't even flinch. He only continued to speak. He gave half of his soul as a token of trust. Maybe that's the only way he thought that could earn my trust. It was the same for you as well, right? The three clan heads halted and nodded. It was exactly as he had said. Right now, half of the man's soul was within Pompion's body, and the other half was split between the three of them. This was why they had made a contract with the man because they believed they could kill the man whenever. However, Pompion chuckled and remarked, but isn't that strange? His soul is a symbol of strength, and yet he parted away from it so easily. At the words of Pompion, the three clan heads frowned. It was strange. There were much better alternatives to make contracts, but this had placed the worst conditions on himself. The man had nothing to gain. You guys only have a sixth of the soul, but I have a bit of his memories as well due to receiving half. Among them, it was the method of reproduction of his race, parasitic soul. It would detach part of their soul and embed it in another race's soul. It didn't matter what race or how large of the soul was a part. Even a tiny portion of the soul would be fine. Once the person accepted his soul, the condition would be satisfied. The opponent's race would gain the ability to use power and technology at a terrifying level. As a result, they would continue to use it again and again, intoxicated by their newfound strength. It would continue to grow when used, whether it is a tenth or half of the soul. If the spirit grew up enough to be able to reach its original state. If the soul was capable of forming the original owner of this soul. Then the embedded soul pushes the original owner of the body out and takes control. Once the original soul changes, that race would not be the same as before, since both personalities and goals would change. This was a complete parasitic species, grown from the seeds that were planted by that soul. That's what they are. That was how the fake Naropa grew up. This crazy. They finally understood why that man had formed such a disadvantageous contract. He hadn't chosen death, but rather the reproduction of his race. It was only a matter of time before a second and third version of the man would appear. Let's go. Simultaneously. Boom. A great amount of energy surged within Pompion's body, spiraling crazily. The soul inside him started to overload, causing the three clan heads to freak out. Yucatan Pyle and the other clan heads, who were witnessing this, screamed, "You crazy bastard! I don't want to die. Ack! You bastard! Kaka!" Pompion coughed out blood. He felt his heart get crushed under the angered expression of Yucatan Pyle's face, and he saw Cameronel and Adelaron curse and run off, but it didn't matter, he had used every bit of strength to make himself a bomb. None of the struggle, even from those attempting to shield their bodies, would matter. This was because the bomb within him was more than sufficient to achieve his last objective. The explosiveness of this bomb was enough to burn away these three raccoons that unknowingly scurried in. That included the seeds planted within them as well. Sangjin. My friend. Be well. I'm sorry. There was nothing he regretted as his plans progressed except for one event. Well. Nothing can be done for both of us. With one last bitter smile. Boom. A massive explosion centered around Pompion's body engulfed the surrounding area. You idiots. I told you, not to come. A few people could be seen dimly as they jumped out from the cloud, Sanjin, Mihi, Kirial, and Samuel. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. The remnants of the flame rushed toward them. Eek. Kiriel clenched her teeth seeing the enormous wave of energy heading toward her. She had recklessly left in order to save him, but this was far more than what she had expected. He was enduring all of this. At this rate, she would melt before she could use her skill again. At that moment, whoosh! The flame's power died down. What the? While Kiriel was shocked from this scene, Sanjin spoke hurriedly with a contorted face, I can't hold on for long. Hurry, go away. You, how are you doing this? Sanjin, who was blocking the flames, mumbled bitterly from those words. I have, it as well. Inside Sanjin's body. Kiiying. The last seed of Ankara shook violently. Chapter 431, Transition, 8. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie, Underclass Hero. Rui Yumbel. While Kiriel was preparing to recast her skill, Mihi cried while taking care of the unconscious Hansu. Stop them. Damn. I'm sure he said for us not to come and save him, but why are we doing this now? Boom. Samuel created a powerful mana barrier around his body as he deflected the flames from all sides. From those words, Mihi clenched her teeth. That's right, why did you come to save me? The moment she saw Hansu, she knew that he was not the same Hansu that she knew before. He was still strong, and he still managed to succeed despite being cornered. His eyes were fixated on his own path, and not the larger scope like before. Even I was not part of that. Mihi closed her eyes and embraced the unconscious Hansu, clenching her teeth with a slightly despondent look. She had gone through much hardships to find him, but the man that she had been looking for couldn't even remember her. Despite the conclusion of the fight below, the moment she noticed the gap in the crack of space, she had subconsciously jumped out fully knowing how dangerous it would be. Boom! Ugh! The energy of the exploded relic pressured Mihi's mana barrier. Huge shocks of energy reverberated over the mana barrier, sending Mihi away. Hurry up. Eek. I'll hurry. Kiriel clenched her teeth. Taking one person in comparison to taking 5 was an entirely different scenario in addition to this overwhelming pressure. The skill of cloudy movements was designed to make her immobile, and the energy of the relics were limiting the full use of that skill. No. At this rate, everyone will die. All of them were deep in the earth. Though Sanjin was controlling the heat from the outside, it wouldn't be long. Boom! The heat intensified, causing Kiriel to have a despondent expression. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sanjin reached out past Kiriel and Mihi grabbed something from Hansu's pocket, a tiny crystal that shone a bright blood red color. The relic. The moment Sanjin focused on the relic in his hand. Whoosh! An even denser magic barrier of Mihi and Samuel surrounded them. Ruyu Umble. We must hurry. That scene caused Kiriel to brighten. With this much, this is enough to get it started. Endure a bit longer. Ruyu Umble. Ah. I'll die at this rate. Though the situation had alleviated thanks to the ignited relic, however, they were by no means in a comfortable state. Samuel was screaming while coughing up blood. Cough. Mihi, who also coughed up blood, wiped it away and looked at Hansu. I'm not going to play hero for you. I'm not thinking of babysitting, so if you want to find a way to live, go somewhere else. Yes, it was like that to begin with. At first, she just unconditionally followed Hansu since he was her only hope of survival. As long as she followed him, she thought that she would be able to live, and another world might open up. However, now she knew that no such thing existed, and she knew why things happened like this. This was because Samuel and herself were mere obstacles in Hansu's path. This was why he had given up his memory and chosen to gain strength in exchange. We're the one that let you go first. Boom! While Mihi was uttering a soliloquy, the heat wave of the relic was getting stronger around them. The mana barriers created by Sanjin, Mihi, and Samuel were being crushed by the heat of the storm. Kaka. Boom. Ack. Eek. Maybe it was due to the increasing heat from their surroundings, Hansu opened his eyes in Mihi's embrace. Looking around, he quickly reached a conclusion on the current situation in the midst of confusion. What a mess. Oh damn, why the hell did I say I would do this? Thinking, there were many reasons why. One of the reasons was because he was full of confidence and wanted to try out his newly acquired power. Another reason was that he wanted to step on the guy that felt like he obtained the world. Lastly, another reason was because he desired to obtain all 3 relics since it would be quite useful to play around with. But now thinking back, all of these weren't sufficient in reason for him to act. He had a guess of why he was acting like this. It was more bad than good. For him to reach this place despite having quite difficult opponents. Yet, him deciding that he would do this had helped him reach a conclusion. I'm an idiot. A total idiot. Why did I even take the lead? Since he felt his conscience sting for some odd reason, he had offered to take the lead, but that was such a crushing mistake. Ruyu Umble. Hansu chuckled as he saw the raging flames trying to overwhelm them. Ah, whatever. It was a decision I made. I should take responsibility as well. That's good. Let's take a break from this opportunity. In his memory, all he could remember was fighting again and again. He did not know or remember what he had to keep fighting to live, and why he had to keep doing this. He didn't know why he needed to live longer, but maybe it was a good thing to do so in a way. All of them wanted to live so bad, so go and live. Hansu emptied his mind and muttered as he looked at Mihi in front of him. Get the hell out of here if you're able. I'm going to take a break. Among the 5 of them, he was the most powerful, and saving them all would be quite difficult. As such, he wanted the 4 of them to at least leave. Then. Boom! Hansu withdrew a lot of power within him and erected a barrier. Despite not having much strength, he was able to make a barrier stronger than Samuel's. Now. Screw off. I don't want to be indebted. Go out, and live on. He specifically told them not to save him and yet they had crawled back to rescue him. Although it was their fault for coming, they still risked their lives to save him anyways. From those words, Mihi shook her head and hugged Hansu. No. They had definitely held on to Hansu to live, and in order to live, it was them that had let go of him first. So, they won't repeat that mistake. Now. I won't let go. She would never let go of him first. Ruyu. The heat storm raged on from the outside, causing cracks to appear on the barrier, starting from Sangjin's barrier on the exterior to Mihi and Samuel, and finally Hansu's. SSSSSSSSS. SSSSSSSSS. The 4 layers of barriers that were sustaining each other were being crushed. Soon. Boom. The wall burst with a roar. The barrier that had kept the heat from entering collapsed, allowing for the flames to jump on the 5 people without mercy. In that moment, Mihi clenched her teeth and gathered all her remaining mana and embraced Hansu. What a crazy B*TCH, to go this far. It was the moment when Hansu coughed up blood from the impact of the destroyed barrier as he stared at Mihi. Eek. Done. Now. Whoosh. White clouds began radiating around Kiriel's body, which started to devour the bodies of Hansu, Mihi, and Samuel. However, it wasn't like they all teleported at the same time. The first person to move was the caster herself. Afterward, it was those closest to her. Whoosh. Sangjin, who was between Kiriel and Hansu, since he was occupied using the relic, began to be teleported first. Then. Boom. As Sangjin disappeared, the restraint on the fires disappeared, causing the flame storm to flare up violently and swarm the remaining 3. Oh my gosh. Though Kiriel did not receive any damage as half of her was already being teleported, she was still able to monitor the whole situation, causing her to have a regretful expression. Please. Please hurry. Hansu was next. Chiaeniak. Hansu, who was hitting the walls with his remaining energy, had about half his body burnt before the teleportation started, but he was surprisingly able to maintain himself in good condition. All of this was in part to Mihi, who was taking the brunt of the flames. Eek. Before Hansu could shout something after seeing Mihi, a white cloud surrounded him as began to move beyond space. Mihi revealed a small smile seeing this despite her whole body burning in flames. Good. I saved him. It was over now. However, not perfectly. Unfortunately, it seemed not everyone could go up alive. One of us had to endure so the other could go up. It would be nice if everyone could be saved, but there wasn't enough time for this. In order to allow Samuel to be next to be teleported, Mihi kicked and flung her body back. In that moment. Ruumble. Ugh. On her back, she felt something kick her, causing Mihi to clench her teeth. It wasn't because of pain. Mihi, with a shocked expression looked back, and shouted, Samuel. From those words, Samuel chuckled as he saw the kick Mihi. Live well. N. Before Mihi could finish her words, her body began to disappear beyond the white clouds. The fires around them raged as if they were bent on not losing their targets, but the attempt was in vain due to the rocks that floated around Mihi's body. In case she might get hurt, the rocks began to protect the parts where the white clouds did not fully cover against the flames. As a result, Mihi was able to quickly be teleported, causing Samuel to bear all the costs. Ruuyuyumble. SSSSSSSSS. The heat and flames crushed Samuel's body from all sides. Amidst that pain, Samuel smiled as he looked at Mihi, looking at him with a desperate look. Please understand. I'm not saving that bastard. I'm saving you. At the same time. Whoosh. Mihi's body was completely devoured by the white cloud. Seeing this scene, Samuel smiled as he mumbled, ah, what a great day to end on. The rest of the white clouds began to rush into Samuel's body, but he already knew that this would be the end. To begin with, if he were able to come up with any plan to escape here, he would have at least struggled. However, he had no regrets. Samuel looked far away into the horizon through the hole. One cigarette would be massive. Since I have a lighter, maybe I don't need a cigarette. Samuel reached out his subconsciously. The moment the cloud clasped over Samuel's hand. Boom! The flame swept through Samuel's body. Hansu picked up something that had fallen on the ground. As if it was requesting for a cigarette, 2 fingers were straightened on the right hand. Hansu frowned as he saw the raised hand. Chapter 432, Final Zone, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie, Underclass Hero. What a horrible feeling. Hansu murmured as he looked at Samuel's hand. He had told them not to follow him, yet they ended up like this after following him. The more unpleasant thing was that they would have certainly survived had it not been for him. If they had not come here, he would have definitely died. Aha. Hansu looked at Mihi, who was staring at Samuel's hand absent-mindedly. It was an expression of shock and disbelief, causing Hansu to ask a question. Did this guy have a last wish of any sort? Do you remember his last words? From those words, tears trickled from Mihi's eyes as he met Hansu's eyes. However, Mihi clenched her teeth. She looked at Hansu and said, he told me to tell you to never forget that he had saved you. Remember it for the rest of your life and live on. Hansu muttered to himself when he heard her reply, lies. That guy was never that sort of person to do an act of patronage. From his memories, he knew that Samuel wasn't fond of Hansu until he died. It was likely that he told her to live in his stead. Well, something similar to this. It looked like he liked her. He had given up on ascending and stayed in this zone for this one woman, and for this woman, he had chosen to follow her to his death in place of her. How could such a fellow have left a remark for him? In other words, those words came from what Mihi wanted to tell him herself, to not forget Samuel and to engrave the debt of his life in his memory. I'll think about it, he muttered internally to himself. He hated being indebted to others, especially if it was a life debt. As to why, it was because there was no method to repay that debt. In addition, these people would say something preposterous since they wouldn't receive anything in return. Then, a sudden headache hit his head. It was a shrill pain that found every single nook and cranny. No, it wasn't that much. Whenever something tried to reappear in his mind, his headache worsened, eventually producing pain as if it was being squeezed and strangled. It was close to the feeling of a needle penetrating every single piece of his brain with finesse. It wasn't a simple headache. He could feel the stolen memories that were trying to reappear in his mind. Every time it would happen, the existence of the contract, which was in charge of his memories, forcibly squeezed his brain to prevent his memories to rise back up from the bottom. It was to emphasize that the contract could never be broken, and that meant the guy who managed this contract had achieved his victory. Throb. Throb. Weo, weo. The memories that were trying to resurface stopped and the headache disappeared along with it. Hansu, who regained his composure, grabbed Samuel's hand and handed it over to me. This is the hand that probably reached out to you. You take care of it. Either bury it somewhere nice or take it with you. He accepted the hand speechlessly as Hansu walked away. It was time to take a break, but it seemed like he missed that opportunity. He had to do what he needed to do. Unfortunately, there were a lot of problems. Hundreds of thousands of ships, who had lost their leaders in a flash, were floating in the air, totally confused about what they were supposed to do. On the ground, the Hadera was barely breathing. Beyond this, there were still many problems to resolve. Thinking about how he needed to resolve all these irritated Hansu a lot. Even if he weren't here, it seemed there wouldn't be any further problems. However, after seeing Kiriel and Mihi who moved ahead first, he gave up that thought. Let's help them a bit more. And, you did well in this struggle, Hansu muttered after thinking of Samuel. It was not an easy decision to give up one's life for someone they love. Life was precious and protecting one's life should be the highest priority since all bodily functions and instincts were based solely on the survival and reproduction of one's race. However, if the preconditions were reversed, then it was not that difficult to give up life, especially when one held it of little value. This was why it was a huge mistake to believe that fighting would increase one's obsession to live. No, it rather produced the opposite effect. Every time he survived a life and death scenario, he felt that his life wasn't really that much since people get tired. In addition, it was difficult to risk one's life for the first time, but after walking ahead, one would become numb to the risks as well. Especially if the opponents were a foreign species. There was no room for negotiation, alliances, and other methods of survival since they could not communicate, so they had no choice but to choose the path of killing to live. This was the reason why the value of life became lighter. No, it could be because Mihi's emotions were quite burdensome. Unsure which reason was it, or if both were the reason, Hansu was perturbed. However, one important thing was that everything was now over. Take a long rest. After pondering about Samuel, Hansu walked away toward the ships in the sky. Quietly turn off your ships and descend. Make sure to disembark once you're down. Ron gritted his teeth at Hansu's message. Get off. Those words were close to the meaning of disarmament. So how do they protect or defend themselves if those ignorant dimwits tried to attack them? Ron clenched his teeth and replied through the voice calm, stop spewing nonsense and surrender, or the force of our fleet will head toward you immediately. This was a tense situation. Though the three clans had lost their leaders, they were currently being wary of one another so that they wouldn't be attacked first. If one were to attack another fleet, this would destroy the delicate balance of power. They had all been trained and had rational judgment about the positions of authority, but even they knew that the stakes were too high at the moment since one wrong judgment could spell the end for them all. In this situation, he had threatened them. From Ron's words, Hansu laughed. Sure. But should you be talking like this on the screen? Hansu coldly laughed and spoke after seeing Ron's puzzled look. Let's speak face to face. You don't have to come. Let me go over there. Then. TSSSSSSSSSSS. Across the screen, Hansu's body began to disappear along with a white cloud. Damn. Stand by. Raise the shields to the maximum. Before Ron was able to finish relaying his command. Boom. Ruyumble. Above the ship, an eerie, clear sound began to be heard. It was the sound of someone digging in, dismantling the entire ship's arms. Then. Boom. Ugh. Above the ship, a red sphere surrounded Hansu as he pushed himself forward with Mihi and Kiriel behind. This is crazy. Ron gritted his teeth helplessly from this scene. It was then that he was able to grasp the reality that 3-star transcendents like themselves could not even dare challenge 4-star transcendents such as them. Before they could even come close in space, they would be melted instantaneously. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep up with them with such a large, immobile ship. However, they were all under their range, so they could not launch an attack in the shadows. This was more than sufficient since they were within their target range, including the guy that was in front of him. Damn, instead of being wary, I should have turned on full power and escaped. However, this wasn't the end. Well, let's resolve this nice and easy by conversing since I have to go to a different place now. After speaking a short remark, Hansu was swept away along with Kiriel somewhere else. Then. What is this? Intruder. It's an intruder. Stop them. Screams began to be heard from the voice comm at the other ships. This, damn. After seeing their ships be dominated in real time, Mihi spoke to Ron who wore a despondent look, think carefully. We are just passing by, so we have no intentions of uprooting you. It's not like there is anything here that we covet. From those words, Ron nodded. Those words were definitely true. However, if you all were to have this much strength, the story becomes different. As long as they weren't a threat, there was no need to uproot them. But, if those ships were to float and scour around the sky in optimal condition, it was completely different. With this much firepower, they could threaten and plunge the planet into war once more, which would cause danger to not only the regular people that ascended the stairs but also the transcendents as well. We will soon ascend. However, we cannot leave here with potential troubles behind. The captain, Ron, gulped as he faced Mihi's cold attitude. Then, an ultimatum was flung at Ron. Choose whether you want to abandon all your ships and live in peace, or if you want to fight against us to the end. Ah. Damn. We can't stop them. I don't have a choice. All ships lower altitude. You have permission to land, O'Connell muttered with a faint voice. All the ships in the sky soon landed onto the ground. Thousands of ships were parked on the vast plain like a parking lot. Then. Boom. Boom. Warships that easily outstripped one city's total budget were exploded without any mercy. In the hands of these transcendents, they were nothing more than bees against their skills. Ruuumble. Boom. It's finished over here. Hansu turned his head toward the other side. Roar. With an exhausted, weary look, the Hadera was making a painful cry. The transcendents were relentlessly attacking around them. The Hadera wiggled their bodies and tried to resist, but it was pointless. Since they had already exhausted all of their power in their bodies, they did not have the strength to move, which made them harmless. Looks like there will be a lot of crystals. As soon as he finished talking. Roar. The Hadera fell on the floor with a death cry. Soon. Furying. Gift. Oh. There was a gift box so big that it could not be compared to the previous ones, causing Hansu's eyes to glisten. Since there were so many people that had participated in this, it seemed the box was matched accordingly. I'll open it up a bit later, Hansu muttered as he began to recover himself. On the surface, he pretended to be calm and threatening, but on the inside, he was a complete mess. The immortal soul was frantically working to regenerate its owner's body, but it seemed it would take some time. Then. How's your body? Hansu turned his head to the voice that directed toward him. There was another man like him whose skin was tanned and burned. In his hands was something that he had never seen. Spear. It was a complete spear. Hansu looked at the spear that was emanating pressure on all sides with a strange expression before expressing out a short exclamation. I thought that this was stuck down there. It seems you brought the relic. From those words, Sanjin, who was holding the spear, nodded. Chapter 433, Final Zone, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor, Underclass Hero. Amazing. With just a glance, he could feel the immense energy emanating from the spear. Its old appearance was anything but cute in comparison to the energy that pulsed from it. Literally, it was a spear that would allow him to control the massive energy of the red jade, its energy enormous enough to be used as a weapon to destroy the planet. I could use this and destroy that Nelkipa, moon-sized warship, over there immediately. Sangjin picked up the spear and pointed to the Nelkipa wandering around like a satellite. Hansu chuckled from Sangjin's words. That's not how you use it. At least it remained very clear in his memory why he tried to collect all of the relics and make a spear out of it. From his knowledge, its purpose wasn't meant as a simple weapon. If that was so, then it wouldn't be very helpful for humans that would eventually have to ascend. Give it to me. Are you thinking of ascending? With this. Hansu nodded from Sangjin's words since he originally had plans to ascend with it. However, now that he saw it in person, he didn't know. If that spear doesn't have the red jade, it's truly useless. If that was so, even if he carried it with him at the next zone, there would be no purpose. Give it to me. I'll show you something fun. Sangjin looked at Hansu curiously, who was swinging around the spear in his hand before surrendering it to him. Well, it's well designed at least. After feeling out the spear in his hand, Hansu cleanly abandoned all hope. If it was a reward, the fairy had already prepared one for him. Let's open the gift box a bit later. Hansu sent a message with the transmitter in his hand. Don't break them all and leave one ship behind. I need to use the quantum transmission system there. Kiriel, who was destroying all the ships without hesitation, glanced over at Hansu with a questionable look. Can't we just go with cloudy movements? We can go anywhere. Boom. Loud explosions could be heard through the voice comm in which Kiriel's voice was full of confidence. It couldn't be helped since Kiriel had achieved 4-star transcendent. Since the number of crystals that had dropped from the Hadera was so many that it was able to allow Kiriel to eclipse Mihi or John Stone, who had distributed crystals as well, into a 4-star transcendent. Well, it's a bit insufficient to make her a 5-star transcendent. If she were to achieve that, she would be able to recover from almost any time of injuries, while Sangjin and Mihi still had some injuries left on their bodies on the other hand. TCH. Really? Seeing how their bodies were completely riddled with injuries after coming to save him, Hansu frowned and spoke on the voice comm once more. It's a little beyond your ability to reach there by distance. You won't even remember. Kiriel had a questionable look, who was full of confidence that she could transport anywhere with her ability from Hansu's words. Boom. There were 2 satellites that were revolving around the planet, Ankara, which was a shining blue Nelkipa, and a black-dyed Caracal. Caracal was quite dull in color compared to the beauty of the Nelkipa. Whether it was the Pompeian Empire or the 3 clan heads, they had shown several times more interest toward the planet of Caracal in comparison to Nelkipa. This was because they had the necessary tools to make Dragon God soldiers, which was where Dragon God armor originated from. In comparison to the ships here, it was somewhat lacking, but it was still attractive enough to be used by humans to generate great power. As a result, since the development of the quantum transmission system, the men of authority in Ankara had been diligent to keep a close watch and monitor Caracal. This was why one of the satellites pointed toward Caracal. Blue-colored lights began to gather in drops. Soon. The blue light burst, causing several people to appear on the surface of Caracal. Ruuumble. Though the harsh conditions of the new planet rushed at the new intruders, the 4 people that had come here by quantum transmission did not care as they looked around with serene looks. Among them, Hansu nodded, who was at the front. You didn't have to follow me. Mihi and Sangjin shook their heads. No, we wanted to see this place for ourselves as well. Well, if that is so, let us go. Then, Hansu walked on his way before looking behind and shouting, oh, take good care of that friend. At Hansu's words, Mihi looked at Elliot, who was the last person of the 2 guys and 2 girls in their party. Unlike others who were breathing normally through the harsh conditions of the planet's surface, Elliot was constantly revolving her skills to raise resistance against her surroundings. It was necessary since compared to the other three, she was merely a normal adventurer. Though she was strong relatively, it was not yet time for her to stand in this position just yet. Whoa. Come. Follow me. Whoa. Yes. As Mihi expanded the oxygen pocket larger around him, it was then that Elliot was finally able to breathe comfortably before following along. Why did he bring along an adventurer? Boom. Mihi, who was full of suspicion, soon shook her head and followed behind Hansu toward the faraway building on Caracal. Is this where they store the dragon god armor? Mihi, who was staring at one of the bases owned by the Narapa Union, looked on in amazement. A large metal structure sat on the surface of the planet. Open it. I'm sure you've already heard everything, right? The moment Hansu spoke in the transmitter. Chiaeniak. A loud door slowly opened on both sides with a small noise. And he was able to hear the manager's voice through the voice COMM. Verification complete. Please come in. I've only heard about it, but there's really no monster like you. Seeing the two men and women walking on the surface of the planet without any protective equipment, remarks of shock couldn't help be emitted from the person. As Hansu and his party entered, the manager, who had relayed the message, walked out to guide them. I have heard the whole story. This way. It was a respectful attitude without a doubt. While they had busily enclosed themselves to manage this place, it had been long ago since they had heard the news of how the balance of power in Ankara had completely reversed. Therefore, there was nothing advantageous to show any form of antagonism against them. I better behave well. The manager muttered internally to himself as Reincarnator led the four people deep into the base. After passing through 7 security gates, they appeared in front of a massive door. After the M-waves confirmed that everyone's identity would never be replicated, the doors began to open on both sounds with a mechanical sound. Oh! Elliot let out a short exclamation of admiration at the sight. The dragon god armor might not be much for the transcendence, but it was almost a relic for adventurers like Elliot. This was why she couldn't help but anticipate at the sight of the storage that held the dragon god armor. However, once Elliot looked inside the room, she asked with a questionable look. Didn't you say this was the storage for the dragon god armor? Among the items inside, she could not find a single armor. Rather, she could only see oddly shaped beads the size of a human head. Even among those, there weren't that many in number, rounded to around 100. It wasn't a small number, but it's certainly insufficient to meet expectations. Seeing Elliot's disappointed expression, Reincarnator awkwardly laughed and said. Those are the seeds of the dragon god armor. Seeds. From that remark, Elliot carefully looked at the beads. There was a metal that surrounded the beads as if they were eggshells, a silver, organic substance which was constantly trembling. Certainly, doesn't seem that unusual. Then how do we use these? From Elliot's words, Reincarnator put on a complicated expression. I can't use it. I lack M-waves. The moment I try and use one, the armor will devour me. In order to use that seed, one must satisfy 2 conditions. First, in order to provide enough energy to the armor, one needed to receive the flame energy and work synonymously with the armor. Second, one needed to be a user that could control the armor's strength so that it wouldn't turn against the owner since the starved seed would be sucking the whole body to replenish its energy reserves. If not, the whole body would become scorched by the energy that would run wild. What? That means those can't be used for anything. To be honest, they could be used here. Once one received the flame energy, one could utilize that to control the dragon god armor. However, once they ascended, the armor would become useless. If one did not possess the synergy of either flame or the red jade, then it would be unable to absorb fire and instead take the energy of the body instead. Although she had received physical reinforcement, she wasn't confident that she could provide all the necessary energy for the scenario that she might perish with her energy sucked out dry. And, there's not that many. As if to answer Elliot's complicated mind, he asked Reincarnator. Is this all? Is mass production impossible? To begin with, these were more useful for adventurers and not for the transcendents. If the people that ascend from below were to equip these, then they would become a great force. However, for there to only be 100 of these, not to mention that there were only a few storages of these on Ankara, this meant that even if they combined all of the dragon god armors, there would be less than 1,000. I wondered why there were so few dragon god soldiers. Was it because of the lack of dragon god armors? However, if mass production was possible, the situation would change. From Mihi's question, Reincarnator replied with a look of embarrassment. It was not us that made these. We had mined these. No. Harvest would be the better word. Mihi became increasingly confused from what Reincarnator said, who pointed deeper into the base. Come this way. Where are we going? Elliot looked at the elevator with a curious expression where Reincarnator had pointed to. This is. Roar. The elevator descended with a roar. Down, further down. Beyond the transparent walls of the elevator, an empty interior began to enter their sight. It was a large, empty interior, except extremely large branches that stretched out in all directions. Elliot exclaimed as he looked at the vine-like branches that were made of metal, not wood, that spread out in all directions. So this is what he meant, for it to open. Elliot mumbled as he looked at the small spheres that were clinging together between the branches. Chapter 434, Final Zone, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Underclass Hero. Ruyu Umble. This is. Elliot looked around and groaned. Branches made out of metal stretched out to fill the entire room. However, she couldn't feel any intimidation that matched the size of these branches since they were so skinny. If it weren't for the branches that held up their bodies which stretched hundreds of miles, it looked as if they would collapse if not for the zero gravity there in space. They were scrawny and were in each corner, painted in black. In comparison to these, the silver spheres that she saw earlier looked sturdier. It wasn't like they were normal either. Elliot sighed as she looked at the spheres which were smaller than her palm. She had realized that what she had seen earlier was in much better condition. Most of the heads there were smaller than her fist despite her hands not being that big, to begin with. Well, if the branches are so thin, it's impossible that the fruit would be bountiful. Reincarnator smiled bitterly, understanding what Elliot was thinking of. These are the ones that have grown up somewhat useful. Everything here. In the past, when the dragon god armor was first discovered, it had transformed the atmosphere of the planet, as everyone who laid witness to these seeds would involve themselves in war. If the dragon god armors were to have continued to accumulate, it could change the course of the war. Compared to the ships that needed to use an extensive amount of resources to build one, all they had to do was pick these up and use them. In addition, if thousands were gathered and accumulated, it would even be able to overwhelm ships, so everyone had turned their eyes on them. However, when the investigation of the Caracal expedition had fully completed, the full interior of the planet was revealed, causing most to be disappointed and leave. It was not ideal to have a few hundred dragon god armors and go to war against dozens and hundreds of ships. The seeds here that they had seen were all the dragon god armor seeds. I hate to say this, but this place is no different from a dead planet. Hansu nodded at that remark. It's not a dead satellite but rather an unused factory. From Hansu's words, Reincarnator gave him a mysterious look. Hansu swung the spear in his hand and spoke, originally. There needs to be energy for a factory to properly function, right? At the end of his words, the spear in Hansu's hands vibrated. Boom. Black branches stretched out in the middle of the planet. Boom. Boom. Aha. What a shame. One of the members of the reunion, Reincarnator, looked on with regret at the ships that were being destroyed mercilessly. They had invested in so much effort to keep a single ship intact even when they fled. Not to mention, they were armed with more up-to-date technology than the Nerapa Union or the Pompeian Empire. Reincarnator couldn't help but shake her head. What mattered more was not the power that one currently possessed but who the enemies were. The moment they tried to steal these ships, they had to make all the humans before them as potential enemies. They would never be generous to anyone who could threaten them with a weapon in hand. Yes. If they rather ascend quickly. Then. Reincarnator muttered internally. Even if they were considered allies, since they possessed a much greater strength, it was difficult to stay at ease in their presence. This would amplify if their strength continued to multiply. However, compared to Hansu or Mihi, the rest strangely seemed to be in a hurry as if they had to ascend as quickly as possible. First, if those monsters were to ascend together with them, it would put her at ease. Though their ships were destroyed, they still had dragon god soldiers, and the building facilities for these ships were still intact. With time and resources, they could return to their former glory. Then we can properly rest with ease. What should I do to ensure they won't attack before that? The moment Reincarnator began to scheme on how to endure them, she reflected upon herself and shuddered. Damn. Reincarnator had a bitter expression. Beneath her feet, she could feel menacing vibrations begin to start deep in the earth. They were vibrations that no ships, no waves of energy that their civilization could produce, causing her to be stunned. There was a time where she had felt this before, which was very recent. You've got to be kidding me. I thought it was over. The moment Reincarnator instinctively tried to flee to a quantum transmission in fear. Boom. Huge streams of light shot from the horizon far away. The pillars of light were several times stronger and denser than the god's spear that the Pompeian emperor had used. The shell that the red jade surrounded soared upward as it emanated a presence that it would melt the entire continent. What the hell? What is happening? Boom. However, the huge beams of light which seemed to soar from the ground and stretch out endlessly were suddenly halted by something and could no longer expand. This was due to the large planet, Caracal, in the sky. What else are you trying to do? Reincarnator. Reincarnator swallowed her groan as she saw the vivid column of light connecting Caracal and Ankara. Reincarnator. Ah. Reincarnator couldn't shut up as he saw the spectacle before his eyes. He wondered what the craters outside were used for. The red-colored pillars of light flowered from the huge crater, lighting up the entire interior of Caracal. The brilliant red light penetrated the crater down into the dark sphere without wasting a single energy, which was where the root of the branches laid. Then. Reincarnator. The black sphere that was shown in light began to suddenly transform. Like a metal sphere that began to heat up, the dark black sphere's color began to shift to orange. No, the heat wave didn't just end at that level. Instantly, the orange color in the black spheres began to stretch outward to the branches across all directions like electricity. The changes took place for the twigs that were drenched by this light. Reincarnator. The metal branches that had been drying up swelled with a rattling sound. The light-bearing metals began to expand in size, emitting metallic luster in all directions. It was as if they were hundreds of luscious, delicious grapes that were ready for harvest. Wow. Seeing the fruit that swelled, no, the dragon god armor seeds, Elliot exclaimed in admiration. Weo. Come here. As if he was a bit exhausted, after letting out a long breath, he called for Elliot. As a matter of fact. Why was I brought here? She wasn't someone special, and it wasn't like he called her to show her the scene either. No, she had specifically heard Hansu tell me to bring a certain someone. That. Bring anyone from the adventurers. From the people of the Orange Zone to the most recent one, bring the most normal individual. Most normal. Damn it. Elliot looked sulky as she brooded over Hansu's words. Of course, she knew that what he said wasn't wrong, but they had climbed up from the Orange Zone, so she had internally wished that he would have said that nicer. Either way, Hansu pointed to Elliot as he lifted the spear in his hand. Be prepared. What? Before Elliot was able to finish asking. Yuck. Hansu pierced the spear at the center of Elliot's chest. Ah. What are you? Before Elliot could complain about his sudden action. Boom. Yuck. An intense, radiant heat of energy began to flow inside her, causing Elliot to swallow her breath. It was burning hot in the middle of her heart. No, to be exact, It was the space beside her heart as the mana inside her began to burn with intense energy, causing Elliot's whole body to be filled with strength. Ack. Ruuyumble. The energy was so strong and violent that Elliot had to clench her teeth. Ruuyumble. The silver fluid that laid in her chest surrounded her vessels, mana circuits, and nerves in her body, which was the source of her physical hardening procedure. It was surrounding her chest, which was blowing hot like a furnace, to prevent the heat and energy to escape. However, it was lacking from that. The heat of the energy was so intense that the silver liquid from the physical hardening procedure that was leaking beside her heart was running violently all over her body as if it would rip her apart from the inside. Then. Boom. Before Elliot could react, another presence responded. The artificial spirit which used to house Elliot's body, the one that was born to only handle energy efficiently, leaped out instantaneously to catch the heat from escaping. The heat that was escaping was caught and plunged back into the mana circuits, which were eventually injected back to the chest, in which the spirit began to slowly control the energy. However, Elliot's expression was not all that good. It's lacking. Not with this. The energy consumed by the adventurer was not at a level where her body could endure. Then. Now. Let's wrap this up. Ruuyumble. Hansu tore a silver sphere from a branch that laid beside the elevator and pushed it into Elliot's body. The moment the silver sphere, to be exact, the liquid inside the sphere, which had been fluctuating in energy for some time, had touched Elliot's body. Zee. The shell of the silver sphere broke and the liquid inside began to quickly wrap around Elliot's body. Tremble. The broken shells were made into the surface of the armor and wrapped the joints while the body was changing. With her newly sprung nerves that were connected to every corner of Elliot's body, the mana circuits began to greedily devour the energy. Soon. Chieek. Elliot's body disappeared in a flash, and in place, a warrior in silver armor appeared. The change took place the moment Hansu pressed the spear onto her chest. This. How is it? At those words, Elliot began to inspect herself. An iron-like body and a spring of mana. The furnace was lighted with the red jade, which was controlled by the spirit. The energy that was difficult for her to control was used up by the dragon god armor. This change happened so suddenly, but despite that, none of the parts in her body felt burdened. The changes that were made by the combination of these 6 objects were so smoothly transitioned, yet it boosted her combat power by several times, no even more. This is amazing. The process was rough, but the satisfaction that rose from the strength in her body exceeded that. Hansu must have expected this already. However, contrary to her expectations, Hansu frowned, causing Elliot to have a questionable look from his attitude. Is there a problem? Hansu nodded. There is a problem. I have been collecting these while climbing up these 6 zones. It would definitely be a problem if the 6 cogs that you picked up on the road along the way would so smoothly match. Hansu muttered as he looked at the spear in his hand. Chapter 435, Final Zone, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor, Underclass Hero. Guru. Zone 6. There were countless adventurers wearing the dragon god armor all around him. Boom. Whenever he swung the spear in her heart, the adventurers flinched and subconsciously stepped back. But, that was only temporary. The seed of caracal that was prepared soon overcame their bodies, creating the dragon god armor. Wow. This was a process that was being carried out so straightforwardly. In fact, there was no reason for her to swing the spear like that. It was due to her lack of control and proficiency that she was doing it like this. If she were to wield the spear and gain more proficiency, she would be able to do thousands to tens of thousands at a time. That was the real power that the relic held, the authority that it granted. Hansu, who was looking at the dragon god armors in front of him, became lost in his thoughts. Someone had built this foundation, but I am not aware. Despite being unaware, the method for the solution was simple. First, he needed to investigate. Hansu himself hated being ignorant of something more than anything, for what could be worse than not knowing what could potentially threaten his life? Not only that, it would be strange if he were to ignore this blatant suspicion. This was the abyss that he had to live in. And before this, he also needed to complete the duties he was responsible for in the other world. Completing his thought, he spoke to Mihi, like I previously mentioned, I'm going. Take care. Mihi, who was busy working, suddenly clenched her teeth. She was not surprised since Hansu had already told her through the voice comm after opening the box that said gift. So, Hansu shrugged his shoulders to Mihi. You go your own way. I will ascend. You need to do what you have to do here. Then, Mihi narrowed her eyes and spoke, let's go together. Really? Mihi flinched at Hansu's reply, causing him to chuckle. You know, I have to broadly arrange things here before ascending. There are a bunch ascending from below, you know. Hansu pointed to Elliot, who was full of energy, as he spoke. The gap between the Transcendents and the adventurers was monumental. However, even if they were Transcendents, if the adventurers were as well equipped as this, then the story would be different. It would be massive if this kind of force were together. Hansu seemed to have partly understood his past sentiment of becoming stronger even after he breached the abyss. Aside from the Transcendents, if there were millions or billions of people that followed, then the force would be monumental. Even more so considering the number of Transcendents that were being made from the adventurers as well. In addition, it wouldn't take long to ascend up there. Currently, from Zone 1 to 4, 5, and 6, they would be able to quickly progress. Though it might take some time to be reborn as a Transcendent, since the path was cleared, there really was no reason for the adventurers to take as long in ascending. Furthermore, if they were equipped with the tools and weapons like Elliot and be united, they would prove to become a powerful army. Unite. Well, that one spear is more than enough. That one spear was all they needed to unite Zone 6, including all of Caracal and Nelkipa. Then, the problem was simple. All they needed to deal with was Clementine's forces above. If they were able to wait a bit longer, they could bring an army that could challenge them, so there was no reason for them to rush their units. However, Kiriel was retorting to Hansu's remarks on the side. That's the same for you, Hansu. Why are you going alone? It seemed like she was quite infuriated that he was going up without her. Hansu grinned. It's comfortable by myself. Before Kiriel was able to complain, Hansu opened his mouth once more. It was the same as this time. To be honest, if I was alone, I wouldn't have even gone inside to begin with. When united, people couldn't help but overestimate their own power. It would be difficult to judge the situation at hand in a cool-headed manner. Though his life was rescued in the hands of these people, the reason why he had gone in there in the first place was because of them. So, before Kiriel was able to retort, flash. Sangjin appeared in front of Kiriel while nodding. Just let him go. Eek. Kiriel frowned after seeing Sangjin. After searching for him for so long, for him to be able to give him up so easily. Then, turning his back, he looked at Hansu with heavy eyes and spoke, goodbye. All right. Well. Let's never see each other again. That being his final words, he stepped into the elevator. Soon. Ruiyuiyumble. The elevator roared as it began to ascend with Hansu. Sangjin, who was monitoring this entire scene, mumbled quietly, no. We will see each other again. Sangjin, who had replied to Hansu's words, watched the whole scene transpire with a heavy heart. Kiyayayining. TCH. Hansu clicked his tongue from this strange, awry feeling and shook his head. He was unaware who that guy was before he had lost his memories, but if he were to leave like this, it would be too unsatisfying. He was already feeling very salty from seeing someone who he wasn't close with die already. However, what would happen if he were to become somewhat attached with these people, just for them to die later? Hansu had faith in his own actions. He believed that the way he had lived so far was the best way to survive. This could be because he was really good at fighting and being strong. On the other hand, these other guys could become baggage with the possibility of betrayal being high. If the abyss was an environment where they could become friends and laugh and play, then maybe they could be together. However, through Hansu's life of hardships, he was able to witness how cruel and weak humans could be. At least, that was what he remembered. Though meandering around the abyss alone wouldn't bring him too much satisfaction, but regardless of joy, he had to first live on. Though he had survived up to now because of ability and luck, he had no intention of abandoning life, nor would he allow it to be threatened by taking steps to his demise. Truly. This is truly funny. When he was on the verge of death, it seemed fun. And yet when he's alive, being alive also seems to be a viable option as well. Hansu smiled at his own selfishness before raising the shield in his hand. To be honest, they could have gone together since those guys were not at the standard of mere baggage. However, there was another reason which was more important. Is this truly mine? Hansu looked at the skill and item he obtained as he mumbled. After this particularly difficult event, he had received 2 rewards as if it proved to confirm that this zone was at a much higher difficulty. Of course, having 2 rewards itself was not bad as long as the 2 did not decrease in quality. However, the reason why he had such an ambiguous expression was because he truly did not understood. This fairy bastard, did he give me the wrong one? It was exactly as written. An explosion of the soul. However, the problem was separate. This did not mean that if he used this, it would destroy the soul of the opponent. If this skill was used, what would be destroyed would be his own soul in fact. Sacrifice. A self-sacrifice spell. It was a skill that gave immeasurable power to a person in exchange for making their soul explode. Who would I use this in favor of someone? Hansu frowned. Boom. The Violet Zone. It was a place more famous of its title, Zone 7. Surprisingly, Zone 7 was not as desolate as the previous zones of 5 and 6. There was a spot where clear, dense sunlight rained upon. With brushes, lakes, and green forests covering this large, grand continent, it looked like the Garden of Eden, a great place to live in. However, as if it was to remind everyone that it was a zone of the other world, a large roar reverberated through the lush, green forest. Roar. Inside the green forest, a woman with a cold smile raised her hand and smashed it straight into the ground. Simultaneously. Through the center of the struck ground, a tremble caused the whole place to begin to collapse, including the animals that were rushing in. Something in the ground began to surge up, struggling and fighting to devour the intruders that were causing a ruckus. This included all of the people hiding in this grand forest. Hundreds of meters inside that radius began to disintegrate into ash. Ares. Don't force yourself alone since you are the weakest here. We are already ascending at a fast pace. Keldian. Hearing a voice from behind, Ares paused before looking back. Ares smiled as he looked at Keldian and his group that was walking toward her before asking the man in the front. Since we have cleared the way, the people behind us should be able to come more comfortably, I hope. From Ares's words, the man, Clementine, smiled and spoke, well. We're not sure. We had come all the way here since we had the ability to do so. From Clementine's words, Ares remained silent. As he said, it was truly difficult for themselves to reach this place. Seeing Ares without spirit, Clementine smiled and spoke, cheer up. It seems like we have, finally reached our destination. In front of the ground that Ares had destroyed, they were able to see something brightly exposed. Whether it was the surface of some kind of structure or something else, they weren't sure, but what was a fact was that it was some part of an older civilization. Finally, Ares thought in admiration. They had finally reached the destination of their journey, and Ares was even able to realize one more thing. The white metal surface on top looked like it was the tip of an iceberg of something that was buried beneath the ground. With an elated expression, Ares looked back and spoke, it's all thanks to you. From those words. Well. It's not over, just yet. Clementine's lips raised into a grin. Chapter 436, Desire Tree, 1. Translator, Ares. Editor, Underclass Hero. The elevator began to slowly open as Hansu walked out. The seventh zone of the other world. The Violet Zone. This was the last region where the surviving human race came face to face against the abyss. The environment here was so beautiful that it did not match the name of the zone. It was like a resort one would go on vacation to. On a closer look, it seemed that he had thought the same in his previous life. There was no mistake that it was the last utopia that was granted to those who had worked hard to ascend. This was maybe the reason why the survivors that had ascended up to this point fought amongst themselves harder under internal strife, for this was the place that they had to live in. It was clear that the ownership and authority of this heaven was priceless. It was worth dying for. It was careless enough to not be cautious, but for them to have even raised internal strife. It was a pity, since even if they had united all of their strength, it might still be lacking against the abyss. Seeing the event that swept them away, it might have just been karma. Recollecting that event, Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked around his surroundings. Well, at least I'm much better off than before. Vaccines were definitely viruses, but they helped develop immunity to diseases. The same goes for opening the abyss as well. Though mankind had to face enemies they could never imagine of interacting, after facing them, they were able to succeed in managing some tricks and strategies to oppose these fiends. It was the same mankind that had boasted an overwhelming number of transcendents, as well as strengthened adventurers by eating away the crystals. Of course, they would not be beaten so easily and swept away as soon as the abyss had opened. No, it was truer that the abyss had allowed them to reach the stage where they were now. It now depended on the abilities of Mihi and Sangjin, who were coordinating the people below, but as long as they could unite the powerful transcendents and adventurers into one, and if they were fully prepared on the 7th floor, then it was possible that they could easily reach the 3rd floor of the abyss, unlike the past where they were all cut down mercilessly by those species of the 1st floor. Well, that doesn't matter. Hansu sighed as he walked outside the elevator. Literally, it didn't mean anything. Even if they reached the 3rd floor easily, the monsters of the 4th, 5th, and 6th floor would eventually collide with them. The great size of the species of the abyss meant that there were things that many other species desired. The devils loved the souls of humans, and insects covet the human bodies to become their hosts. The dragon species loved cultivating them as their slaves, and the highly civilized species like the Narupa would surely use them for experimentation and refine themselves. Even if they were strong, they were just a new species that had appeared in the abyss that had billions of species. It was clear that they would be nothing more than mouth-watering prey. Therefore, it was much nicer to work alone. It was easier to hide, and there were fewer enemies that rushed toward him as well. The advantages were that he was able to monopolize the goods and run away if needed. Well, that would be kind of boring. Hansu suddenly smiled as he thought of the 2 people he had left behind. Boredom. Once the abyss opened, he would never be bored. He would be busy busting the brains out of those that would bust his. It was a right to be bored. In order to enjoy this leisure, Hansu looked at the bird flying away from his hand and smiled. Chirp. A cute-looking, blue bird sat on Hansu's head before crying and flying away. It soon sat on Hansu's extended hand. Stroking the fearless bird in his hand, he whistled and looked around. There's no one. I was wondering if there would be some that would attack me. From what he knew, this place was the territory wholly controlled by Clementine. Though Sangjin and Mihi had succeeded in ascending to the 6th zone, they would eventually fail trying to reach the 7th zone. This was because all of the forces of Clementine had already passed through Zone 6 and ascended. Well, it's one or the other. From his thoughts, there were only 2 reasons why they would do so. First, it was burdensome to manage the 6th zone. Second, they wanted to put their whole attention onto the 7th zone. Well, I'm not sure. But let's go find out. Hansu checked his body and mumbled. He had a lot of things to do. First, he had to become a fully 5-star transcendent, which was very close, and he needed to understand what kind of schemes were being plotted by the person that had caused all sorts of problems in the lower zones. He didn't have any clues, which made it all the more dangerous. But, even though it's quiet, it is way too quiet. Could it be that they have no interest on this side? It was then when he muttered internally. Boom! Boom! From a distance far away, a large explosion began to tremble throughout the huge forest. It was a distance of about 100 kilometers, but Hansu's hearing was too advanced to miss such a noise, not to mention it was very loud, to begin with. Hansu couldn't help but be puzzled by that large collision against the trees. If this place was Clementine's domain, there's no way such a sound could transpire. There were signs of humans fighting in the air. These violent ripples of skills could not occur if a person was fighting the monsters of the abyss. In other words, 2 different groups with different goals were fighting one another, and the skills that clashed each other caused these violent tremors. Therefore, if they were on the same side, such a battle could not happen. I should go take a look and see how the situation is unfolding here in this zone. He began to recollect the scene when the moment the elevator opened into the 7th zone, the beasts of the abyss rushed toward the transcendents. It was clear that it was different from the past. Hansu quickly threw his body toward the source of the explosion. In the vast forest of the cluster of huge trees that seemed to be over 100 meters tall, there was a huge tree that looked to be several hundred times larger than the others. No, it looked more like a mountain than a tree. From how the height reached into kilometers, it was fair to see it as a mountain. Though it was not as grand as the world tree of the 1st zone, the size was of grand magnitude. In the surroundings of that tree. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of humans were fighting on 2 fronts. They were separated into 2 sides, those fighting alongside the tree and those attacking it. Both sides were desperately defending and attacking, but it seemed that those fighting alongside the tree had the advantage. This. You damn bastards. You bastards. Let's use it together. Why are you the only ones that are monopolizing that? The transcendent, Karlakus, shouted toward them. From those words. Boom. Hosang, who was one of the ones fighting alongside the trees, laughed and spoke, what can we do? There's a limit to how many can be made out of this. Then, he put his attention onto the tree. At that moment. Tremble. The surface of the tree trembled as if it was one with Hosang. Soon. Tremble. A seed the size of a palm fell from the sky into Hosang's hand, who smiled and opened his mouth. This is it. What I desired came to me. Simultaneously. Exact. Hosang sneered with a grin toward Karlakus as he bit into the seed in his hand. Then, a strange thing began to happen. The wounds that were born from fighting against Karlakus began to suddenly heal. It wasn't just that. Ruyuyuyumbal. Hosang's exhausted mana shot up and regenerated. This unknown energy that surrounded Hosang's body allowed him to wield strength that he normally could never wield. And seeing this for the first time, Karlakus gnashed his teeth. Damn. The reason why they were losing in this fight was because of that. In truth, there wasn't that much of a gap in skill compared to them. No, it looked like they were better than the other side in skill and ability. However, there was no way for their attacks to pierce the incredible healing power and attack boost of those seeds. Damn. I should have followed Ares. Karlakus gave a look of despair. Ruyuyuyumbal. Ares had a frustrated expression as she carefully looked for an entrance that would lead them below. Was it right to leave him? No matter how much she respected free will, it still bothered her to leave them all behind, since all of them had accompanied her from the start. They were all soldiers that had been with her ever since she had entered the abyss, and they have acted together ever since. Although many of them had died on the way up, the number was still quite significant since they united as a group. However, after reaching the final zone, that group had broken up. There were those that insisted on adventuring deep into the large forest, while there were others that emphasized on not entering the forest and remaining around the serene, green areas. It was then. You seem to be thinking a lot, Ares. Ah. Teehee. Ares greeted the woman that was walking toward her. Why is it so difficult to be friendly with this person? Ares muttered internally, but as if Teehee knew what Ares was thinking about from her expression, she spoke. Are you thinking about the other survivors? Ares slightly frowned, causing Teehee to reply to her with an expressionless face. They did not leave for peace. They had decided to leave because of their own desires, which was why they decided to remain behind. Don't bother with them. From Teehee's words, Ares nodded with a heavy heart. That's right. Besides Clementine's men, there were others. Hansu mumbled as he saw the group fighting for that tree. From the looks of it, he could guess who had attacked first. It was the first generation of the group that ascended with Ares. If Clementine was still pretending to be good in front of Ares, then even those couldn't be made into his own men. Although it might be possible to sift those below her and convert them into his own, it was impossible to attempt to make his own men that were ascending together with him. If that was the case, then he understood why those guys had split up and were fighting so arduously. One more thing. He knew why they were fighting. That's right. There was that. Hansu muttered as he looked at the large tree far away. They were fighting so bloodily, all for desire. That was the name of the tree over there. It was the ultimate tree that could create whatever the user desired. It was a strange creature where heaven could literally be built around it because it could satisfy all desires. Well, I think they are using it properly. Hansu mumbled as he dimly saw the silhouette of a woman in the tree far off. Chapter 437, Desire Tree, 2. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. What a mess. Hansu couldn't help but click his tongue after seeing these travelers fight amongst one another. It couldn't be helped. Though desire made everything that the human wanted, it wasn't able to do everything that all humans wanted either. In other words, there was a limit in the quantity that it was able to produce. The essence that was stored within desire was combined with the wants and desires of humans, and how much of the essence of the tree was combined was dependent on each individual and his/her desire. To put it simply, it didn't cost much at all to create a cigarette. However, if one wished for a woman from that seed of that tree, it would consume a significant amount of essence to produce that. The time that it took to replenish the essence was very slow, so it wasn't able to satisfy everyone's needs. So, there were two options. Either everyone sufficiently moderates their wants with the trees and live peacefully, or reduce the number of people that would use this tree, and those in front of him seemed to have chosen the latter option. Well, I'm not sure. It could be that only one side may have chosen this option. Regardless, one thing was important. It was that it was a great time to monopolize the tree. Good. There was no reason for him to feel guilt. Even without that tree, he would be able to survive and live. In his standards, there was no need to feel responsible for these guys that were fighting for this tree. Just like me. Shrugging his shoulders, Hansu slowly walked toward the tree. Boom. Damn. Karlakus clenched his teeth as he continued to rain his attacks. It was impossible to fire anymore, so he had to decide whether he would subordinate beneath them or retreat, train, and return once more. After momentarily contemplating, Karlakus quickly reached a conclusion. Retreat. To be honest, that tree wasn't worth dying for. In terms of food, there were plenty all around him, and he could just hunt the monsters and beasts of the abyss that would attack him as well. It was just that it was rather vexing. Aaron. I had wanted to revive you. Biting his teeth, Karlakus looked around and shouted. Damn. Retreat. Retreat. Fall back. However, at that moment. Ruyuyuyumbal. Where do you think you're going, bastard? From Hosang's choppy shout, large vines stretched out from around the tree. Instantly, the vines entangled themselves into a huge, thick fence that surrounded them. Ah, damn. Boom. The flustered Karlakus gathered all of his strength to try and hack through the veins. Though his attack had succeeded somewhat, he was unable to take a step out in the end. In that short span of time where Karlakus attacked the vines, Hosang quickly closed the distance. Boom. Karlakus screamed in pain from Hosang's attack, who smiled and spoke. I made this using that tree as well. Integrating my skill with it made it quite useful for trapping some rats. Son of a. Barely holding onto his stance as he held onto the vines, Karlakus gave an expression of despair. Boom. Ah. All of a sudden, a ruckus transpired from all directions. The subordinates of Karl Akuz, who were trying to escape as best they could to their abilities, were being fired down by Hosang's subordinates. However, if Karl Akuz wasn't able to penetrate through the veins, there wasn't much hope that the others could. Not only that, the attacks from all sides made it quite impossible. Seeing his subordinates being shot down mercilessly, Karl Akuz gnashed his teeth, causing Hosang to smile and speak once more. Well, I do understand your admirable purpose. However, if we were to let a guy like you live, we wouldn't be able to comfortably use this tree. I hope you understand. Puyuk. Ugh. Hosang's kick to his stomach sent Karl Akuz flying onto the ground as he coughed up blood. Ruyu. Karl Akuz mumbled as he saw the vines and thorns wrap around his body. Just, die. You bastard. Ah. I had originally planned on doing that. Ruyu. Rumble. Eeyuah. Karl Akuz gave out groans of pain as the vines penetrated through his body, so much so that he was about to go unconscious. Feeling very uneasy, Karl Akuz bit on his tongue, but even that had failed. Diruk. Karl Akuz wasn't able to kill himself as the vines clogged up his mouth and even his ears. Well, we had realized recently that there was a way to recharge this tree. It was stupid of us to wait, I guess. If so, you wouldn't have killed the guys that attacked you so easily. Hosang, seeing the immobilized Karl Akuz, laughed sneeringly. He was full of satisfaction that he was able to produce much more than in the past. Ah, there's nothing better than heaven, especially with that bitch, Ares, leaving. To be honest, being by her side was quite comfortable. Even in difficult predicaments, they were able to easily muscle through. No, it wasn't comfortable, but at least he was able to safely preserve his life as he ascended. All of this was thanks to Ares' guidance. However, that was the extent. Despite living in this damned world, he was prohibited from rape and stealing. There were so many things that he couldn't do. It was hell not knowing what to do with all of this accumulated stress. If he didn't have a strong body, it wouldn't be strange of him dying from high blood pressure. Since Kangti, Clementine, and he were so obnoxiously strong, he couldn't show his inner thoughts, but there were quite a few that had a reluctance to Ares' rules. This fact was proved from this event. I think only around 30% had followed her. Haha. The rest had all scattered. A total of 9 groups were made in order to monopolize this tree. Amongst that, he felt that he had the greatest luck ever to be able to have control over this tree. Now, it felt like he was truly living on the throne in heaven. Hosang grabbed the bottle of liquor that was equipped onto his belt and began to pour it into his throat. Gulp. Gulp. Kia, amazing. It had been 20 years since he last had a proper drink. Though he wouldn't get drunk from this, just this feeling of being able to reminisce filled him with joy. Ahahahaha. Everyone, well done. There will be a feast tonight. The seed will soon blossom. Everyone, enjoy. The things that we couldn't do because of that bitch, Ares, we will make sure to relieve all of that today. Kaya. Of course. Great. When the others all lifted their bottles following Hosang, it was then. Look at these bastards. What feast? Boom. Kahuyuk. There was a roar that came from the corner of the vines. What followed that large sound was an enormous explosion. SSSSSSSSSSSSS. The large vine wall that Karl Akuz couldn't even scratch was up in flames in a split second as a whole tens of meters was created. It was before Hosang's subordinates who were standing by the wall was able to scream before being flown away. Crack. Tremble. Ugh. It's collapsing. Ugh. This is damned. The whole pillar that was blown apart caused the whole vine wall to begin to collapse. Damn. Which crazy bastard did this? As Hosang was gnashing his teeth from the people running away from the vines. Rumble. In the collapsed hole, Hansu walked over and sharply spoke, the owner has changed. Please leave the room. You bastard. Hosang had a bewildered expression. There was close to 1,000 warriors that were present, and yet this guy walked here alone and started a fight. You crazy bastard. Me. From that remark, Hansu smiled. Ugh. So why did you do this? Ugh. Ugh. Karl Akuz was mortified seeing Hansu shake his head while Hosang was rolling around in the ground in pain. Damn. What the hell did he put in his body? Gulp. After recovering his composure, he stood up and looked around before gnashing his teeth. The vicinity was a disaster. It was a one-sided massacre. On the left, those that had shields on had their whole bodies beaten up while those on the right with the hammers had their bones broken. It was futile to run away. It was as if he wouldn't let one guy escape after destroying the entrance, he began to orderly beat up every guy that came his way. At first, his despaired heart slowly transformed into hope as he looked like a savior, but Karl Akuz soon realized that he had not come for good faith. Ugh. Ugh. Karl Akuz swallowed once more as he saw the rolling Hosang. Red smoke that came from Hosang's body created a terrible scene in front of him. It was then that Karl Akuz realized why the intruder had not killed a single person and spared them. The problem is, we're included as well. When Karl Akuz gnashed inwardly, the red cloud of the pandemic blade had been injected into every single person here, causing him to have a satisfied expression. How useful. After spreading the red cloud of pandemic blade around, Hansu walked toward Desire. Then, he raised his hand on it and imagined what he wanted. Soon. Drop. Countless seeds began to fall below. Healing seed. Hansu held hundreds of seeds and began to distribute them one by one. What does this mean? Eat and recover your energy. We are now one body and spirit. You mean a slave? Feeling the rustling red cloud inside his body, Karl Akuz soon grabbed the seeds and began to bite on the seeds. The body soon began to resume its regeneration as the exhausted mana was replenished. Whew. After recovering his energy, Karl Akuz was able to cool-headedly judge the situation once more. It wasn't the worst outcome. To be honest, it would be hard to be worse than being in the hands of Hosang. That was truly the worst scenario. Though he had ended up being a slave, at least he was able to survive. Not only that, it seemed that the man took care of their health. He wasn't aware of where he was going to use them or what he was going to do with them now. After breathing a long sigh, he began to carefully investigate the man. Now, their fates were decided on what kind of thoughts this man had. Not to mention, we are a few years apart, but for him to be this strong, it's the first time I've seen something like this. He knew almost all of the first generation people since they had always fought together. Including Hosang, he was a comrade that he had fought side by side up to the 6th zone. However, it was the first time that he had seen this man. While Karlakus fell into thought, Hansu walked in front of the fallen Hosang and spoke, "Now it seems that my words will finally get to you, so let's have a chat." Ugh. Though the pain had disappeared, Hosang was still groaning from the after effects. "Tell me the conditions of the other 8 trees." Though there was a limit to how much one tree could make from its essence, if one were to gather the essence of all 9 trees, he could make something very nice, a truly amazing item. I should slowly prepare. He needed more strength. From his memories, the desire trees weren't the only problem here. Ruyu There's the problem with No as well. It'll get busy. Hansu looked at the large green forest far away. Chapter 438, Desire Tree, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Anyway. Not bad. Don't you think those devils will retreat later? Hansu smiled as he looked at his remaining memories in his head. They took away all the human memories that were dear to him, or, to be exact, all human memories that he had cherished. In other words, all that was left in his memories were based on fighting. Of course, the memory was a bit dull and boring. However, there were some good benefits to that. It meant that he wouldn't be guilty about crushing those who remained in his memory. Oddly enough, all the guys that he needed to destroy remained intact and clear in his head. This was one of the reasons why Hansu was in a good mood from the intel given by Hosang, since he could clearly remember all of the people that this guy was talking about. No wonder they were trying to stay so close to Desire, even as far as risking their lives. He continued to listen to the explanations provided by Hosang. So, to sum it up. Presently, all the other 8 desires are divided into 8 different forces. Though Hosang spoke informally, Hansu didn't really mind at all. After forcibly making him his slave, it would be pointless to squeeze his organs just to make him speak more politely. Of course, if he were to utilize Pandemic Blade to squeeze his organs, he would become more obedient. However, Hansu was reluctant to make such wasteful actions. What he needed was a hunting hound, not a pet that learned how to obey. Regardless. It means that there is not one group that has more than one desire in their hands. It turned out that the forces that were divided from the number of desires were indeed diverse. There was even a case where up to 5 4-star transcendents were divided into one team to guard the tree. And like this tree, there were cases when 4-star transcendents fought separately in their own groups as well. However, there was something in common: there were no 5-star transcendents remaining. Hansu understood why. Clementine would never leave such a useful card behind. This wasn't bad news for him anyways. If there were 5-star transcendents, he would have had to be more stealthy and continue to raise his strength, but if there were none left, then he wouldn't mind taking direct action. There were a total of 3 variables that he had to consider. First, it would be Clementine's force that was leading the charge in front. Second, it would be the beasts of the abyss that had settled in the forest. Lastly, the guys that will come up soon. If the ones ascending from below were armed properly, they would become a truly powerful faction. Even if someone was a transcendent, there was none that could stubbornly push his way through against such large numbers, especially if there were transcendents among that group. Of course, controlling that group would be an entirely different problem, but if they were to ascend, then he could definitely turn the tide of this match. Therefore, he needed to be prepared before this happened, for what he abhorred was being played in another person's hand. Not bad. There are lots of guys that I need to topple. And if I keep fighting, I should get stronger along the way. Let's see. Who should I start with? Though he still had memories, he must have truly changed a lot from his previous life since the circumstances were entirely different from before. There should be some that are already moving, Hansu muttered. If he were to deal with 8 forces one by one, it would take quite a while. However, that wouldn't happen since they were already moving to attack one another. You're quite lucky. Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked at Hosang. Mediocre strength and mediocre talent. If such a guy was eating the tree, he would soon be buried under the roots of desire by stronger, more tenacious guys. It was because he subordinated under him, he was able to preserve his life. I'm basically keeping you alive. By the way. While Hansu was in thought, Hosang spoke to Hansu, if you're going to go from the northwest. John Nice and his wife are the weakest there. Though they are stronger than me. Mr. and Mrs. Nice. The two married each other once they both reached 4-star transcendent. In the orange zone, they had fought tooth and nail, but afterward, they had married and life had never been so good. After decades of fighting together, their combination attacks were art itself. Hansu smiled and nodded. Great. Let's hurry and go. The moment Hansu raised from his seat. Boom. You crazy bastard. You can't get too close. This is off limits. Let go. From the ruckus outside, Hansu and Hosang both frowned. Boom. Karlakus, who sifted through the gaps between the trees, soon settled on a tree with a delighted expression. We're here. We're almost here. Boom. Karlakus blocked the attack that targeted his back and quickly approached the base of the tree where a flash of light briefly occurred. This was the place where his wish would be granted as long as he put his hand on that tree. It was the wish that he so long wanted. Aaron. Just wait a bit longer. It was when Karlakus had almost arrived at the base of the tree and was about to put his hand. It seems like I need to save some of the essences for now. Hansu's voice could be heard from behind Karlakus. Then. Squeeze. Ahk. Ahk. Karlakus let out a shrill of pain as he could feel his heart and mind and even all of his muscles being squeezed as if it would melt at any moment. It was as if a fire was blazing throughout his body, leaving no room to spare throughout his body. The pain that Hosang endured from before was now what he was experiencing. However, in comparison to Hosang, Karlakus was a bit different. Karlakus still had a desire that he had yet to fill. It was to revive the woman, Aaron. From his estimation, he knew that the amount of essence needed wouldn't be small to revive her. No, it was certain that he needed a significant amount. However, it would be an overestimation to think that Hansu would spare the amount of essence needed when he was preparing for war. He could fulfill his own desires, and if needed, make the necessary weapons and potions that were useful in the upcoming war as well. If he were to let go of this opportunity, Aaron wouldn't be revived since there wouldn't be any essence left. Squeeze. Karlakus let out a large shrill due to the compressed pain that reverberated throughout his body. However, he continued to move forward to raise his hand onto the desire tree. Hansu, who was monitoring the situation, looked at him with a horrified expression. That crazy bastard. He had experienced it himself, so he knew better than anyone else how much suffering and pain would follow, yet he kept moving despite the pain. Soon. The desire tree trembled crazily before something began to fall as if it had received Karlakus's wish. Simultaneously. The seed soon began to take on the form of a human at an incredible speed. Tuck. In an instant, the seed split in half, and inside that seed, a woman-like figure began to fall. Hosang, seeing this, let out a curious expression. What the hell? Why is it so fast? In the past, he had wished for women to play with, but even then the seeds hadn't opened up as quickly. However, the seed had already begun to blossom. Hansu, seeing this, began to smile. Yes. The desire tree needs to be at this level at least so that it would be useful. He had to show the others anyway just how meaningless it was to revive a dead person. Then. What the heck? What is this? Everyone was able to see clearly the woman that dropped from the desire tree which Karlakus caught in his embrace. You can't sleep. Come here. You can sleep if you do this. The girl in his embrace busily touched Akus's cheek and chest. Is that Aaron? Hosang frowned after seeing the woman's appearance. Of course, he would know since up to a while ago, they had been fighting crazily as they ascended the 7 zones. There was no way that they did not know each other's circumstances. There was no mistake that the girl who was in the embrace of the fully armored Akus was Aaron. It was the guy's wife that had died in the green zone. She truly has the same appearance as before. Hosang mumbled as he saw Aaron's appearance. Her outer appearance was fine. No, it was rather the same, even the armor and weapons as well. However, the moment he saw her, he knew that the girl was not Aaron. Rather, it could be said that it was a puppet that was made to be like Aaron. The evidence was that it continued to repeat the same actions that it was programmed to. It was repeating it blindly. Karl probably realized the moment he received her, which was why he was screaming. Hansu mumbled as he looked at Karlakus. Of course, the human that was created by the desire tree from your memories wouldn't be human. There was a limit to how a person fully understood another person, and that included family. The woman was made from good memories and appearance. However, even the memories itself was lacking. Since his desire was so great, it had been born quite quickly. However, that was the extent of it. In the end, it couldn't create the same human. So it is impossible to revive a dead person. Hansu nodded at Hosang's remarks. It could create something similar. It may be possible to create a new human being that was moderately modified in the first place. It could be possible to have the human being possess a similar personality without any memories to his satisfaction since the appearance was similar, to begin with. If there was more essence available, it would be more than sufficient to do this in this case. But that's also a problem. Hansu looked at Hosang and spoke, do you know why this is known as the desire tree? Hosang hesitated from that remark. Come to think of it, he was not the one that gave it its name. Who named it again? After momentarily rummaging through his memories, he soon remembered who had given the tree its name. Desire tree. Yes. This is a fitting name for this tree. Clementine had stated one sentence, in which the tree's name had become desire tree. It was because desire tree suited well with the trees, and above all else, Clementine had decided as such. Hosang, who finally recalled, gnashed his teeth and spoke, do you think I'm a fool? It fulfills desire, so it's called the desire tree. Hansu chuckled from those words. I thought of it like that as well. With a questioning look, Hansu spoke to him once more, it is not called the desire tree since it fulfills desires. No, it was rather the opposite. It's called the desire tree since it stimulates desires. Hansu stroked the tree as he muttered. This tree stimulated desires and greed, which caused one to not monopolize one to fight for one, and those who had one to realize that one wasn't enough. Then, those guys would aim to monopolize 2 trees. Once a person had 2, that person would want 3 and so forth. In the end, a conclusion could be reached. One had to take it all. Taking it one step further, those with great desires and greed would sacrifice people to replenish its essence. Come to think of it. I don't think I really need to go there. Hansu muttered as he looked at the direction northwest where the John Nice couple were at. Why? We had followed you. Thousands of bodies were scattered under the tree where the tree was soaking up the essence from the corpses. Everyone there were the people that followed the owner of the tree, the John Nice couple. The number was many and even their talent was good. They had even eaten the poison that was made from the desire tree, so there was no chance of betrayal. However, as if they were trying to create something, the John Nice couple shook their heads and muttered. Our child is not coming back to life. It seems that we are still lacking. An eerie madness pervaded their eyes. We need another tree. In addition, they needed something to replenish the essence of the trees. They turned their heads toward the southwest direction. Chapter 439, Noah, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Boom. Why is it so big? Kangdi, who was digging into the ground with the blade, showed frustration. It felt like he would go crazy since he couldn't even use his strength out of fear that the interior would collapse if he dug recklessly. What do you mean by solid? It's so sturdy. What is there for me to be careful about? Kangdi mumbled as he looked at the surface of the white metal under his feet. Though he had somewhat controlled his strength, it was at such a sturdy condition that there wasn't a scratch to be found. Even if he were to use his entire strength, it could be said that this metal could endure this, which was why he couldn't understand. However, he soon shook his head and decided to focus on the job once more. Well, there was nothing wrong with listening to what Clementine had said so far, and maybe there could really be something delicate inside. Ruyuyumble. Once more, he took his blade with his right hand and swept away all of the piles of dust. Then with the wind that was swept from his fingertips, he quickly removed the dust that had shrouded around him. When do I have to keep repeating this action? However, his boredom would only be a moment. Kangdi's expression lit up. I found it. There was an entrance that was clearly marked inside the white metal surface. The moment he found the entrance, Kangdi shouted with all his might. I found the entrance. Boom. A simple shout caused all of the pile of dirt around him to be transformed into a storm. In the midst of the sandstorm. Ahem. TCH. I told you to control your strength. Ah. There's sand coming in. From the fiery sandstorm, the adventurers in the vicinity began to gather as all of them emanated their auras. Ha. The world is truly wide. Kangdi muttered internally. In the past during his first year, he had thought that the sky was scary. Ares and Keldian were the only ones that were surprised to see him. Though he was surprised at Ares' heart, he was much stronger than anyone else in terms of strength. Keldian also seemed great at playing tricks. However, he had confidence that he would absolutely win if they were to fight one another. The reason why he was saying all of this was because his luck was truly amazing. All of the good items and skills were in his possession, and he managed to survive all of the dangerous situations that he was under. Of course, the rewards for facing all of those risks had come back to him as well. As such, there was a time when he contemplated about living like a king. Though it was a bit complicated, he thought it was a viable goal to have as a man. If Ares and Keldian were to help him by his side, then he thought that it would be possible. However, after meeting Clementine, who had entered the other world 1 year after him, he realized just how wide the world was and that there could be monsters like him. After joining forces with Clementine, whether it was Teehee, the Rift brothers or even the Valentine couple, all of them were elites that couldn't be ignored. Well, it's not so bad. Kangdi shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Teehee and Clementine emerge from his eyes out of the sandstorm. To have such strong elites as comrades was truly a nice ordeal. It was then. You idiot. I told you to control your strength, didn't I? Kangdi was startled at Keldian's cold, piercing words. No. I controlled my strength. I was very careful. From Kangdi's words, Keldian frowned as he pointed at a direction. Then, what is that? After turning his head toward the direction Keldian pointed at, he soon frowned as well. A hole. A very big hole at that. There was a big hole on the surface of the giant metal surface. It was a large hole that stretched hundreds of meters. However, Kangdi soon shook his head and shouted, Hey! It's not me. I'm not the one that made that. Kangdi truly felt wronged since that big hole was hard to make even if he had used all of his strength. How the hell was this made anyways? While Kangdi was inspecting the mystery of the big hole with a flabbergasted expression, Ares approached the hole as she shook her head. It wasn't done by Kangdi. There was no way that it could have been done by him since the hole had traces of something that had dug out from inside. There were traces of broken, melted pieces. What the hell? Ares gulped as she looked at the erosion that was done by something that had succeeded in breaking out from within. Ruyuyuyumble. Strange objects began to blossom from the seeds before falling from the desire tree. At some points, there were scales of some creatures. Other times, it would be fruit with thorns on it. What was certain was that all sorts of things were opening from the tree and ripening. Good. As for what I will make next. Hansu continued to imagine what he was going to make after putting his hand on the surface of the desire tree. Hansu looked at him with an incomprehensible look who was continuing to imagine the next set of items he would make. What exactly are you trying to make? If he were to make a weapon, then he would understand, but after seeing all of these incomprehensible actions, Hosang couldn't help but have a questionable look. Where would he use such materials, to begin with? However, instead of fixating on Hosang's attitude, Hansu frowned at the brief twitching of energy in the tree. It was a wavelength that was trying to invade deep inside him as if it was trying to stimulate the desires in his heart. The desire tree was relentlessly attempting to raise his desires inside him whenever he infused his desires onto the tree as if trying to persuade him that showing his desires was a better option. It was even insisting on the emphasis of replenishing essence to satiate those desires. Where do you think you're scheming at, you piece of shit? Yuck. Ruyuyumble. Hansu gave a strong, rough kick to the tree who was trying to scheme against him. Now let's go. Leaving this tree behind. Hansu chuckled from his remarks. I used up all of the essences in this tree now. Crazy. Hosang looked at him with a shocked expression. As he knew, the amount of tree essence consumed was proportional to the value of the products made. In other words, the higher the value of the products, the faster the essence would be consumed. But just now, he had created some junk-looking items that ended up consuming all of the tree's essence. What the hell are these? He picked up the open seeds that were laying around him to check what they were. No matter how much he looked at it, they looked nothing more than thorny sea urchins with the shape of a chestnut, and yet they had consumed so much essence. Seeing Hosang fling it up and catching it when it came down, Hansu laughed. Make sure to look after it well. If you're not careful, your wrist could be sent flying. What bullshit. I'm a 4-star. A 4-star. Yes. I'm telling you to be careful since you are a 4-star. Pack anything you have left. Let's go. Damn. Hosang muttered complaints as he picked everything up on the ground in preparation for leaving. If he were to stay at this location, there was nothing for him to do. Even if he weren't a slave, he wouldn't have a choice. As the guy said, he now had to make sure that the others were enslaved like him. If not, the people that were looking for sacrifices to give to the desire trees would hunt for the others. Although he might have luckily monopolized this tree, he had no confidence in keeping his monopoly against other groups. Yes. Let's lie for now. Hansu chuckled as he looked at the desire tree where Hosang and the others, who were full of complaints, were making preparations to leave. You dirty shit. Hansu had an uncomfortable expression as he recalled it trying to raise his desires. When the thing was trying to stimulate his desires, the things that flew through his head were not heaven-defying weapons or treasures. It was people. Countless people went past his memories. There were both men and women. Their ages were around 20, and even some that weren't even 20 yet. What it meant was that the people that the desire tree showed were people that he had wanted to see before his memories were locked. TCH. Recalling the scene, he couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. At the same time, he began to recall the sixth seed, soul explosion, in his chest. However, Hansu soon shook his head and deleted the burdensome thoughts. He had too many things to do. I will let you live a bit longer. Hansu looked at the huge desire tree beside him. Though he had thought of putting this reckless tree on fire right now, it would make things too complicated. He couldn't be hurriedly provoked. Boom. Let's go. After kicking the tree, Hansu turned around and gave a quick shout, beginning to move toward their next destination to the northwest where the John Nice couple were at. Hosang, who was following behind Hansu, asked, if you are to capture the John Nice couple, will you make them become like us? Hansu nodded in response to his words. Probably, if they are alive that is. Hosang frowned from Hansu's words. What? You're saying that they could be dead? He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Up until now before the standoff, they had spent a long time as comrades fighting together. He knew better than anyone else of their experience and strength since they had survived in this damned world for 20 years. However, his ignorant-like remarks made him feel as if he was ignored. Shit. It would be great if you slapped the bastard, John Nice. Hosang mumbled as he threw the similar-looking sea urchin object into the sky. You umble. What's this? Hosang frowned as he saw the sight before his eyes. At the base of the large desire tree, he could see the essence being extracted from the corpses of the people. The best part was the John Nice couple. Damn. We can't save them if they're like this. If their upper and lower bodies were absent, then even if one were a transcendent or even an expert transcendent, one wouldn't be able to save them. Hansu, who was looking at the sight alongside Hosang, clicked his tongue. I should have known this would happen. I had wondered about it. But it seems like it's been released. Hansu muttered as he looked toward the direction where the Holy Ark, Noah, was at. Chapter 440, Noah, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyu umble. Hosang swallowed his groans as he heard the corpses being ripped apart from all sides. What killed them? Humans. From the traces, he knew that they were not bitten to death by some large beasts. No, it was rather the opposite. The frames of the things that killed them weren't large. It was about 3 m tall maximum. It could be that it was smaller than that. I can't figure it out. Hosang frowned. However, he was able to realize a few points. First, it was that those that attacked these people weren't alone. The many disordered bodies proved this. Not only that, it wasn't very friendly to humans. The traces here didn't reveal as if they were forced to fight. They rushed to these people like mad dogs. There were traces that showed that they were intent on cutting off the lives of their opponents no matter what. Subconsciously, Hosang could feel cold sweat. For there to be such bloodlust from these strong guys that had absolutely ripped the John Nice couple into pieces hiding in the forest, it caused for concern. However, regardless of Hosang's thoughts or reactions, Hansu walked to the desire tree and checked its condition. The base of the desire tree was trembling from having its trunk torn and wedged. Although others might see this due to the desire tree being in pain, Hansu knew. It must have been quite pissed off. Hansu muttered as he checked the status of the tree. The essence was already emptied out. Seeing that he had no more business to do in this area, he shouted to Hosang. Let's move. Where? Hosang answered with a trembling look, seeing all of the corpses around. For him to enter the forest where these crazy things were. Hansu smiled. We better move quicker than these guys. At this rate, all of the transcendents would be wiped out. No, to be honest, there would be some that would survive. However, the end result would be the same if let be. There was no way to stop predatory assaults rushing from behind if one was blinded by sweet honey. If that was so, it would get complicated. If he were to keep them alive, then he could order them around as much as he wanted. It would be a shame if he let all of them die. Hansu inspected the footprints. These guys instinctively looked for the weakest people. If he had not appeared at this time, normally Hosang and his group would have been devoured as well. It was natural to predict who the next targets were. You're saying the next weakest guys are to the west? Hosang slightly frowned. Those guys are a bit perverted. Hosang shook his head after muttering while looking toward the west. Once he taught Hansu the direction of these guys, he would do what was necessary. By the way, when will this guy come to his senses? Hosang clicked his tongue while looking at Karlakus, who was absent-mindedly looking in the distance after reviving Aaron. Oh ho. Oh ho ha. One man was sitting on the tree, spouting admiration. Whenever the man put his hand on the desire tree and focused, the seed from above would blossom before eventually falling. Crash. One of the seeds crashed into the ground after making a breaking sound. From that seed, a weapon came out. Oh no. Seeing one of the men go to pick up the weapon, the man, Del Marcus shouted, hey. Take good care of it, you bastard. Don't you know how precious it is? From those remarks, the running subordinate complained as he picked it up. Damn. It is precious. The problem is everything is yours. The subordinate, Elianto, muttered as he picked up the fallen weapons. It was the sword that was made using a bunch of essence from the large tree. From the looks of it, the quality and performance of the sword was grand. About this much, it would be quite useful for the man, Del Marcus, sitting over there. However, like mentioned previously, it was useful. In the end, it's a fake. Del Marcus stroked the sword with a passionate look after receiving it from Elianto. Ahaha. I wonder how envious Kangti would be after seeing me have this weapon. If one were to kill the opponent, it would absorb the blood. Just by making a wound, it would automatically cause a bleeding effect. With a fixed percentage, one could even activate the effect of lightning and poison clouds erupting and infecting the opponent. Literally, it was the weapon that allowed Kangti to be a gladiator. El Maha's slaughter a sword. He couldn't really measure just how envious he was when he saw that sword. Even the options of that sword were random, but even all of that was suitable to his taste. That guy's luck is truly ridiculous. Whenever he saw him, he couldn't help but feel envious, so having this copy at least made him feel good. Though he might be a bit behind in ability, it couldn't be said that the sword was weak. This is all thanks to the tree. Del Marcus looked at the desire tree with a loving look. It was all possible since he was able to use the desire tree alone when it was usually occupied by 2 or 3 people elsewhere. Hey. You annoyed? Elianto frowned at the word said to him. I am not annoyed. I just want to see you fight like a crazy dog while holding that thing. Bastard. Look at who you're talking to. Dake. This damn person. Elianton glared at Del Marcus. However, he had no complaints, for Del Marcus was an immature, unfair human being. He would never share stuff that was good, and if the opportunity were to come, he was the person that would take the best items. If his opponents were as strong as him and had nasty personalities, then he would allow some leeway. But, if they were as weak as him, then there was no generosity. However, the reason why they followed Del Marcus was for one reason only. At least the man was fair in a particular way. He was only focused on his greed, and he breathes out the strength that he had gained in the front lines. Though he might be disqualified as a leader, in order to preserve one's life, there was no other man like him to follow in this damned world. It was because he would fight most valiantly at the very front, and he could confirm the creations of the desire tree. Ares' shield. Chaldean staff. Kangti's sword. Tihi's spear. Weapon, and even more weapons. He would not make anything that wouldn't help him in his fight. After wandering around this world for 20 years, it would not be strange for him to make some alcohol, a pack of cigarettes, or even a woman to fool around with. However, he had not made a single one. This was the reason why everyone who had gathered here had followed Del Marcus. Yet, something didn't feel right. There was an eerie mood that was circulating around the whole forest a while ago. An eerie aura that caused people in the vicinity to feel uneasy. Everyone here knew what that meant. There was another existence here. It was an existence that had stimulated their survival instincts. It would have been even more unpleasant if Marcus was fixated on ingratiating on what objects to make. It was then. Del Marcus frowned as he looked at the forest far away. What was that? The unusual reaction of Del Marcus also heightened Elianto's vision, who began to scour where Del Marcus was looking at. Soon. Rumble. Allowed him to amplify all of his senses, including light and sound, as Elianto began to concentrate in his surroundings. They're fighting. A battle was occurring tens of kilometers away. If he wanted to see, he could go and see, and if he were to run over, the distance was close so that he could arrive at a moment's time. Elianto, whose hearing and vision was amplified, began to sweep against the figures of every single one of them. There were 2 groups that were mindlessly fighting. One group was very familiar, for there were people that they had eaten together with not long ago. Hosang. Karlakus. Though they were weaker than Del Marcus, they were 2 transcendents that were much stronger than him. They were fighting at a distance from the tree, but he wondered why they were engaged in combat there, to begin with. Soon, Elianto's face was full of displeasure. What the hell are those? There were fiendish, distorted faces that were fighting the Hosang and Karlakus' group like crazy. They were like beasts and like humans at the same time. Their identity was unknown. However, he instinctively knew one thing that made them so uneasy as to where did those existences came from. Where did they appear from? It was when Elianto was frowning, Del Marcus from beside gave a quick remark. Hey, let's flee. Run away. From Elianto's reply, Del Marcus nodded. That's not all. There's much more behind them. Del Marcus was able to see further due to being much stronger than Elianto, which was why he was aware that the monsters over there was not the end. The bloodlust was becoming stronger as it seeped into the skin of others through the air. It was a normal reaction to avoid such a fight, since it's a shortcut to longevity by avoiding unnecessary fights. What do we do with those people over there? Elianto carefully asked. Although they were divided into dissension, they still fought with their backs together until recently. Shut up. They had ran off to live as they please, so how does that concern me? I'm more concerned about you guys who followed me. Captain. Hey, pack your stuff. If you have anything you want from the desire tree, make it quickly. I'll give you 1 minute. It was then. Both Elianto and Del Marcus' expressions hardened. Hang. The weapon that was latched on Del Marcus' back emerged into his grasp as he rushed into the brushes. Boom. 4 weapons that Del Marcus had cherished struck against the bushes. It was an attack that an ordinary transcendent would faint and cough up blood from. However, Del Marcus' hardened expression as he pulled out El Maha's slaughterer sword said it best. Instantly, he took out Ares' shield that was made from the desire tree and began to use its, beginning to exhale all of his energy from his body. Captain. What? Elianto had a perplexed look. It had been a long time since he saw Del Marcus be so anxious. Then. Where do you think you're going? Do you think our side fighting over there is some voluntary work? Clang. A man with an eerie dark red aura walked out from the bushes, throwing down the 4 weapons that were aimed at him. He was holding an unknown beast's head with his left hand as 13 shadows were ominously hanging behind the man. The moment Elionto saw the unknown bloodstains on the man's armor, he stood on edge. Hansu smiled as he walked out of the brushes. Do you want to come with me when we're talking? Or should I make sure that happens? This damned world. Truly. No matter how much he berated the world, there was no end to this. Where the hell did a guy like him come from? Del Marcus, who grasped El Maha's slaughter sword, looked on with a hollow expression. Ares, who looked inside the hole, frowned. Inside the hole, it was perfectly enclosed. It was a large white room with no entrance. There was no way that this would have been made if it was a residential place. What are these things? Ares frowned at the claw marks and nail marks full of rage all around the walls. Chapter 441, Noah, 3. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Boom. It's opened. Kangti, who used all of his strength as if he was in judo practice, was able to pull the door out as he screamed. Ares, who was watching the scene behind him, frowned. Kangti had to use all of his strength just to open this. It might be a bit rude to say this, but his strength was ignorantly powerful. It was so much so that it could be questioned why he carried a weapon. Kangti believed that strength was what defines a man, so he had wholly focused his skills and proficiency toward melee attacks and strength, including physical attribute enhancement. Normally, if one prioritized an attribute or ability that much, there would be an imbalance which could provide costly when one contended against an opponent of similar ability. However, he was able to fully supplement the shortcomings of his body through items and skills. It was truly an ignorant method. As a result, he had become a complete beast. No matter how much he felt the structure could be destroyed if he used a weapon, it took all of his strength just to rip apart that door. There's definitely some merit in finding this. Ares mumbled internally. It was certain that there was something of high value that was stored deep inside this structure. At the same time, she was also worried that some unidentified species could emerge from inside this structure as well. What was that thing before? She was referring to the large hole that was at the exterior of the structure. Though she had tried looking around through the hole, it was only an isolated room, so there was nothing like an additional entrance to further explore. She had also gone to see if there were any more enemies that were inside, but there wasn't even a door installed. In short, it was like a hollow chest. Yet, there were claw marks and footprints all across the room of a species full of rage. This was why she was even more concerned with who or what was trapped in here, which was why she felt it was necessary to investigate as quickly as possible. It could be possible that there might be some hints regarding the unidentified species that had escaped from here. Until then. Please be safe, everyone. Ares frowned as she thought of the others. Ares, what are you doing? Let's enter. Yes. From Tihi's urge, Ares began to walk inside the ripped entrance. As they entered through the door, they were welcomed with a dark, long corridor. It was as if it was extending them an invite to go deep into the abyss-looking hallway. Shiiing. Keldian, who was beside her, raised his hand and lit a light in the hallway. Let's see. It would be great if we attained some information that would be useful to us. Keldian muttered as he plodded through the hallway. Boom. Hansu and Del Marcus collided apart from the Desire Tree, a distance of several kilometers. It was an ambiguous distance as there was an intense battle involving thousands of bizarre beasts and adventurers going on in this location. Shit. Hosang clenched his teeth after seeing the unidentified creatures running to them like beasts. It was so difficult to deal with them. You damn bastards. Hosang concentrated as an aura called the erupted around his body. Tree roots that could melt and suck the opponents emerged out from the ground and tackled the beasts that came upon him. The result was a success. Grab. Ruumble. Thousands of thick vines began to move busily from the ground as they tied together dozens of the beasts before destroying their organs. The fluids that were exerted from the roots began to melt the beast's thick skin and texture. It seemed to look like he had the situation totally under control. At this rate, these powerful roots would be able to crush the beasts, and the barren tree roots would be able to absorb its fluids as it continued to improve their state. However, Hosang continued to gnash his teeth. Though it looked like a success on the outside, in reality, he knew it wasn't. The result was that his mana and stamina were not rising at all. If his skill had perfectly worked, the barren tree roots would be able to absorb the beast's liquids, which would restore his mana and stamina. However, his mana did not budge at all, and he continued to become more tired. The reason for this was clear. Grab. Ruumble. The blood and bones of these strange creatures were continually changing. The bones, muscles, and skin of the beast which was originally hard became as soft as pudding. No, to be honest, it was as if his roots were entering bodies made out of water. Though the roots had entered the transparent bodies of these beasts, Hosang knew better than anyone that it had not penetrated them. Chiaeniac. The beasts that had eaten the fluids coming out of the barren tree roots caused their bodies to slowly turn green. You damn bastards. Boom. As Hosang cursed at the beasts for melting his barren tree roots, he concentrated once more and created more of his barren tree roots. He didn't use the skill just to make more of them. The use of these roots was so that it could attack them. Once damaged, the strength of this skill would be greatly reduced until it was fully recovered, so it was one that he had used sparingly. However, his roots were being wholly melted. Ruumble. He gnashed his teeth after seeing his roots were already half gone after retrieving them. They melted it before eating. It wasn't just that. As if he was now immune to the shocks provided by the beasts, he quickly focused his body and raised his fist with strength against the rushing foes. Shit. I will definitely win and live. Boom. After kicking one of the beasts away, he began to recollect the scene when he first encountered these beasts when he had arrived earlier. Thousands of shadow-like bodies were approaching them through the trees in the camouflage of the surroundings. They had hidden their presence so well that if it weren't for Hansu telling them, he wouldn't have noticed at all. Fuck. It would be a waste if we let those guys die over there. Just endure a bit here. I'll be back. Since the red bacteria was in his body, he was in a situation where he couldn't even flee. He was having a shitty time here ever since the guy said one remark before leaving. You creepy bastards. Just die. Boom. Boom. Flames of fire and lightning ceaselessly rained on the battlefield. These adventurers, who were people that could destroy buildings with their fists and swing around metals that were never seen or heard about before on Earth, swung their weapons relentlessly. However, the response of the beasts was beyond that. Ruuyuyumble. Kaduk. They ate the flames and endured the thunder. They avoided the spears and swords or even blocked them with their constantly transforming bodies. No, they weren't just simply blocking them. Even the wounds on their claws and feet were constantly deforming and changing. Damn. If things are to progress like this. The beasts continued to rush at them with their non-stop changing bodies as if they were born to slaughter them. They weren't immortal. If they were to attack different types of spells and attacks simultaneously, they could definitely kill them. However, while they were trying their best to kill them, the damages done to the adventurers were increasing exponentially. It was then. Damn. What are you doing? That bastard told us to use that before. Use it? One of Hosang's subordinates screamed at Hosang. The bastard that he was referring to was Hansu, who was fighting in the vicinity of the Desire Tree. After listening to his subordinate's reminder, he quickly recollected himself and looked at the object that was latched onto his waist. It was the same sea urchin-looking object that he was cautioned before that could potentially cut his wrist away. It was such an uncomfortable time that he had erased it from his memories, but seeing how dire the situation was, he clenched his teeth. Damn. Alright. Let's use this. Boom. The beasts rushed in once more, so after deflecting them away, he grabbed the object in his waist and began to inject his mana. In that instant. Papa. The sea urchin-looking object began to shook wildly before the thorn shot out. Ah. After almost being pierced from that sudden change, Hosang threw it in the air before falling back in shock. Soon. The wildly shaking object let out a large roar before exploding. Along with dark smoke, the thorns began to fire at all directions, piercing through the bodies of the large, disgusting beasts as Hosang watched on. He was curious about what changes there would be. However, his expectation soon became a disappointment, and that disappointment quickly changed into anger. This scammer. It's a good for nothing. The beasts, acting as if it didn't even tickle, quickly stood up and rushed in once more, causing Hosang to gnash his teeth. At one point, there was one that was right in front of him. The bastard had told him to use that sea urchin-looking, no good piece of shit, and now he was at the point of being eaten. I'm going to die. He closed his eyes as he looked at the beast right below his chin. Though he could counterattack, there was no meaning to that. The beast would change its body again and endure. Hosang swore loudly at Hansu, who had truly led him to a pitiful death. See you in hell. You fucking bastard. At that precise moment. Boom. The beast that was rushing toward him bounced back violently as if it had been hit by a truck. Hosang, who had seemingly screamed his final shout, had his eyes wide open. Then, he heard a familiar voice from beside. I clearly had mentioned to attack it immediately after using it. Hey, you bastard. You gave me trash, so what bullsh*t are you spouting? Even if he did, what attack would work if it didn't even affect them? However, Hosang, who shouted crazily, soon realized what Hansu was speaking about. Kiyayayayayak. Enoch. The beast that received Hansu's attack was soon wringing his whole body around the ground as if it was suffering. Normally, it would have modified its body to heal and endure the attacks, but it was now struggling in pain as it was in the same body form. This scene was replicating itself elsewhere. Boom. Boom. Hey, it's working. It's finally working. Kill them. The beasts, who were constantly transforming, adapting, and modifying their bodies as if they were bragging about their immortality, were unable to change their shapes. The moment the thorns had shot out of the smoke and touched their bodies stopped changing as they hardened. The adventurers, who were being relentlessly pushed back, had now suddenly reversed the situation. There was one more. Good job. Take a rest. Now, those friends will be fighting in your stead. Boom. Not sure why he was so infuriated, Del Marcus was creating a bloody mess as Hansu laughed watching him. Ruuyumble. Whoa. Is this a zoo? Kangti whistled as he looked around his surroundings walking through the hallway. It was the same for the rest of the group that was ceaselessly looking as well. Ahem. Ah well. Ah. Whoa. Although the hallway was not fully visible from the entrance, now they could clearly see from the side of the hallway. What the hell is this place? There were tens and hundreds of different races and species. Ares frowned at the huge isolated rooms where they were locked up. Chapter 442, Noah, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. GRRRRRRRRRRR. The hallway was wonderfully lit up from the light that was shining in Keldian's hand. All four sides of the rectangular hallway were transparently revealing their true colors. Beyond that, there were no signs of the hallway hiding the sight. GRRRRRRRRRRR. Following the hallway, there were hundreds and thousands. No, even beyond that. Of species in countless rooms. Some rooms reached several kilometers in width, while others weren't even 10 m long. However, they all shared something in common. Inside the room, there were guests that were already inside the room. Roar. The beasts in the rooms continued to howl incessantly. Some of them resembled birds while others looked like bats. Some of them looked like large elephants while others looked like gods and dragons. However, they all shared something in common. All of them were filled with rage as they were extremely stressed out. Thud. Thud. Some of them constantly bashed against the walls, expressing their anger while some were scratching the walls with their teeth and claws. It was as if they were trying to escape the corners of hell as they continued endlessly. Unfortunately, it seemed like some had succeeded in escaping. It's empty here too. Iris mumbled as she walked past another empty room. She could see a shattered wall on the opposite side of the huge isolated room. Whether the monsters were extremely strong or whether someone on the outside had let them escape, there were countless footprints in that empty, abandoned room. Soon, Iris began to recollect a few beast species. On the way there, she recalled fighting a few especially strong species of monsters. Who the hell caught all of this? Though she was unaware who, she was certain of one fact. If all of these monsters here were released simultaneously, the Violet Zone would literally become hell incarnate. It was then. I think we have almost arrived. Huh. Keldian remark, who was walking at the front with the light, caused everyone to look at the end of the hallway. The hallway, which had so far exposed the exterior of its surface, finally revealed the texture of its cold metal. Even the light that Keldian had lit was unable to properly penetrate the changed texture of the material inside the corridor. Keldian frowned at the horrifyingly dark hallway. He looked back and said, "It seems like we will have to go in and check. Let's continue." Okay. Iris nodded. If they had not witnessed this scene, then maybe there would be another option, but now they couldn't stop continuing. Even if it looked a bit dangerous, they had to go in and check. No, if they were afraid of such things, to begin with, they wouldn't have even reached here to start. It could be that we could understand what this place is for. Iris muttered. Soon. Roar. They walked past the hallway where the beast screamed as Iris and Clementine's group began to enter deeper into the structure. Boom. What the hell? What the hell are these things? Quoo. John Cale screamed in shock seeing the beasts rushing toward them, roaring. The entire surrounding was already lit up in flames. They were ignoring and enduring all of the skills that were thrown at them by the adventurers and had inflicted so much damage that it had caused the scene to erupt. These damn fuckers. I didn't even enjoy spending half of the essence. They were over 50 m in size, and as if they were bulls, even after John Cale had deflected them away, they continued to attack him. He clenched his teeth. It hadn't even been long since he had took over the Desire Tree. In that short time, John Cale, Mitsuyoshi, and Elizabeth had experienced heaven. John Cale embraced all of the women he wanted to by creating them with his imagination. For Mitsuyoshi, he was able to recreate all of the movies, music, and other media applications that he was not able to see before. As for Elizabeth, she had imagined all of the foods and desserts that she had not eaten for so long before serving it and eating it pleasurably with her subordinates. If they were to return to their former world, they would want the strength to be able to dominate that world. It was truly a simple desire. However, it was these simple desires that had driven them through these last 20 years. No matter how hard they would have worked while ascending in the 6 zones below, there was no path that could fulfill their desires. That was the same just for him alone. That wasn't because of the women. John Cale shook his head after recollecting the adventurers. A woman needed to be womanly in order to be considered as a woman in the first place. This was true when he considered himself and Elizabeth. If he had acted a bit out of the ordinary against her, it would be his head that would be sent flying, not just his hair. This was a despicable world predicated on fighting and stealing. He had survived in this kind of world for 20 years, so he could no longer see the women here as girls. They had become so strong and more vicious the longer they survived and adapted to this world despite their physical bodies and mentalities initially. In comparison, the women he had imagined from his desires were delicate and soothing. Even though they were like dolls, it was sufficient. The Desire Tree was able to satisfy the ideal woman that John Cale grieved for the past 20 years. However, it hadn't even been that long for him to enjoy this time before falling into this sh*tty state. Kayak. Boom. He used all of his strength in both arms to send the rhinoceros to the side. It was quite unbelievable to even imagine a human who wasn't even 2 m tall throwing a beast close to 100 m away. However, it was the transcendents that were given the right to ignore these norms. Boom. Ka. The rhinoceros, who was flung away by John Cale, groaned as his whole body trembled. Yet, John Cale frowned after looking around his surroundings. All of his forces were already being pushed back, and those that could even oppose these beasts at a standstill was him, Mitsuyoshi, Elizabeth, and the rest of the 4-star transcendents. Even the 3-star transcendents were barely holding on as they struggled against the crazy rhinoceros, the reason being their solid bodies and their heavy charges. If their speed was slow, it would be fine, but whenever these beasts stepped forward, it was as if space itself would fold. At this rate, everyone will die. However, it wasn't like he could abandon his subordinates and run. Though the shameless Del Marcus might not hesitate to flee, they could never abandon these guys. Okay, you bastards. Let's make sure to bury all of you. Come at me, you bastards. The moment John Cale shouted loudly and stepped forward. Boom. A large roar reverberated in the forest as a few red spheres began to shoot out into the sky. What the hell is that? John Cale frowned seeing the suspicious-looking red spheres. The red-colored spheres splintered in all directions as it exploded, causing a brilliant bright rainbow to radiate from the center. The light was so strong that it felt like they would be blinded. Oh no. Close your eyes. They were strange objects in the eyes of everyone. Of course, everyone was being cautious, but after it suddenly erupted into a bright light, there was really nothing they could do with their blinded sights. However, the red spheres rushed at the large rhinoceroses. Kyo! The rhinoceroses suddenly let out a large shrill as the rainbow-looking light burned their backs. The brilliant gold metal armors that they gloated around slowly turned into stone before splitting apart. In that instant. Quickly finish them off. The duration doesn't go for that long. Damn it. Boom. After the spheres had pierced the rhinoceroses, hundreds to thousands of attacks began to rain down upon them. They were attacks that were no different from John Cale's group who was busily defending the tree. However, the result was entirely different. Boom. Roar. Blood spurted out as the scales from all directions crushed their skins and crept inside, destroying everything aside from their skin and muscles in which it bounced off from. Qoo! The rhinoceroses helplessly cried before falling onto the ground. No matter how strong their bodies were, they would not be able to rush in if their leg joints were cut off. John Cale, who was witnessing all of this, frowned. What is this? Who's doing this? Which kind of bastards had the power and strength to effectively overpower these beasts? It was then. Ruuyuyumble. Vines began to erupt from the ground before entangling and crushing the bodies of the beasts. Hosang. They were the barren tree roots. It was definitely Hosang's skill. I had thought he was a fool, but for him to be able to come up with such a plan. He didn't get along with the man very well. Ah. How frustrating. Boom. Accompanying the large explosion was a man holding 4 weapons. Even Del Marcus. Seeing the guy recklessly fight in the front lines, he subconsciously nodded his head. If it were him. The man crazed to fight. He could understand how this unfolded if it was him, his longtime rival. Though he might be brazen, he couldn't help but admit that he had great ability. Besides, I thought Hosang hated that guy. However, if they had gathered in order to survive, it was understandable. What was important was that the immediate fire had been watered down. Well. I'm grateful for your help, but don't expect me to pay my debts. John Cale, who shrugged his shoulders, breathed out before trying to attack one of the absconding rhinoceros. In that instant, a large ice spear flew toward his direction and penetrated the head of the rhinoceros, causing the rhinoceros to freeze just like the spear that was the size of a small building. Ruuyumble. Usually, it wouldn't be bad if someone else had done his job in his stead. However, his expression hardened after seeing the sight. This isn't it? He knew very well what this previous attack was. It was the signature skill of the woman that had swallowed the desire tree of the East, Hessie Taylor. She was definitely not someone that would unite her strength with anyone regardless of the situation. However, this event was currently transpiring in front of his eyes. As if to confirm his suspicions, a large spectacle of skills began to erupt in all directions. Ruuyumble. Rumble. Despite the beasts being deleted around him, John Cale slowly walked backward. Mel Terran's flame spear, and even Palm Chai's passion. What the F***ck? Around him, all of the owners of the desire trees began to show themselves. These guys would never unite if they were in their right minds. It was so strange even if he were to think that they had united to come and kill him. He could instinctively feel something ominous, so he tried to use his hands to send a signal to his subordinates to escape. In that moment. Boom. 3 transcendents fell from the sky and landed in front of him. They were the 3 desire tree owners, Akantak, Kane Pados, and Seunghyuk, that had settled farther east from his. John Cale could only look on with a look of disbelief. Could it be that almost everyone had gathered? You crazy? Why did you come here? From those words, Kane Pados, who was standing at the front along with the rest, gnashed their teeth. You shouldn't be the only ones to escape. Of course. F***ck. Huh. Seriously. Seeing their despondent rage and anger, John Cale put on an expression of incomprehensibility. Are the enhancements almost over? John Stone nodded from Mihi's question. We have almost finished. There was full of confidence from John Stone as if their formidable force could defeat any enemy in their path. However, Mihi strangely could not feel calm at all. Why is this? Mihi bit her lip from the ominous feeling as she looked to the sky above the elevator. Chapter 443, Noah, 5. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruuyumble. Rumble. Okay. Let's go up now. Sangjin hesitated momentarily after seeing Mihi's worried expression before speaking. We will probably need an advance team to investigate the situation above. John Stone, Kiriel, and Mihi both nodded. It was true that there wasn't a zone that was normal. It was common sense to at least investigate the situation above considering they had no information regarding the zone. Currently, they had one big weakness. Once we ascend, there's no guarantee that we can continue to unite these guys, Mihi mumbled seeing countless people lined up in the plains. Just as she said, the adventurers were full of confidence after attaining their new strength. The problem was if they were to ascend with their newly found strength, they could run around and flee in excitement. If there was no problem, then they would be able to ascend and progress comfortably, but of the other world they had experienced, that probability was very low. Uncontrolled forces were like double-edged swords, so it was not as good. In order to reduce this probability as much as possible, they needed to send out an advance force to start. If Hansu was able to properly do his job above, then maybe. However, Mihi soon shook her head. Expectations usually lead to disappointment. If it was the Hansu that she knew, then she would have no worries. Nevertheless, the Hansu that ascended was a bit different. Then, Sangjin spoke briefly to Mihi, I will go up. I'll take some of the people. But. Mihi soon lowered his head after recognizing Sangjin's heart. That is why I will go up. There is not much time left now, Sangjin muttered as he felt the fragments of Narapa's soul growing more and pulsating. Kureum. I'm a bit short. Hansu muttered as he destroyed the heads of these large beasts. He was relentlessly using the seeds as he continued to inject his mana into them. The ones that had the most development was definitely the Hungmador. If he were to raise him just a bit more, he would be able to see its next stage. It was also necessary for him. How stiff, Hansu muttered as he could feel the pulsing seed of Pandemic Blade in his heart. Pandemic Blade was by no means all-powerful. The more a person used the Pandemic Blade onto their opponents, the larger the pressure it would bring onto them. Not to mention controlling the elites, trying to control the other 4-star transcendents was causing him to reach his limit. Of course, there was value in that itself. 29 people. Hansu let out a satisfied expression seeing all of the transcendents that were owners of the desire trees gathered up. If all of them were to attack him, then he would definitely lose. Though there was quite a large gap between 4-star transcendents, with these numbers, it was more than sufficient to overcome him. By the way, it should be time for them to start coming up. He was reminded of Mihi's group below after thinking about this group. Then, one of the transcendents opened his mouth. Why are we gathering these? The somewhat settled Del Marcus asked Hansu. A loss was a loss, and reality being real. Though he was infuriated of being beaten up and becoming his slave, he had to admit that the guy's ability was truly amazing. For him to be able to beat and capture all of them up this quickly, Del Marcus murmured as he looked at his surroundings. There were some that were ambiguous in relationship with him like John Cale, and others that were supportive of him. However, all of them had something in common. They had wandered around this world in confusion for 20 years, and that they were all strong. Each one of them was a one-man army. Hansu chuckled from those words. I had been thinking for a while on what to do. When everyone had questionable looks, Hansu muttered internally, ha. It is time to get rid of him. Hansu thought of Clementine. To be honest, there was no real reason for him to fight Clementine. The reason he had captured the people around him and made an army out of it was because he thought they would be useful, not to deal with Clementine. However, after hearing about the situation from Del Marcus and the others, his thoughts changed a bit. After hearing that Clementine along with a few others had departed for the north from them, he was certain of one fact. Though he clearly didn't know where their destination was, they were heading toward a certain location, and in the end of that direction was where Noah was at. You sly bastard. Hansu clicked his tongue. He was not sure where he had obtained that information from. He could have obtained the information from his subordinates or through hints of strangers to find the location of Noah. Nevertheless, one fact was clear. If Noah fell into the hands of Clementine and if he were to use that power to oppose him, it would cause him a large headache. On the other hand, if that power fell into his hands, there would be nothing to fear about. Nothing to be afraid of. It would be much easier surviving through the abyss, and he would be able to share that leisure with others. Kiriel. Mihi and the others. Maybe I'll give them a ride. For those that had saved his life, he could do that at least. If they were to ride Noah, they would be happy. After thinking all of this, Hansu soon clicked his tongue internally once more. Useless thoughts again. Hansu swept the 6 seeds in his body while shaking his head before soon smiling. We will first head north. North. Everyone frowned from Hansu's words. They instinctively knew what he was thinking after speaking such words. Don't tell me. You're going to capture Ares, Clementine, and the others. Seeing how he had captured all of them, it could be that he had such greed, and it wasn't like they didn't understand either. King. What a sweet word it was. It was the sweet authority given to the winner who would put the losers below his feet. If one had such power, he would just go and fight with anyone. However, that itself was the problem. He had to defeat them. Hosang contemplated briefly before talking to Hansu. Hey. Honestly, I know you're strong, and you definitely would have rampaged in the lower floors. However, those guys are absolute monsters. Even the weakest of them, Ares, was a 5-star transcendent. Not only that, Ares wasn't specialized in fighting as well. If all of them were able to attack Ares, they should be able to capture her eventually. That would be the extent though. There was no answer thinking of the splitting images of Kangti and Kelvian beside him. He is also one crazy bitch as well. Hosang's body shivered with a gloomy expression. The rest also followed. Ugh. Ahem. Everyone started to cough in vain recollecting the other group members that had gone on ahead. Though everyone thought they were strong themselves, there were no answers to be made, thinking of them. In the first place, they had wanted to play the role of the king and had remained to monopolize the desire trees despite the large backlash. No matter how strong they were, they would always be below them. There was always some pressure trying to follow Ares' group no matter what the reasons were. Thinking up to this point, Hosang spoke at Hansu once more. There's no reason to go there immediately, right? I think we can hunt here a bit more. Yes. That's right. There's no reason to go immediately. If we were to make those weird things out of your desire, we can hunt them much faster. The warriors around them began to raise their voices. That was right. Though they were unaware where Hansu got the information to make those things, if he were to keep creating them, it would be too easy to hunt these unidentified species. Not only that, they would be able to gather more crystals as well. With this progress, it would only take them a month before they reached the next stage. Not only them, their subordinates would also become stronger. If that was so, everything would become simpler. Hansu chuckled from their words. Who will wait a month for us? He wished that he had some more time too as well. It would be more convenient and less worrisome if he had entered the realm of 5-star transcendent before moving. However, no one would wait a month for him whether it was the guys pushing on ahead or the group ascending from below. It would be great if they had spent the month in futility and failed to reach their destination. Unfortunately, Hansu always assumed the worst before he goes into action since he knew God had never lifted his hand before. In 1 month, it was more than enough time for Clementine to fully take out Noah and control this entire zone. I admit that I came here a bit late, Hansu muttered. He admitted that he came up to this zone a bit late, but it wasn't over yet. He just had to work harder to compensate for being late. Stop saying nonsense and prepare to move. We're departing immediately. Damn. If we leave like this, we're all going to die. Hansu smiled. I never said we're going like this. Seeing their questionable looks, he smiled as he left them, heading toward the trunk of the large desire tree. I fully used up its essence. Good. Not sure what had made it so angry, one of the desire tree trembled crazily as Hansu began to gather energy from his palm. Boom. What the hell? What the F***ck is happening now? The huge amount of energy that suddenly began to gather in front of their eyes caused all of the transcendents in the vicinity to jump up in horror. If they were to be struck properly, it felt like it would crush whatever touched it. What the hell? We're the same 4-star transcendents, so why is the gap so large? Even though he knew he was the weakest, he felt it was too much. When Hosang looked at Hansu with an expression of annoyance, Hansu raised his hammer into the sky before hitting the desire tree in front of him. Boom! The desire tree trembled along with a large explosion. The blow had ripped apart the trunk of the desire tree, causing it to start falling. Boom! However, being unsatisfied with his result, he gathered his energy once more to strike the desire tree, causing the others to be taken aback in shock. Hey! Why are you doing that to something so precious? Ah! My tree! There are so many things I haven't done yet. Are you crazy? What? Their cries were somewhat natural since these 9 trees themselves could create a utopia. They were probably wondering why he was destroying such precious trees. Even if he were to break this one, there were still 8 left to break. Each one was precious, considering the regeneration of their essence. Unfortunately, Hansu stepped on their expectations even more brutally. What are you doing? Hurry up and move. The other 8 trees. Quickly destroy them and come. Why? Hosang muttered with a despondent look. Karyung. The big elevator trembled before vomiting out dozens of men and women. It was the advance group consisting of Sangjin and the elite members. We've arrived. I wonder what that guy is doing. Well, should we scour the surroundings to see if there is anything dangerous? At that moment. Rumble. An earthquake. The large shockwaves from the ground caused everyone to be anxious. The advance team soon heard the low-key voice of Sangjin. Even if we don't scout, we know at least one thing. Roar. The magnitude was so great that they could feel it happening simply from standing up. Sangjin muttered, seeing the large creature crawl up from the ground in anger. Chapter 444, Desire Return, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Del Marcus felt irritated seeing the large tortoise-looking beast standing up. For such a beast to be living below his feet, it was truly remarkable. Above its shell, he could see 9 large trees broken and crushed, each one of them being the desire trees the size of small mountains. That was how large and overwhelming the size of this guy was. The greatest problem was its condition. Not sure what had made it so enraged, it was stamping its 8 feet onto the ground in anger. Every time it stamped one of its feet down, the whole forest trembled before trees started falling. Ugh. Del Marcus gulped after seeing this scene. It already took significant time for them to destroy those trees since the skin of the tortoise-looking beast was much thicker and stronger than the bark of the desire trees that they had destroyed. If that kind of monster were to go at them, there would be no hope. What was unfortunate was that probability seemed very high since it was actively slaughtering the life forms that were harming it. What did you do to create such a mess? What happens if that monster were to come at us? Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Well, don't worry. It won't be us first. That makes no sense. Hosang screamed after seeing the enraged beast looking frantically all around. If one were to break the spine of one's back, then the person that caused the act should experience the same thing. Hansu shook at his remark. Not everything is that simple. That is a bit unusual, Hansu muttered after seeing the wailing beast. There were a variety of ways that living creatures sought to survive in the world. However, not all living things lived solely for survival. Humans alone had various interests apart from survival. No, all organisms including humans had desires. Depending on the species, their desires might vary, but they all shared desires. Among that, the one that had a very particular desire existed. Complete curiosity. There were creatures that evolved in order to satisfy this curiosity. In order to read the desires of others, they developed an organ similar to a production plant in its body to satisfy that role. To attract others, the shell grew huge trees that were visible to anyone, which made it look like a safe location to build a shelter around. There was a limit to the production when it was young. However, as it ages, it was able to continually add. Ultimately, it was able to create 9 desire trees, which was able to lure in the organisms of others with desires. It listened to their desires, and in return, encouraged greater desires. It wasn't difficult to eat the bug-like creatures above, but it felt that there was no need to. It preferred the pleasantness of keeping them alive and listening to their desires. However, what if that joy were to disappear? What if all 9 roots were gone? More importantly, what if an intense pain struck at it from the collapsing trees? That was the moment where its serenity changed into rage. That was why it stood to show the other organisms to reveal that reality. It was relentlessly trampling all over the place, killing everyone in its path. What captivated the beast's heart the most was rage. Until his 9 trees grew back again, its curiosity could no longer be satisfied. No, in fact, there was one more option of achieving that. Direct intake. It was to directly eat them. If it were to capture the thousands to tens of thousands of organisms on top of its shell and digest them, it would be able to know all the remaining desires of the creatures. Of course, it normally wasn't a good option. There was no reason to, since if it were to spare them, they would create even larger desires. However, that means had now disappeared, so the story had changed. Countless tentacles rose from under the beast's shell as it began to look around. Ugh. Del Marcus couldn't help but be disgusted seeing the tentacles ranging kilometers searching the area. The thickness of the tentacles was the size of a person's head. The tentacles were extremely long as thousands of them unraveled throughout the forest. SSSSSSSSSS. Strange sensory organ sounds were heard as they whizzed past Del Marcus and the rest. To be exact, it went against all living creatures in the forest and not just the adventurers. Boom. Boom. A few beasts were mercilessly caught by the tentacles and raised into the air. Among them, there were the rhinoceroses, the ones that Del Marcus had a very difficult time fighting. The beast stuck in the air resisted in vain. Rumble. Kook. The tentacles with their intense pressure crushed the bodies of the animals in the air as they began to rush inside the large shells. I'm about to faint for real at this rate. Hosang gulped, seeing the frightening scene before him. Soon, they wouldn't be much different from the beasts that were currently experiencing such a torturous event. Seeing Hosang slowly reaching for his sword on his waist, Hansu muttered, "Don't recklessly resist. It'll just make it more curious. Don't be afraid. If you had used the desire tree as I taught you before, we will be okay for now." The proof of Hansu's words was shown as the tentacles swept past the adventurers as if they lost interest in them. Countless screams and shrills could be heard inside the forest, but even those roars were temporary. As if it had finished sweeping through the forest, the large beast made a strange cry before slowly moving its huge body to the north. Seeing this, Hansu nodded with a satisfied expression. "Let's see. We will be able to arrive quite nicely." "Crazy. Are you really trying to face those that traveled to the north?" Del Marcus muttered with an exhausted expression. It was clear where the beast was heading. It was toward the location where Ares and the rest were. All of them including Kangti and Ares had not used the desire tree since they deemed it dangerous. In other words, the only ones that had an interest were them. There was no mistake that the tentacles were currently searching for trails of the people that had left for the north. Hansu nodded. It wasn't certain that he would win. If he lacked strength, he just had to unite as with the others. If the two were to fight, he would be able to gain some profit and advantages. Even if this beast lacked the strength, just seeing their reactions and current strength was itself a benefit. "I think they might have a hidden card," Hansu muttered, thinking about Clementine. In fact, if he was determined, Clementine was totally able to monopolize this world. No matter how strong Ares and her comrades were along with the people that had come here 1 to 2 years after, their numbers were limited. After installing filters in the yellow zone, he was able to succeed in growing a significant faction. This had progressed for almost 15 years. However, none of those people were by Clementine. All of them were first or second years of the first generation, and the latest being third or fourth years. If all of them had followed Clementine, to begin with, then it was uncertain. But even so, the numbers wouldn't match. The purpose of those words meant one thing. The ones that ascended did not unite but were doing some work elsewhere. What is this guy possibly hiding? Hansu coldly smiled before speaking out, "What are you doing?" "Let's move." Hansu quietly chuckled seeing those adventurers. "We're following it." Hansu smiled, seeing the large beast walking away. "Kureum. What's happening?" Ares had a suspicious expression, seeing the sudden trembles on the ground. They had already entered far more inside than they had imagined. This hallway was longer beyond their imagination. However, to still be able to hear those trembles above meant that a large commotion was happening from above. Keldian shook his head and calmed Ares' curiosity. "Let's concentrate, Ares. We are not in a state to do anything anyways." Keldian touched the hallway. He wasn't aware of what materials this hallway was made of, but it was clear that it was unusual. None of their skills worked. Whether it was penetrating vision skills, communication skills, and even all sorts of teleportation and space movement skills, they were all prohibited in addition to inhibition of senses. The only thing that was here was an open hallway. Other than that, for a transcendent who used all sorts of skills and had the ability to cover several kilometers with their enhanced physical abilities, this corridor was a prison. It was completely opposite of what he felt when he was outside in the white hallway. The others felt similar, and their faces also showed quite a lot of frustration because of the lack of preparation for what might come out from the dark. They felt as if their hands, feet, sight, and scent were all cut off. Considering how the guys were able to inhibit their senses and abilities to their extent, it was clear that the guys that could attack them weren't normal. In this unknown, undentable facility, if the internal defense system were to operate, it would mean that all of them would be in danger. Ares, seeing the expressions of everyone, nodded and began to walk once more. She agreed that she needed to focus on the current task. "Yeah. It's not like I can communicate outside." However, not everyone was out of touch with the outside. The power to communicate beyond dimensions. Teehee, who was walking in the back, accepted the information from the trembles of the small soul shards in her body. Soon, she slowly fell back to Clementine's side and began to write something on his palm. Teehee wrote once more on his palm from Clementine's question. It said that Desire Return has woken up. It is coming here. Truly. What a crazy guy, Teehee bit her lips and muttered as she wrote. Chapter 445, Desire Return, 2. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Kureum. A bit north ahead of the entrance where Clementine and Ares had entered. One man was exhaling roughly under the collapsed mountain. "Huo. It's so strong. Damn," the man mumbled as he continued to press down on the woman under his feet. "Eek. Eek." The woman continued to scream as the man trampled on the woman without mercy. It might seem that it was a poor screaming woman being unconditionally trampled upon by the man, but if someone were to say anything like that to the man Magnus, he would personally catch the guy and throw him in front of this damn creature. What a truly arrogant guy. Thump. 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 Whenever he stepped on her, the woman was so strong that it was his bones that were making sounds. Magnus frowned at the struggling woman in a blood-stained state. Though she might resemble a human, she was never one. If she was a human, she wouldn't have a tail similar to a scorpion's tail, to begin with, though he had to admit that she was similar in size to them. Well, she's pretty. Magnus shook his head as he continued to step on the naked woman. That was not important. Chie-ying. Magnus held the queen by her neck with the large sickle before lowering his head and whispering into the queen's ear. Immediately. Tell your subordinates to clean up. Subordinates. So, yeah, these things. With a frustrated expression after seeing the queen's incomprehension, Magnus reached out and grabbed something next to him. It was the corpse of a half-broken beast. He had only stepped 1 foot to the side, but a corpse was already there for him to pick up. It couldn't be helped since the entire mountain was covered in bodies. The queen looked wistfully at the bodies that covered the entire mountain before soon nodding and wagging her tail. Umble. Soon. Kuh. Kuh. Far away from the corpse, about 500 m away, there were hundreds and thousands of creatures beginning to flood out. After seeing this, Magnus couldn't help but click his tongue. It hasn't even been long since she was released, but for there to be so many. If they had not secretly marked them before letting them go, they would have had such a difficult time. If he hadn't caught the queen by surprise, it was certain that it would have caused a large predicament since it wouldn't have been possible to capture the queen hiding amongst that army. Clicking his tongue once more, he watched the retreating army. Some had the appearance of a monkey, while others were of birds and wolves. They only looked like those animals though since their sizes were much bigger and were vicious. He knew what the identity of these guys were. They were the beasts that descended from the abyss. However, they were currently infected by the queen. This is the queen. Queen. Queen ant, queen bee. Though all of the species have a species name behind the queen, this one was just queen. She didn't have a species, but she made one. In other words, species weren't born from her, but whoever or whatever she touches would become her slave. This was the reason why she was able to manufacture such an army in such a short time. Whoever she fought or met, she would eat and infect and become stronger. Now, it should be hard for her to increase her faction. If they were able to hold her hostage and increase their power, everything would be simpler. However, unfortunately, that was impossible because of the structure. To begin with, if it felt that its life was threatened or received stress, it would stop dominating others and would stop producing the source of the material. In other words, you won't be used as a factory. However, this was more than sufficient. That large number. Good. Miss Queen. Let's go on a date with those guys. Eek. Eek. Magnus continued to hold the queen's neck as he coldly smiled. She wasn't the only one that was released. They had released the dangerous species that they felt they could control. To get their hands on these species, aside from himself, there was another man along with his subordinates working in another location. Thanks to the filtering of the yellow zone, all of the subordinates were useful. How great. As for him, he preferred to work alone, and since his specialty was launching surprise attacks, he didn't bring along his men. However, he couldn't deny their usefulness. Though they fought well, they were still realms apart from the first and second years of the first generation. In fact, he wasn't fond of everyone. Ares and Keldian. It would be great if they were bound by a contract or by the power of the sovereign, but I wonder why he won't. Magnus had a sad look as he recalled Keldian. Of course, whether it was Ares or Keldian, they were both strong. If he had the power of the sovereign, even he would feel that he would have much difficulty subordinating them. However, wasn't the man, Clementine, different? That man was truly strong. Everything would become easier if he had subordinated all of the people including guys like Del Marcus. His complaints were brief. He must have something in mind. Whoa. Magnus shook the soul shard and sent a message to Teehee. The message included a light voice. How about you, Agnes? I succeeded alone. It was then. Stop spouting nonsense and hurry down to the south. Oh my gosh. Who the hell released that thing? Magnus gave a puzzled look. Boom. The large beast continued to crawl to the north, causing the earth to relentlessly tremble. Several kilometers behind the beast, there was a group of people currently moving. It was Hansu and the rest. Aside from the 4-star transcendents, there were thousands of transcendents and many adventurers beyond that, running northward. Hosang, seeing the scene, felt secure. Though we had separated due to our own reasons, seeing our group together is reassuring. Hosang joking around caused for Del Marcus' pride to take another hit. You must like it being the guy who left initially due to being crazy about women. What's wrong with you? Did I say anything wrong? Del Marcus nodded in response to Hosang's words. He wasn't wrong. With how much of a mess this world was, having everyone gather was reassuring. However, a voice from behind broke the mood. We're at our weakest, so what's so reassuring? You seriously? What a mood breaker, Hosang complained after seeing Hansu. We must have a plan for following it, right? He's thinking more, Hansu muttered, seeing Hosang. Those words weren't wrong. Their purpose for moving was for one reason. It was for him to ascend to a 5-star transcendent. He would also ensure that the others could also take the next step. Though they might be weak compared to Clementine's faction, they were by no means weak. Well, we just have to proceed. Seeing the beast roughly cry while crawling upward, Hansu fell into thought once more after seeing the desire return. Can he open up all 7 of them? If so, then Noah was not needed. He could jump in and finish it himself. He would have the strength to destroy the beast up there. Not only that, if there was someone that was able to reach 7-star transcendent before the abyss opened, Hansu thought that it would be himself. He was the only one who had the true qualifications to reach that stage. However, Hansu soon shook his head. But this seed is the problem. Hansu began to judge himself objectively. 5-star transcendent. In Hansu's perspective, it looked possible. This was the reason why he had caused such a ruckus to reach that stage, and if things were to proceed as planned, he would achieve 5-star transcendent without much difficulty. It wasn't far away from his current state. Though I am in a hurry. The ones that went up ahead were all 5 stars, and he had to defeat them to obtain Noah, but if he were to engage battle with them as a 4-star transcendent, it would pose some complications. However, if he had reached that stage, things would proceed smoothly. 6-star? This was a bit difficult. Though there might be 6 seeds in his body, one of them was the problem. Spiritual outburst. This seed was the problem. He had to use the skill to become stronger. He had to use his mana, determination, health, and stamina all into the skill to activate it. That was the case for the Immortal Soul or Pandemic Blade, but there were no limits to this guy. The moment he used it, his soul would explode. Of course, he would attain an unimaginable strength and ascend that barrier. He would be able to delete all of his opponents. However, would it matter? If his soul were to break into pieces, it would be impossible to recover that even on the 7th floor of hell. Self-sacrificing spells wouldn't exert unimaginable power for anything. One was bereft of nothing, which was why one was granted such strength. The demons must be quite sad. Haha. If the contract was broken due to the outburst of the sport, they would probably cry. They would enjoy seeing him despair, but without his soul, they wouldn't even be able to witness it. However, Hansu soon shook his head. What useless thoughts. Well, regardless. It wasn't impossible to reach 6-star Transcendent. He just had to get another seed and develop it one step further so that he could reach that stage, although that might be the end. Well, just being a 6-star Transcendent is more than enough, Hansu muttered. If he reached 7-star Transcendent, everything would be over. From his calculations, being a 6-star was more than sufficient, since it would allow his enhanced body and transcendent skills to give rise to new heights. Hansu threw out these mixed thoughts and began to concentrate. It was about time. Good. Good. How nice, that all of us have hasty personalities. Kureu. Far away. Hansu murmured as he watched a strange ripple heading toward Desire Return. Dangerous species, Sangjin muttered as he felt the trembling soul shard of Narapa. Surprisingly, the shards of this soul were able to communicate beyond dimensions. He couldn't deny that this was very useful. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be able to communicate with Mihi from below. He heard Mihi's reply, who was holding the relic. Really? Are there no problems? Sangjin nodded and replied from Mihi's question. Yeah. You can come up. Kyo. Sangjin muttered coldly after seeing the large army of beasts rushing and fighting against a large monster the size of a mountain that was wailing. Chapter 446, Desire Return, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Rumble. Boom. Hansu opened his mouth briefly after seeing the collision between the large beast and the other beasts. Get ready. Now, they had to prepare for battle. Hansu, who gave a short shout, breathed out. What kind of horror movie am I in to be in such hardships? To think about it, at some point, he didn't even hope for much. He just beat up those that confronted him day by day and became stronger by overcoming them. He descended downward. He lived a bit longer. He became a bit stronger. There's absolutely no difference from a machine. Hosang from the side and was preparing gave a short remark. Why do you have such a tired expression? There's too much to do. Hosang chuckled from Hansu's words. We're all doing what we can to survive. If we don't, we die. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Well, I don't think there's anything pleasant to look forward to while being alive. Hosang didn't know about the future, which was why he spoke like that. For him, he thought that he had almost arrived at the end. Indeed, it would have been enough for the desire tree to give delusions to himself and the others of the end destination. However, he knew the truth. The world that they had traversed so far in the other world was not the end but merely the preparation for the beginning. Knowing this, would you want to keep living? When Hansu muttered internally, Hosang spoke after seeing his expression. Hey. No dreams. Dreams. Well, I mean. It must be why you destroyed the desire trees. Dream. Hosang nodded from Hansu's remark and spoke. Yes, dreams. People have dreams. Huh. Of what you want to do. Yes, that is why people want to keep living. Huh. A dream, Hansu muttered once more before smiling. What kind of dream could you have in this damned world? The situation made the dream. Every day, he had to fight and hope that he wouldn't die, so what kind of dreams could he have in this world? Just worry about winning. No, well, aside from us. Why are you living so fast? Huh. Make some women. Create a harem. Or make something delicious. You're being noisy. Let's go. Boom. Passing by the shouting Hosang, Hansu violently jumped from the ground toward the desire return far away. A dream, mumbled Hansu as he smiled. He erased them from his thoughts and ran forward. Ruyu umble. Seeing the large beast fighting, he clutched the neck of the queen on his right hand. Tell them all to charge. All. Yes. All of your subordinates under you. From those words, the queen flinched and made a shrilling sound before soon wagging her tail. Soon. Ruyu umble. The army of beasts from all directions began to attack like a tidal wave toward the beast the size of a mountain. The beasts of the queen's army collided with the large mountain-sized beast. Whenever the large beast moved its 8 feet, hundreds to thousands of beasts died. Thousands of tentacles stretched out from under its shell and swung everywhere, causing for dozens of monsters to be ripped apart and be sucked into the shell. It was a one-sided massacre. However, despite that many beasts dying, there wasn't even much of a dent on the army's formation. Ruyu Boom. The desire return kept ripping and cutting the attacking beasts. Even though the beasts died from its tentacles, they did not retreat and continued to try and inflict damage onto the beast in honor of the queen's name whom they served. Eek. Eek. The queen cried after seeing her children be ripped apart, causing Magnus to frown. It wasn't because he felt pity for the queen, but rather, he was annoyed at how the situation had turned out. Damn. This wasn't the reason why I had gathered these troops. Magnus couldn't help but feel regret after seeing all of them die. The reason why he had released the queen from the white metal room, give her the time to raise an army, and retrieve it with such hard effort was for one reason only. It was to completely wipe out the guys coming up from below. This was the intention of the Clemention he served. It was the extermination of all humans that were not under his rule. They had planned this from the Yellow Zone and had succeeded aside from the first and second years of the first generation that followed Ares. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everyone apart from that followed Clementine. The contract and monarch that were closely intertwined, as well as the 7 shards, were enough to speak for themselves. However, that plan had begun to go awry. He wasn't exactly sure, But it was roughly 3 years before. Kang Hansu, Magnus recalled the name and muttered. Despite being 20 years apart, he had raised momentum from the lowest floor and had become their main enemy. If it was just him that was strong, they wouldn't even need to divert their attention since there was no reason to. However, the things that he had done were not at a normal standard. He was ascending with the intention of strengthening the human race with as many people alive as possible. It was an idea that was wholly contrary to their objectives. At first, they snorted at the rumor that he was ascending with such a purpose since they considered such a feat impossible. However, now they knew that he had landed a blow to their chin. Their allies that were dispatched in the yellow zone, green zone, and even the blue zone died off sequentially. Just like him, the allies that were loyally doing their roles in the various places couldn't endure and were swept away by the man named Kang Hansu. The seeds that he spread had grown far too much. It was soon before tens to hundreds of thousands of people ascend, following the road that the guy had cleared way for. No matter how strong they were, their faction could not withstand such a large force. Clementine was one that emphasized complete control rather than strength in numbers. A perfectly dense and controlled force like a sharp knife was of the highest value, and troops, or forces that were deemed useful but were not on par with their ideals were always cut off and thrown away. The transcendence that were left behind at the desire trees this time was also for that reason. Until this point, it had not been a problem. However, with how the situation had transpired, it had become problematic to reduce their force for complete control. No matter how elite their small faction was, even if it was a completely abandoned knife, the tide was coming at such force that it was impossible to cut through. The enhanced adventurers were coming at them in the millions, and that included the transcendents mixed in their numbers. After imagining such a scene, Magnus felt tired. That's why. I had caught this girl. Grasp. He tightened his grasp subconsciously on the hand where he was clutching the queen's neck. The reason why they had worked so hard to subjugate the queen and the other races was for this purpose. And after somewhat succeeding with his plan, Magnus was at the point of anticipating for the guys below to hurry and ascend since he thought of showing them the strength of the army of the species. However, with how things had transpired, he was now stuck in this position. How complicated. Boom. You mumble. Magnus mumbled seeing the battle in front. Even the situation was becoming more heated. Though the beasts that were subjugated by the queen were relentlessly attacking the desire return. With that large body, it was using its weapon to rain destruction upon them. At this rate, though they might be able to stop the beast from heading north, the damage would be too great. However, if Agnes were to come and help, then with their combined forces, they would be able to unite their forces and kill it with fewer damages. Completing his thoughts, Magnus shook the soul shard and sent a message to Agnes who was coming up from the south to unite with his army. Agnes. Where are you? If you are available, come help. A moment later. Why? Don't tell me that you have not yet unified over there. Magnus asked with an incomprehensible look. At this time, it was more than enough to have finished unifying. Why could he not help? Then, he heard a witty reply from Agnes. Since we're fighting the guys that we were supposed to face. What great timing for these bastards. Shit. From this, Magnus raised his leg and soared into the air. Around the time he had reached the clouds, he was able to clearly see Agnes from his sight. It was the adventurers that were rushing out of the elevator from the floor below. Damn. They're stronger than I thought. Magnus frowned. Despite listening to Teehee's warning, he had a tendency to look down on transcendence since there were already some by his side. The difference in talent was like heaven to earth. He was even a 5-star transcendent. Though the large number in the millions was somewhat burdensome, he had the sentiment that even if they were to unify, they wouldn't be able to do much. However, the moment he saw the ones that had ascended, that sentiment began to disappear. There was so much pressure that he began to suspect whether they were the same transcendents that he had seen. Oh my gosh. I want to see the face of Kang Hansu now. What the hell did he do to his human body? He subconsciously thought about that after seeing the manas stretching out from the bodies of the fully armored people. That was only brief. God really listens to my wishes too well. Magnus frowned, looking below at the ground. When he began to fall, he saw the large group that was advancing toward him. The description of the man in front of him was the same that he had been told so far. Soon. Boom. Landing on the ground with the queen in his grasp, Magnus looked around the crowd. He sneered. These trash. How dare these losers that weren't chosen crawl over here. Boom. A powerful wave erupted around Magnus' body that could cut one's skin at a moment's glance. Though he had lost some energy and strength engaging the queen in battle, there was still such a large difference between him and the transcendents in the vicinity. That was the meaning of overcoming a wall. To prove that, with a sneer, Magnus stared at the man at the very front. He was looking at Kang Hansu that he had only heard of so far. You brought quite a lot of small fries. Why? Do you think that you could put up a fight? From those words, Hansu coldly smiled as he twirled his hammer. I'm here since it's worth a try. To be honest, it was correct to avoid such an opponent for now. However, after taking a step forward, it was quite complicated to do that. He wouldn't be motivated by any opponent. He needed to be at least that stage for him to be able to quickly raise his stage. Before he was even able to finish speaking. Boom. Hansu took the lead and charged toward Magnus. At the same time. *T I don't know. You bastard. You think you're so good. Die. Boom. Stemming from the clash between Hansu and Magnus, the transcendents gathered and began to rush in from all directions. Chapter 447, Desire Return, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Kurei. The black-haired beauty frowned at the sight of the elevator. What shitty timing. Thump. 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 Huge numbers of adventurers poured out of the elevator like cockroaches. No, cockroaches were hard to ignore since if they were, they wouldn't be wearing such shiny armor nor would they be walking out with such confident expressions. The reason why they ran over to the elevator in surprise were not due to them, but it was to inspect the large trembles made by the desire return. However, it became quite an unfortunate situation seeing the elevator nearby open. We had to crush them the moment they ascended, what damn timing. However, doing so was also somewhat burdensome. They had already expended much of their forces and attention to subjugate the beast species. So, in order to repress this mass, she had to do it alone, but when she first saw them, there were countless 3- and 4-star transcendents rushing out amongst the mass. It may be somewhat embarrassing, she was better at controlling than fighting. The contract and monarch. There were 2 characteristics. Thanks to her, the ones that possessed the 7 soul shards were able to control a very large number of adventurers, and because of that, she was able to watch over Clementine's side as they ascended. It was true that she was somewhat envious of Magnus' fighting potential when it came to these kind of situations. If she was Magnus, regardless of 4-star transcendence, she would go down and kill everyone, ripping apart all of the people in her way. However, since she did not possess such ability, she couldn't jump in. As a result, she could only allow them to set up camp and organize their army while waiting for her subordinates to bring over the beasts. Did they catch some sort of dragon below? What did they catch and need to have gathered that many crystals? Though both Clementine and Agnes both admonished her to cut down on swearing, she couldn't since she was like this. Why did matters so simple not work out? However, things had become like this and it had to be resolved somehow. It was the mission assigned to both Magnus and Agnes to sweep them out of the way. What's important is right now. There were now 2 possible factors that could interfere with Clementine's work, the desire return that was currently being handled by Magnus and the adventurers huddled before her eyes. However, what was more urgent were the adventurers in front of her, not just because she was assigned to this task. Though desire return was a guy that had already awakened, these adventurers were now starting. Their troops and enormous pressure was constantly multiplying from the continuous troops that were being supplemented from before. However, that was only the start. They were able to keep the whole region under control in large part to the soul shards. However, if they were able to squeeze out all of their forces from below, they would become formidable. If all of them are currently armed like that and marched forward, it would become a truly tiring matter. She had to cut the bud before it bloomed right now. Fortunately, Magnus was doing his mission well and was coping well with the large desire return. This meant that Magnus himself will have some leeway. Agnes attempted to talk to Magnus through the soul shards. Hey. Hey. Magnus. Agnes. I know you're busy over there but come here first. Give me a hand. The answer was simple. Magnus would come here and break the enemy's main line with herself. Then, they would unite their beast army and repel them away so that they could crush them without much risk. They would be able to overwhelm the opponent without needing to concern themselves with any possible variables that could appear. Unfortunately, Magnus had betrayed her expectations. What the heck? I'm busy as hell. Hearing Magnus' urgent voice, Agnes couldn't help but give an incomprehensible look. Boom! The huge sickle held by Magnus radiated with a violet aura as he whirled it. Cheek. The skills shot over by the transcendents were instantly cut down, and the violet energy did not stop there as it sped towards Del Marcus and the other transcendents. Ag! Damn it! Hosang screamed seeing the blade with violet energy shoot towards him first. Why leave the strong guys behind and go after me? I can't block that. There was an absolute gap that existed between a 5-star transcendent and a 4-star. However, it wasn't so disparate that a 4-star wasn't able to block the strike of a 5-star. However, Hosang had no confidence to stop that violet aura coming towards him. It was a magnetic blade that neutralized and sliced through all energy. There was no way such power could come from a simple skill. There was definitely a special effect that was activated. However, what was the point of knowing if there was no way of counteracting to begin with? This damned world. If I'm reborn, please give me some useful characteristics. The moment Hosang closed his eyes cursing the unfair injustices of the world. Boom! Open your eyes. How dare you close them in a fight? Hosang was startled from the voice in front of him and opened his eyes. Hansu was seen standing firm with a shield in front of him. Although the violet aura had smashed all the objects in its path, it could not touch Hansu's shield or Hosang himself. Hosang wore a weary expression seeing such a scene. You stop that. It seemed that his arm was aching as it was wielding the shield, but it had definitely blocked that attack regardless. It wasn't only Hosang that was surprised as the rest of the 4-star transcendents in the vicinity couldn't believe what they had seen. That's not a normal shield. Magnus frowned looking at Hansu who had blocked his attack. If he was an ordinary 5-star transcendent, it would make sense since it wouldn't be difficult to block his attack once. However, he was different. He was someone that boasted of his extraordinary combat prowess. It gave him the authority to shake off and exclude the attacks of anything in its path. However, it could not pierce. It could only produce an attack with the capabilities of cutting its enemy. After understanding his own unique characteristic, his weapon was determined to be a sickle. All the other weapons such as swords, knives, spears lacked in fully maximizing the potential of his unique characteristic. It was a simple restriction with a simple effect. However, that effect was absolute and all of those that boasted that they could block that attack had all their throats cut off for the attack was equal to several times of what they had imagined. Even Agnes, a 5-star transcendent would shake her head and avoid his attack. But, a 4-star transcendent had blocked his attack. This was a scene beyond his ability. Hansu smiled seeing Magnus. I mean, think about it. If my body was this good, then it's natural that the items that I possess would be at the same standards. Don't you agree? The moment he finished his words. Boom! Hansu raised his hammer on his right hand and swung it across the air to cut through the air. However, it failed. Though the violent energy of his sickle was able to cut through all of the skills and weapons of Del Marcus and the other transcendents, it wasn't able to cut through the attack of the hammer which fiercely cut through the air aiming towards its head. What the fuck, why is that thing so firm? Magnus was startled and swung his sickle. Boom! Magnus' sickle and Mjolnir let out a roaring sound. The victor was the sickle. Aside from the solidness of the hammer, Hansu throwing it made it difficult for Magnus himself to overcome the power it possessed. However, the hammer that was about to be deflected away didn't and accelerated once more toward Magnus. It wasn't like Mjolnir had a targeting ability. Rather, it was Hansu that grabbed the hammer that was deflected and powered his attack towards Magnus once more. This reckless bastard. Soon. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound roared out from the clash between Magnus' sickle and Hansu's Mjolnir. The red clouds and black gold energy bursted out of Hansu's body and rushed in to destroy Magnus' body. In response, hundreds of razor-like blades appeared from the corners of Magnus' cape and rushed out in order to block the attacks of Pandemic Blade and Dragon Essence Blade. It was a cape that Magnus had crafted specialized for its defensive capabilities. Whenever the cape shook, hundreds of small razors made tremors, and from those tremors, Magnus was able to receive those vibrations to his advantage with his unique ability and create a sea of sharp blades. Roar. The black and gold energy, converged with black and violet energy emanated large roars. The result once again favored Magnus. Rumble. As if to display the difference of one stage, the violet aura cut off the energy from Hansu's body and rushed towards him without hesitation. Pick. There was a limitation to the shield. As if Magnus was determined not to make the same mistake again, Magnus kept the shield in check with his own sickle while attacking Hansu from all sides through his cloak, successfully dismembering Hansu's blue armor and injuring him. However, despite his whole body being a mess, Hansu smiled coldly. Aren't you too focused on me? I have so many friends that like you. At the same time. Rumble. These bug-like bastards. Magnus gnashed his teeth at the relentless attacks poured onto his back. If he could, he would go and destroy all of the guys in front of him that were attacking him. In reality, he was weakening their attacks with the purple blades from his cape. The greatest defense is offense. Magnus was someone that practiced that maxim. However, he could not do what he thought since he had something he had to protect. Eek. The queen in his left hand screamed whenever an attack came from a direction. In fact, the queen herself was sufficiently strong, but she was overwhelmed by his own hands. This queen was rather becoming a burden to him, but he couldn't give her up. If so, who would deal with that giant desire return then? How frustrating. Magnus' expression began to become colder. Chapter 448, Desire Return, 5. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Boom. Ah damn, what the hell is this? The moment I came up. Rumble. John Stone, who crushed something the form of an insect that rushed towards him, gnashed his teeth while looking around. It was sheer hell. Die. These damned bastards. Hold your formations. Don't let your armor power get the best of you. Boom. Rumble. There were literally bodies, debris, the sound of chaos, and explosions all around. The unidentifiable beast army was crazily attacking them. Species of all varieties came at them. There was a beast whose body was covered in tentacles of 20 m tall rushing towards them as well, and another giant over 100 m tall who was holding a huge rugged club. Some of them flew in the sky and relentlessly fired acidic fluids which melted the bodies of transcendents. There was a constant battle ongoing between these guys and the adventurers. John Stone and Kyriel, who had come up first, continued to maintain their position and solidify their formations. Therefore, they were able to barely hold the beasts off to a standstill. While the adventurers that already ascended were withstanding the attack, countless more adventurers continued to flood out of the elevator. Downstairs, from the World Tree Zone to the zone that Mihi had controlled, they had done everything in their power to arm the adventurers and send them up. Despite that, both John Stone and Kyriel were unable to repel the beast army. No, it could be said that there were signs of them being pushed back at the rate of their troops being replenished, for their army was also being supplemented at an alarming rate. Boom! Something shot up from beneath the ground and devoured dozens of adventurers. The monster looked like a giant worm with dozens of sharp teeth in its mouth. The adventurers who saw the beast that was more than 20 meters in diameter gritted their teeth and shouted, "What the hell, it's another new species. Everyone, be cautious of the ground." The moment the man finished speaking. Boom! Boom! A new breed of the species shot out from beneath the ground and began to destroy their formation. John Stone swung his axe down onto their heads while gnashing his teeth. There were enemies in all directions, including the sky and the ground. Their forces were being added at a rate beyond the speed of their troops being supplemented from the elevator. Not only that, they had received a sudden attack, so they were being swept away by the momentum of the battle, not giving them time to regain their formation. This was truly complicated. What was the purpose of them sending the scouts to begin with? It was because they were trying to determine the more secure time to bring the troops up. Of course, the scouts must have judged based on their own rationale as well, but if it was John Stone himself, he would not have brought themselves into such a mess, for he at least thought of their own lives. Sangjin, this bastard, what the hell happened? Seeing the countless adventurers die off, John Stone screamed furiously. Ahem, this should be good enough. Boom! Boom! Agnes let out a sigh seeing the armies of various races rush at them. The beast army was doing much better than she had imagined. They had released a total of 263 species to begin within the southern jungle. 11 of them were destroyed while fighting amongst themselves, while 9 were discarded while watching them grow since they were deemed too dangerous. There was a total of 243 species left, and her men had captured 211 of them. Though she had brought over around 50 of the species immediately, there will continue to be more reinforcements. They're quite useful. Agnes nodded her head seeing the Yarakonan species that were breaking the formations from the ground up. They were a species that grew from eating minerals. Although all of them were weaker than the species led by the queen, they were showing the might of 200 species at the moment along with their versatility. More than 50 species were pushing relentlessly. However, this was just the start. By using these 50 species as the core, she will bring the rest of the 200 or so species and show them the true might of the army. Once they capture the remaining 40 or so species, it would be perfect. They would be able to eliminate the rest of the adventurers that came from the sudden ascension with ease. No, she was going to make sure they won't even think about sending any more up by killing the ones currently alive as torturous as possible. If they were to value the life of a human being, they wouldn't even think of attempting to send up any more. After satisfying thinking of the situation, Agnes smiled before rising from her seat. Now, I should go. It was all right for her to not be here. So, she will go help Magnus. Though it was quite refreshing thinking of Magnus who always moved alone without his men since he was so capable struggling, it didn't mean that she could let him die. No, if he were to die, it would be truly problematic. Agnes quickly loosened her body as she closed her thoughts. You better bow to me later, Magnus. Though Magnus may be struggling, he would definitely be holding out somehow alone. The moment she arrived there, the tide of the battle would shift in a split moment. Though she was not specialized in battle, she too was a 5-star transcendent. She was one of the top predators that reigned in the food chain. Kong Hansu. How unfortunate. Checkmate. The moment Agnes smiled and was about to fly off. Enoch. An urgent voice rang in Agnes's head. It was an urgent message from one of her subordinates via the monarch's authority. She had a questionable look hearing this message. These are the guys that went after the Desaineros. The number of men from her monarch's authority was close to 1,000, yet she knew all of the unique traits, personalities, and duties that each one possessed. If he was unable to do this job properly, he would no longer be in this position. It was the guy that had departed for the southern jungle to tame and capture the salamander-type species, Desainero. No, in simpler terms, he was the one that had succeeded in capturing them. The troops that he brings over would become a truly admirable contribution to their current army to pressure the adventurer army. But, for him to have such an urgent voice when she was about to leave, she had an ominous feeling. So, in a somewhat bad mood, she asked in a heavy tone. From those words, her subordinate, Alcantadel, shook his head. It's not that. Some strange guy is interfering with us. What the hell? The moment she asked, she could hear Alcantadel scream in her head. Damn, there's a guy carrying a corpse around. Corpse. The moment she heard that, Agnes's expression hardened. She immediately knew who was the one that was interrupted in her operation. Sangjin. So you've come. It was impossible for her not to know since he was in charge of the Indigo Zone. It was the same guy that she had endlessly clashed against in the elevator and on the ground. Though she had left him and ascended, she couldn't speak of the level of defeat that she felt then. Of course, it didn't mean that she had lost, but it was true that she was basically forced out. After momentarily looking towards the distance where Magnus was, Agnes mumbled internally. Magnus. Work a bit more. It was unfortunate, but she could not go to where Magnus was currently. If Sangjin were to continue to attack from behind and cut off her men who were supposed to join her, the situation would become totally reversed. Then the cultivation of these species would be halted, and those who flock up from below will regain their stability and begin to push forward taking advantage of the weakened defense. If that were to happen, it would truly make things tiring. Agnes, who finished her thoughts, quickly flew to the south where Sangjin was last seen. It was quite a boiling battle on the lower floor. However, will it be the same now? While he was fooling around on the lower floor, she was able to successfully overcome the barrier and move on to the next stage. Agnes coldly smiled, recollecting Sangjin before beginning to run furiously towards the south. Agnes. It seems she won't be coming. Boom. Magnus muttered quietly, seeing the transcendents continue to relent against him. He really didn't have much to think about, meaning that he was quite busy himself. As if to confirm his thoughts, the soul shard trembled before receiving her message. I don't think I can go there. A problem emerged. Resolve it yourself. It could take quite a while. Magnus coldly laughed at the remark. From the beginning, this was a mission that was entrusted to him. It was natural that he should be the one to settle what was given to him. Rumble. Magnus looked at one of the transcendents who hit his back harshly. These guys who normally wouldn't even be able to make eye contact with him were now attacking him. He had initially thought that they were fiercely attacking with the intention of opening up a path of escape, but they were attacking him relentlessly with no considerations of escaping. It was too short a time for Hansu to impress them to the point where they would sacrifice their lives. In other words, it meant that there was something that forced them. If that was so, his mission would be impossible to carry out without killing all of the people here. I was trying to take an easier road, it can't be helped. Boom. Finishing his thoughts, he grabbed his cloak with his right hand. With a small sound, the cape began to quickly unravel. His cape was an object woven from tens of thousands of special threads from the monsters of the abyss. Each strand was extremely sharp and strong. After he unraveled the strand of thread long, he began to wrap it around the queen's neck. It was so sharp that it even caused the queen's neck to slightly bleed. However, as if he was not satisfied with the result, he began to inject his unique trait and mana. In a split second, due to his unique trait, he shot out his violet aura. Feeling pleased about the dog collar he had made for the queen, he whispered in her ear. I didn't go this far since you might die, but it can't be helped. Make sure to do whatever you can to survive until I clean everything up. At the same time. Boom. Having both hands free, Magnus was able to shoot out attacks incomparable to his previous ones. Seeing the baggage being gone, he began to build up his energy as if he was determined to rip every one of them that had attacked him earlier. However, Hansu's smile grew. Boom. Every time his arm got numb from receiving the attack of Magnus, the 13 shadows inside his body burned as if to resist that pressure, to welcome the opportunity to reveal a different side of his. Simultaneously. Something similar to a shell began to break open within Hansu's chest. Chapter 449, Desire Return, 6. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Rumble. The moves from Magnus were different from what it used to be when Queen was in his hand. Boom. Every time he moved both his hands swiftly, the purple sharp wind swept through the vicinity. Nothing remained intact on the spots where the purple energy had swept through, including the weapon that Del Marcus had produced with all his heart and soul as well as the barren tree roots of Hosang. Whichever skill there was, they were cut down. The Transcendents seeing this were shocked. Damn, I'm going to go crazy. Where the hell did such a guy come from? Even Hansu would admit his power since he was only 4-star. It was a stage that could be somewhat transcended in the lower zones. However, the guy in front was a 5-star transcendent. Considering the exponential increase in the amount of crystals needed to jump over that wall was substantial, and it was quite difficult to jump over 2 stages worth of transcendence. In other words, the guy in front of them was more than likely to have had hit 5 stars in the violet zone than he did in the lower zones, which was the main cause of what drove them crazy. They didn't know that he had crazily gathered the crystals to overcome that stage. It was truly shocking from the perspective of the transcendents who had reached far and wide in this zone. Others such as Ares, Teehee, and Kangti were within their range of predictions, but they had never imagined that such a 5-star transcendent like him would emerge. Boom. Ah. Damn. I told you to maintain your formation. Then you stand in front. Everyone's going to be cut at this rate. As the threat grew, there was naturally disorder that arose among the transcendents. The bigger problem was the guy that was running rampant. Holding the sickle as if he was a grim reaper, they had initially thought that his weakness was the scorpion-tailed woman. To be honest, it was true that they had also attacked the female as well. But, they didn't know what was going on now. The moment she was out of his palm, she had become so strong that they had become some invincible monster. Whenever she shook her tail, the armed warriors were flung away, and every time she punched, all of their skills were crushed by the wind pressure. She rushed in so aggressively, and the power and speed was astounding. It was as if they were facing the rhinoceros that they had opposed previously. It was unbelievable that such power could be produced from such a small body. But, the most threatening part was its special ability. Boom! There was a gap that appeared after Hansu was blocking Magnus' attack. In that time span, the Queen's tail swung and struck down one of the Transcendents. Although the Transcendent used its full power to try and avoid the range of her attack, the speed that came from the Queen's tail was too fast, causing his skin to be grazed by the tip of her tail which had poison. Then, Rumble. Central to the left arm that was grazed, the dark energy exploded on the left arm of the adventurer. What the hell? The poison itself was spreading with intense force. It was absurd that his left arm which was dominated was starting to attack the owner of the body. Del Carlos couldn't help but feel perplexed as he avoided the left hand that was trying to cut him down. What the hell? Infection. Poison. Control. No other talent or ability could be as cheat-like as this current one. Boom. He clenched his teeth while using his right hand to block the left hand of his own body. At this rate, he would become nothing more than butchered meat. A decision had to be made. Damn, left hand. Thanks for everything. In order to make sure that the infection won't spread anymore, Del Carlos gathered all of his mana to try and strike down on his arm. Then. Boom. The red-colored bacteria that settled in his body began to explode with force. The bacteria that had settled near the heart and brain began to attack the illegal intruders. In a split second, the bacteria ran through the veins and collided violently with the black liquid. Boom. The black liquid in his left arm was none other than the dominating bacteria of the Queen. It injected into other people's bodies and quickly mutated to strengthen the cell structure of other life forms, designed for the service of the Queen. Normally, once the infection had started to spread, it should not be able to be prevented. Unfortunately, it met the wrong opponent. Rumble. The red bacteria of the fungus which were forcefully sucking Del Carlos's mana began to devour all of the black cells that were currently trying to infect. The few black cells were quickly destroyed by the pandemic sword that had already controlled Del Carlos's body, which caused him to look at his left arm in a daze. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable of how powerful Hansu was once again though he didn't have to cut his arm. But, he quickly shook his head. Well, this is better than nothing. Boom. Seeing Hansu fight bloodily in the front lines, Del Carlos muttered. It was a skill that was powerful enough to destroy the black poison that was more than capable of controlling his own left arm. Compared to that, it was really no big deal to fight like puppets. There was no need to stand in the vanguard with a hammer and shield and fight immediately. As long as they contributed and acted like meat shields, they would be able to reap the benefits more easily. Thinking of the power and strength of that guy, that was a much better profit. No, he thought this was definitely the right choice than fighting a 5-star transcendent out of his league. Therefore, before entering the fight, they were all stricken in fear since it was reality that they would be miserably thrown away after being used. However, after engaging in battle, their situations had become different. He was the one that was fighting headfirst in battle against the wind blades that were too scary to go near against. This is better. Del Carlos muttered as he regained his composure and began to fight the Queen once more at a more vigorous pace. Rumble. Magnus clenched his teeth seeing Hansu who continued to stand in his way. This, damned bastard. Boom. There was a difference of one stage. No matter how tired he was fighting the Queen before or dealing with the crazy ones around him, it was normal that he should already have been destroyed in his hands. However, he had no intentions of falling down. Was it the armor, the shield, or even the hammer? Or, was it the aura that radiated around his body? Where did he gain all of these insane skills? That didn't explain the difference between himself and Hansu. It was impossible to explain. Who the hell was he? You son of a bitch, just go die. Boom. Unable to hold himself back, Magnus began to extract every thread of his cloak. The cloak and his sickle were two of his most prized treasures. He couldn't help but recollect how joyous he was when he had received these gifts made by Clementine. These weren't some items that could be reassembled. They had already dried the seeds of the core of that particular species, so no more could be made. But Magnus was so enraged that he didn't care about that. Rumble. Rumble. A storm of unparalleled proportions of power began to blow as the cape was fully unraveled, much different from the thousand blades. The threads that boasted thousands of blades had created a net which could cover the whole area was formed with a mixture of mana, skill, and his unique ability. The mana net which was so tightly knot began to sweep all around Magnus. Back. 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 The Transcendents were trying to fly back. Boom. The blast of air that emerged from the center of Hansu's body counts their bodies dozens of meters back. At the same time. Whoosh. Whoosh. The threads that shot out in all directions drove towards Hansu with full force as if it was a spider trying to web its prey before killing it. Magnus couldn't help but smile from the ends of his threads. It was the feeling of something being crushed and ripped off. It didn't feel like it was cut, but he was satisfied. Then, within the spider web-like threads, a quick ripple-like sound came out. In that gap, what appeared was a shining shield. Soon. Boom. Using the widened gap, a hammer flew out and attacked the head of Magnus. Ack. You fucking bastard. He tried to hurriedly raise his sickle to block the attack, but the blow unavoidable. It was when he was at his weakened state due to the precise control of his threads. Boom. Hansu, who viciously ripped apart the spider web, began to attack Magnus. Unbelievable. You're telling me you endured that? Magnus, who regained his focus, couldn't help be flabbergasted. There was a reason why he was caught off guard. His body should be in a complete mess, but for him to counterattack. He soon realized that the reason why his attack didn't work was due to a different reason. No, to be precise, he realized that he was only half correct. His prediction was precise since he knew that what was trapped inside the threads was completely crushed. The armor was cut in pieces and the blood flowed out from the body of the guy inside. His muscles should have been ripped along with his bones. However, his estimation was wrong. He hadn't realized that his opponent would rush at him in such a state. Magnus finally realized why he was unable to finish him off. It was the difference in mentality. He was trying to reduce as much damages to himself as possible before proceeding to the next stage. On the other hand, he was wholly focused on one objective. He was going to use all of his power and strength to attack him until his heart remained. It was a mentality that he would kill him even if he died. Magnus' expression hardened seeing the bloodied guy rush at him. I admit my mistake. Hansu had jumped at him from the start because he saw the opportunity to win. He tried to oppose him while trying to not let himself be injured by such a fellow. But, he realized this wasn't enough. He realized he needed to use everything in his power as if he was risking his arms and legs. If he did so, his eyes would already be closed and the rest of the guys in the vicinity would all be cut down already from the wind blades. However, it's not too late now. He did realize that he was a bit late, but if he were to use his full force and power, he would be able to complete his mission. It wasn't like it'd be a problem losing an arm or a leg. Then. Hansu laughed. Can it be, you're thinking that it's not too late? What? Hansu in a bloodied state coldly laughed towards Magnus. Idiot. There are times when you realize too late. Do you truly think the world is so kind? The seeds in Hansu's body began to sprout out. No, rather the whole shell began to crack apart as the stem shot out. Something inside came out and blossomed brilliantly. At the same time. Rumble. Rough changes began to take place in Hansu's whole body.